Updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Eastland Match of the Round. Park Orchards versus Bayswater. Division 1 clash for the first time in 5 years. We're out here at Domeney Reserve for a Match of the Round between the undefeated Sharks, who've started the season with 6 wins on the trot under Paris Harvey in a new coach for the season. And they take on a Bayswater outfit who'll be looking for a win to re-enter the top 5 after probably a little bit of an inconsistent start to the season. Their best has been proven to be quite strong, and when they're off, they're off. So it'll be interesting to see how they match up today, this afternoon, in what is Love the Game round for the Eastern Football Netball League. We'll touch on that a bit later, but let's start into it. We've got the two coaches coming on board in just a moment. Thanks for joining us. Radio Eastern 98.1 FM or on our Facebook and YouTube streams. I'm Ryan Long, Media Manager of the Eastern Football Netball League, and joined in the pre-game by Jared Beanland, Brett Beston and Ray Baird. Jared, I'll start with you. For us, it's the first time we've actually been out here since we've jumped on the media team. It's been a while, and it's no better time to do it because the Sharks at the moment are flying.
Absolutely, Ryan. G'day to you and all the listeners, of course. Beautiful day for footy here at Domeney Reserve. And what a wonderful ground as well. I'm really enjoying the wide open expanses. It's very green here for those who are just listening. It's nicely nestled amongst a bunch of trees. And yeah, also excited to see Park Orchards as well because they are dominating this division, and I can't wait to see the game style that they bring to take up to Bayswater today. Certainly right. Brett Beston, who's back in the pre-game show and as well as calling all the action this afternoon alongside Ben Warren-Smith. I'm sure you're looking forward to being out here. It's a nice ground. We've got a bit of an advantage point up here, so it's pretty good.
It's excellent. Yeah, haven't been out to Domeney for, I reckon, probably 2 or 3 years, but looking forward to seeing Park Orchards play. They're flying this year, 6 wins from 6, really good side, well coached, and I think we're in for a cracking game this afternoon against an improving Bayswater side, so it'll be interesting to see what they bring to the table. Certainly right, and speaking about Park Orchards, we'll introduce Ray in a minute, but we do have the senior coach, Paris Harvey, joining us in the van for the pre-game. Paris, thanks for joining us. The side certainly flying, 6-0 coming into this afternoon, the perfect start to the season.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Look, we've started okay. We've jumped a few teams, which is okay for us. We just wanted to get as many wins on the board as we could early because we're a very young team, as everyone will see today. And the fact that we've got a couple of wins, which is good. What's impressed you about coming to the club as well and sort of stood out about Park Orchards? As you said, a pretty young list and they're all doing quite well. It's a bit of a transition coming down from Premier Division, but what was sort of the key points of the club that stood out for you when coming down here? The fact that I've been involved with the junior program, so there's a lot of kids. There's actually probably about 4 or 5 that I coached in the seniors now that come through the junior program. We've got a rich history of our juniors coming through, and we want to keep that. So, and that was exciting for me to get that opportunity to come and coach those young kids. G'day, Paris. It's Jared. I'm curious to see what impact you'll have had on the game style of Park Orchards, because it seems to me that it's a pretty fully formed team, having been in Premier Division and then coming down to this one. How much of a change do you feel like you've made upon the club and on the players, and what will we see that is your imprint today? How could I sum that up? Look, we just want to play the modern brand of football. I'll be fortunate enough to be involved with Ballman for 4 years. Learn a lot about the modern brand of football from Rocket and then obviously Sando. So brought most of that to this club, which is exciting for the group. And the group are really enjoying it. So yeah, we'll just keep practicing that and getting better at it. Outside of the younger guys, Paris, you've got a few of the older heads still on the side, and we go back to that fabulous 2017 Premiership side. You've still got players like Michael Prosnak, who's now leading the side. Very good goal kicker for you, like some Matty Haythorne and 1 or 2 others as well. Evan Smead. So you've got that good experience in there just to help the young guys through. Yeah. So he talks about Froz like an old bloke, but I think he's only 20. He seems to have been around for ages. 28 years old, and and Matty Haythorne. I say they're young, so they've still got a lot of years ahead of them. But yeah, we just want to build, and if you get the opportunity one day down the track to get back in the Premier, go up with a younger list as opposed to going up with an age list. So yeah, we want to go back up there if we get the opportunity in a couple of years and stay there. So.
Paris, Ray here again, mate. Good to catch up with you after a long time. But you said that you were involved with the juniors. Did you actually see any of the seniors last season at all?
I only saw one game when I was at Bourne and played against Bourne at Bourne.
So not the game to go and see, I presume. But yeah, well, when you come into the club and they've been relegated, from a division, I suppose it's a bit unknown what to expect. But you must be really happy with the way the team has performed.
Yeah, look, there's a change to the list. I think we lost about 13 players that played senior football last year. We recruited one player in Jake Dupont, but I knew that the kids were the future of the club, and like I said, we got off to a good start in the first 6 rounds, and we really wanted that to happen because we know that we're a young list. So, and we've got no expectations on the whole group of where we finish. If we finish outside the top 5, or we make it to the 5 and we play finals this year, that's a great achievement for this group.
You've been around and seen a lot of this EFNL football and all that. Is there anything, one particular thing that stands out now that's changed from back when, say, you were last coach?
Yeah, it's changed a lot, and I think you've got to adapt as a coach. So I'm very much in debt to the Bourne Football Club. When I finished coaching, I was kind of like helping out in a few other different things, and then I got a phone call from Paul Johnson and Rocket, and they said, I want you to come over and help out with us. And they very invigorated my passion to coach. So I actually indebted to their football club. I love all those people, Richard Wilson, Neil Eden, Paul Johnson. They really got me passion back into coaching again.
And your last 3 weeks, you played 3 really impressive sides who have stood out in recent years in Division 1. To be able to bank all those wins and to come into this game 6-0, does that sort of give you a bit of confidence going forward, just to be able to, obviously injuries will come to all sides, so you get a few wins early on and set you up in a good spot?
Yeah, look, there's been massive challenges all the time, and the players have risen to those challenges, which is good, but, we take each, it's an old cliche, but we take each week because our list changes, our team changes, and we give an opportunity to a couple more young kids and give them a chance at senior football and see how they go. And some adapt straight away and some don't, but that's the beauty of coaching young men.
You mentioned the kids, and we're watching the reserves game right here, Park Orchards, just for the listeners, up 6-9-45 to Bayswater 3-3-21 at half-time. Who are you looking for out there that you've got your eyes on that might be able to step up and break into the senior side?
There's many players in that reserves, but we're playing 3 under-19s in their reserves today that played a half in the 19s. A lot of people realise it, a lot of people don't realise this. In 19s and reserves football, they only play 20 minutes flat. And when you come into senior football, you can play an extra quarter. Like we played 30 minutes with the time on and stuff like that. So it's almost like they're playing a whole quarter of football again. And if we don't train for that, prepare for that, I learned a little bit of that from Blackburn. I remember when involved watching Blackburn and playing against Blackburn, I was at Bourne, the reserves would go off after their game and go to the bottom oval and train for another 20 minutes, half hour. So if they got the opportunity to come play senior football, they had that training in them. Not many people, I don't know if they realise that. So you actually got to bring their amount of intensity and game time up because it's only 20 minutes flat as opposed to, say it again, it's like 30 minutes, 33 minutes to a quarter. So
Sure. What about the Bayswater side? Obviously, they've been a bit hard to get a read on this year because they've been all over the place. A win here, a loss there. Some good players in there. So I know Ben White got a stack of the footy last week. I think he had 42. You've got the Galvins, who obviously you're well aware of. They've been around for ages, Alexis Searle and company. So what have you made of their season so far?
Yeah, look, they're going great guns. I think they're a big body midfield team and they've got some powers. Tim Tristan, and he was Cassican, I think his last name is Tim. Yep.
Yeah,
he was
Castricum.
And Jack Stewart. They were at Bourne when I was first there in the first year of Bourne, and Tim's got a great future ahead of him. I think he won their best and fairest at 20 years old, and Jack Stewart's a great player off the halfback flank, and his brother Charlie will play. But look, they've got some quality out in their field, and like I said, and as you know, in this division, anyone on any given day can beat anyone, and I reckon this division is the best local football division going around.
Is that what's impressed you? Even Wanturna South, who's haven't won a game yet, they've been in most games that they played this season and have pushed, just haven't quite got the full quarter performance. So it does sort of keep you on your toes.
Oh, absolutely. Like I said, you can go anywhere, travel anywhere, and even at home and stuff like that. If you don't come prepared, ready to play football, like I said, anyone can beat anyone. That's why it's a great division, Division 1.
Travis, something completely different from the last time you coached is the introduction of women's football. Now,
Yes.
what has the women's football for you brought to the Eastern Football League?
It's great. For our club, it's fantastic. The women's program is great. We had a couple of training sessions with them in the pre-season, and that was an all-club involvement, which is fantastic. And every Thursday night, our girls train down at Stinton's, and they come back and we have a meal together. And I think it's fantastic for every club. And the environment is better than what it was when I was a player. It was more male.
Well, the boys' club back then, wasn't it, basically?
100%. You know, but now I think for the benefit of everything, I think it's great for everyone.
Absolutely. Paris Harvey there, the senior coach of the Park Orchards Football Club. Thanks for giving up your time ahead of a big game this afternoon. We wish you all the best and can't wait to see the guys in action.
Just before I go, out for the Whitney's family. Patriarch, mother passed away, unfortunately, but great people involved in the EFL for a long time with Mitcham and our club. So to the family, all the best.
Yeah, condolences go out there to the Whitnish family. As you say, they're well known throughout the Eastern Football League. Yep.
Certainly right. Thank you again, Paris, for your time and all the best this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Paris Harvey there, the senior coach of the Park Orchards Football Club, who have started off on fire. 6 wins to start this season, coming into this game against Bayswater, looking for their 7th straight. And I think we all sort of thought that the transition, obviously coming down a division, is always interesting to see how they fit into a new division and playing against new sides. But just a couple of years ago, Ray, and when they were promoted, the season was unfinished. But they were very, very strong, and they were right there with East Ringwood and obviously got the promotion in the end. So I think we knew they were going to be a very strong side. I don't think we knew they were going to be 2 games ahead sitting after round 6, but it's a great start to the year.
Yeah, look, I'm going to show my age here because I was here the day that they played their first senior game as a club because they were a junior club, and then eventually they come into the senior competition. And even from day one, you knew that Park Orchards were going to be a side that eventually will get up to the top level, which they did, and unfortunately they got relegated last year. But they're certainly bouncing back this season. So even from day one, they were a huge junior club, and to make that transition to become a senior club, and that was only with the introduction of probably 2 or 3 senior players from elsewhere. All the rest were juniors that come up and play. And as I say, they started way down in Division 4 and to what they are today. And, you've only got to look at the crowd that's sort of building here today and the facilities they've got, because let's face it, Park Orchards isn't really a metropolis as far as a shopping centre and all that. So it's great. It's a great thing for the club.
Spot.
They've got the community centre behind us, which is part of the complex here, and they've got everything in front of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly right. As we're just about to be joined by Mark Hardy, the senior coach of the Bayswater side, who's just jumped into the van at the moment. A big challenge this afternoon coming up against the undefeated side, but a great opportunity for the group, testing yourself out against what's probably been the benchmark of the division after 6 weeks.
Yes, morning, lads. It's just past morning now, isn't it? It's been a long day already, I'll give you that tip. Yeah, absolutely. They're quality side, move the footy beautifully. Great opportunity for us and challenge today to stop their ball moving and put a marker down for ourselves.
How have you sort of seen the opening 6 weeks for you and personally the side with, obviously round 1 was probably a disappointing result against North Ringwood, but after that you've been pretty strong and it's been maybe a little bit inconsistent, but you've shown certainly signs of what you can do as a group.
Yeah, I think we're the first 6 weeks have been some good and some bad and building up. The training's been fantastic, the standards have been super, and the club's running at a really, really good rate at the moment. Just a matter of being more consistent, as you said, week in, week out. And as we know in this division, if you're down for 1 week or 1 quarter, you get stepped on. So that's a challenge for us. But our blokes are really young and still learning. And if we're happy to lose games as long as we're learning and progressing.
G'day, Mark Jarrett here. We spoke for my pre-season article. I did an interview with you, and you seemed fairly realistic, fairly tempered in terms of your expectations about this year. And at the moment, you're floating around that 5th, 6th sort of a mark. How has Bayswater? How has your boys exceeded your expectations this year? And what are some things that you've identified that you can improve upon throughout?
Well, I think we can improve everything. But expectations...
That's good attitude.
I don't think the coach never gets ahead of himself. I think you're worried about the Tuesday, the Thursday, and then the Saturday when it comes, and you're always hoping for the very, very best. But you're more realistic. So I think I'm reasonably happy where our boys are at. I'm happy our training levels are where they need to be. It's just a matter of gaining more experience, learning from your errors and your mistakes, and realising that the guys you're playing against, you're just as good as those guys. That better confidence and maturity. So we're building in that area. I'm happy with the growth of of our young players, but we probably need a couple of players into the club probably next season just to take us to that next level. But we are getting there, so I'm pretty happy where we're at.
Yeah, like a lot of sides, I guess you've got a mixture of youth and experience. You've got the Galvins and people like that have been at the club for a long time. Of the young guys, who would you sort of think is perhaps ready to go to that next level and really have a breakout season this year?
Number 3, Paulie Hasbrook, is a player that if he gets it 25 times, he can play VFL footy. He's super. He's fantastic. Christian Poe, who got into the footy club, has been building. Lockie Kruger is a guy that is a fantastic player, and he's just got to take that next step and with level of consistency that he needs. Even a young guy like Josh Treby, he's a player that you see snippets of and you see he kicks 2 goals and no one really knows him, but he's a super talent. Just a matter of those guys finding that level of consistency and mastering the grind at this time of season and realising that you've got to play well week in, week out, every game. So I think these guys aren't too far away from it.
Mark, I want to talk to you about one particular player, and that is Ben White. Look, he was a fantastic junior player, won competition medal after medal. He came into the senior side and he actually played just as well in the senior side when he come in there. How's he going? Have you got the protection around him? Because I was always worried. He's only a little guy like myself, and you know, and he tends to throw himself in, not like
no,
me.
You can't play right.
No, he tends to throw himself in, and you just need. Is he getting the protection that he deserves?
Yeah, I think he is, and Razor is nowhere near as small as you. No, I think he is, and a big focus for Ben pre-season was putting on weight and getting himself a little bit stronger. So. Ben can be a little bit guilty of almost doing too much at times because he tries to do everything, and but his leadership's been A1, outstanding, and he's strong enough and tough enough to take the hits. Good inside outside player. He'd just like to hit a few more targets if he's been really really hard on himself. But no, he's going well. He's not a young kid, so he's still learning the game. So he's getting there.
He did get 42 last week, so he must be doing something.
Yeah, he's working into it. He's working into it.
And one of your other older players who's been around for a long time, Ben Searle. I know. I just want to see what he looks like when he runs out because he always had a different haircut or no hair at all when he ran out over the years. So how's he holding up?
Yeah, good. I think he's the only player that comes to you Tuesday, Thursday with he's literally got a broken leg, but he'll turn up on Saturday and play. And he's just very very hard at the ball and just hard at the contest, and he thrives on that. So very mature. He's got some elite skills, and he's got some times when it lets him down a little bit, but. I don't know how many players in the Eastland Footy League who's more courageous than what he is, and it's probably to the detriment of our side sometimes. But no, he's still playing some good footy. You
played a lot of football yourself at Bayswater, and obviously went on to Vermont and all that. But look, as you know, and I know myself, you know, your support group can be really critical at times. How do you get on with them as a coach now?
Yeah, good. Yeah, it's not too bad. I think you can't worry about what people think of your Razor. I don't think at the times, and you can't worry about what your supporters think at times. A lot of times they'll be backing you, and a lot of times you're getting a knife in your back, and you just got to be mature enough to go, I'm not here to please everyone. I'm here to develop young guys and get the footy club in the right direction. So those things don't concern me. I'm enjoying that, still getting stimulated by it, and I still think I've got a bit to offer, and the boys are still growing, and that's the most important aspect, and I think that's what I bring to the table with experience, and we're going well.
And your young son, where's he playing, and how's he going?
Yeah, he's been playing 19s, and he plays. He's been playing the last 8 minutes every quarter in the reserves, and he's good. Left foot a bit different to me, so he's been enjoying his footy, and unfortunately we went to Fortunately we went to the Sydney game last night, the SCG, so everyone's a little bit jet lagged and tired, and he's a bit tired, so he'll be right. He's enjoying it. He loves his footy, and it's not something I pushed him into. He's really found his own passion for it, so he's quite a smart little player.
Well, I know you're a Sydney man like myself.
Thank you very much, Razor.
I wasn't going to mention it.
Let's get into it.
There we go.
Let's review that game.
With the reserve, speaking of the reserves and the younger guys and the under-19s, are there any kids that are coming up that could present themselves down the line this year that you're excited about seeing?
Yeah, there's a few of the young kids who came from the 19s. Our 19s have probably struggled a little bit the last couple of years, but it's we're not going to get 18 coming through to play senior footy. If we get 5 or 6, we're pretty stoked with that. And there's a couple of young guys in the twos, Lockie Amy. Andy Durham is a very good young player, and Liam, where's Buffy's out there somewhere, I can see him. Another young kid who all capable of playing senior footy. So I think if we get 3 to 4 a year that we're confident they're going to play senior footy and the other guys are going to fill 2 spots, we're pretty happy with that. So there's a lot of upside for a lot of these young kids. So.
Is that a focus for you as a coach as well, the synergy between the 19s, the reserves, and the senior side in terms of making sure that everyone's got the same expectations in terms of their roles, whichever team they're going to be playing in?
Absolutely. And I think moreover, I think it's not even in your footy terms. It's how they're treated by the rest of the playing list at the footy club. And at no stage when I've been at Bayswater have I seen such synergy between all three teams and the ladies teams and the netball teams. And that comes from our president and vice president. Have done a lot of work in making sure everyone treats each other properly. It's a fantastic place to play your footy, and hopefully we'll see the benefits of that with the boys growing every week when they're playing. But it doesn't matter what you do with your footy, it's how you treat people in our footy club. So we're really happy with how it's going.
How big is that for the club to have the women's back this season? Obviously the netball as well back last year, and they had great representation from your boys during the summer grand finals, and then obviously now the women's team. It must be a pretty good culture that the club's certainly building.
It's fantastic. Our functions, and it's teaching our young men how to treat people and the young ladies around the club, which has been super. The only problem is they've been winning, and we've lost our last couple of games, so they tend to be giving us a bit of stick about it, the girls. But we're enjoying the banter. But no, we've enjoyed them around the footy club, and it's it's a new society and a new world, and our boys are maturing with it.
Mark, we really appreciate your time ahead of a big game against Park Orchards this afternoon. All the best today, and we can't wait to see the guys in action.
Beautiful. Thanks, boys. Cheers.
Mark Hardy there, the senior coach of the Bayswater Football Club, coming into this game, just sitting 6, just outside the 5, and a big chance to see how they go against what is probably, I guess, Ray, the benchmark of the competition. So it's a big test, and these are the games that Mark and the crew are certainly looking forward to.
Yeah, and as he alluded to, they've been up and down. He realises that. But look, Mark Hardy, in himself, he was a fantastic footballer, and, not always good footballers make good coaches. But Mark, as he's pointed out, one of his main objectives is to have good people around the club, and I think that's a big bonus.
Yeah, certainly right, and we've talked about that off air about the women's team coming in this season. They used to have a women's team. I think they actually won a flag in one of the first seasons in the competition, so that's huge for the club. Their netball was something that came in last year and has certainly impressed. So the club is going very well on and off the field at the moment. It's also Love the Game round, which we sort of mentioned at the start of the show this morning, but. Love the Game round, just a few things on that. It is a campaign dedicated to raising awareness about the risks of sports betting for young people. We and certainly the league itself encourage adults to talk to their kids in their life about how gambling really works and who really wins. Parents, guardians and coaches in professional and community sport are leaders and role models. They play a vital role in developing and influencing players and teams. So if you want more information on that, visit lovethegame.vic.gov.au or share your thoughts on social media using the hashtag #LoveTheGame.
Ryan, yesterday on preview, I had Ray's mad information moment. We've got another one this morning.
Now, get the stinger ready.
You guys haven't been around long enough to realise.
Oh, here we go.
No, Bayswater Football Club are the only. Now let me go. Bayswater Football Club are the only football club in the Eastern Football League that won a second division premiership and come up and won a first the next year. No other club has done that. So there's a bit of history there.
I like these. So this should be a regular thing, so you need something for next week as well, having a look at that. But let's have a look at some of the games around the grounds. Interesting with Division 1, having a look at the other games in Division 1 this week. Probably a little almost top versus bottom in terms of the top 5 playing the bottom 5 in a lot of these games. One game out at Heights Reserve is a little bit more interesting after Mooroolbark have found some form. They take on Montrose today, who are missing Ben DeCenter out for suspension, but they do bring in Taj Heap Jared.
Yep.
Where can Mooroolbark get him? I know the midfield battle will be probably their biggest potential of area that they can get on top. Montrose have got a very strong midfield, but I think they might be able to match it there. But I worry about both ends of the ground where how do you control Garthwaite? How do you control White up forward? Then down back when they've got the other Garthwaite, they've got Bo Tennant, who's had a great start to the season. Looks like they might be able to get on top in those areas.
Yeah, definitely. Clearances alone don't win games, and I think Mooroolbark's kind of shown the truth of that throughout this year, since they seem to be consistently winning the clearance battle. And, they have been winning games, but they've not been winning all of them. They do have a very strong midfield, and I think that's something that Montrose, they could they don't necessarily need to stop that. They can just create contingency plans across the ground, and Gary Az will be good enough to know that to know how to pick his battles, and maybe the midfield he's going to be able to let that run its course and focus on other areas of the ground. I would say I would have Montrose in this one personally.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I'm going to go for Montrose, but there is one thing in Mirrabah's favour, and that's playing at Host Reserve, because they're a far better side when they play at home than what they are away. But as you said, look, they might match it in the midfield for a quarter or so, but the firepower down forward for Montrose is going to win the game.
And we should be able to get scores around the grounds from there. We've got someone in particular down at the
Oh,
ground.
geez,
at
wonder who that
Reserve.
is.
Not sure, but
Well, that depends who's in the lead.
yes, well,
Yeah, exactly.
we'll know. We'll know by whether or not he replies to us. But the other games in Division 1, Wanturna South face South Belgrave. I think we'll all tip South Belgrave on that one. For unfortunately, Wanturna South just hasn't been their year so far. Doncaster play Beaconsfield. Mitcham play North Ringwood as the other two games. I think we're probably all leaning towards Beaconsfield on that game. The other one, Mitcham, North Ringwood. North Ringwood do bring in a couple of players. Harry Flynn back in the side, Loco back, which is a big inclusion for them, Brett. And they play Mitcham, who have just started to find some form in the last couple of weeks, stringing together some wins. They're back at home. They'll be looking this a must-win opportunity because their next two is against Park Orchards and Beaconsfield.
Yeah,
So
tough games to
they've got
come,
to got to bank up a couple more wins here.
They will. I think Mitcham will get the job done today, and as you say, a couple of big games to come up. But I think they're, stage you say, starting to find a little bit of form after a slow start, and I think they'll get home today.
And Ray, you went yesterday on the podcast the other way. You think
Yeah,
North Ringwood
I
can
went North
away
Ring-
from home?
Yeah, these two clubs over the last two seasons have had some real good battles, but I just think North Ringwood's got more to lose if they lose this game, and I think they'll win.
Yeah, they've got to stay in touch with the top five. The biggest thing going for them at the moment is their percentage, a very strong percentage despite sitting 7th on the ladder. The Oracle, as always, Jared, sends in their tips. So having a look at this one, the Oracle has Beaconsfield to beat Doncaster by 5 points, Mitcham to beat North Ringwood comfortably by 5 goals, Montrose to beat Mirrabah by 4 points, Park Orchards to beat Bayswater by 29 points, and a draw in Wanturna South Belgrave.
The Oracle's got a lot of faith in a few of these teams that perhaps I don't have, particularly Wanturna South and maybe Doncaster as well a little bit. I think
Yes,
Beaconsfield
predicting some close results. We'll be
Yeah.
pretty happy if we get some close games this round in Division 1. Let's move down to Division 2. Again, probably similar where a lot of the top sides are playing the bottom sides. Ringwood face the Basin. Templestowe face East Burwood. Waverley Blues face Lilydale. Mulgrave play Croydon. And Baronia play Heathmont. So
It's
I
all
can't-
top
I think
fives
that is
versus
top
all
5
bottom
versus
sides.
bottom 5.
Yeah.
Grand final rematch between the Hawks and the Jets. I can't see this being a contest at all. I think this could be... It could be
ugly.
It could be. With Heathmont had just had no luck in terms of injury-wise with the players coming out, and they just cannot score. Their forward line is very short. You look at that and you compare that to Baronia's list. I think this one will be quite big, and
Well, the
especially
other-
with the Hawks coming
Yeah.
off a loss.
I was going to say the other thing to bear in mind is the Hawks got beaten last week.
Yeah, they'll be
First
hungry.
loss of the season, and they will not be happy. So, yeah, I think it'll be an easy win for the Hawks today.
Yep.
Yeah, Hawks for mine.
And Ben Robertson back in the side too. Josh Hannon. I
Indeed.
think Robertson might kick 6 or 7, to be honest.
Yeah. I think you'd be able to get a hold of them like he did, I think, a couple of years ago at H.E. Parker, one of the games that we were there for.
Yeah, I hope I'm wrong on that. I hope Heathmont certainly put in. They don't have to win this game. They just got to show the effort for 4 quarters. Whether or not they win or not, that's another conversation. Mulgrave Croydon, I would imagine after last week, everyone's backing in Croydon. They were quite impressive.
I think Mulgrave will run them to 3 quarters, though, down there.
Yeah,
I do.
well,
I really do.
they've shown signs.
Yep.
Lin Jong's
Yeah.
certainly had plenty of the footy. No Adam Booth, I believe. I just had an email from that. He was due to play his 300th game next week for the Lions, but that will be delayed a little bit due to, I think, a bit of a hamstring strain. So we'll keep an eye on that on when he pulls up the milestone, because that'll be a big success for him. And then the Basin, Ringwood. The Basin were much better last week. Lost that game late against the the Rams. So they'll look at that as an opportunity begging. But when you go down to Jubilee Park to face a Ringwood side who's just been consistent, I don't think that will happen. And then the other game, East Burwood, Templestowe. I think Templestowe at home are a far better side at the moment.
Yeah, I think this is perhaps the more interesting game for mine. I would put a little bit more faith in East Burwood than some of the other teams that we're predicting to lose here, but I still got Templestowe. Their bigger bodies are going to outmatch East Burwood in the midfield, I would say.
Yeah, I said my piece yesterday with Spider trying to convince him that, Templestowe are going to win this game and they're going to win it quite easily.
Spider talked Jared into trying to hype this game up a little bit.
I think Tempe will get the chocolate. So we talk about Waverley Blues and Lido?
Yes, that is the other game. So Waverley Blues at Central Reserve. They've made it a bit of a fortress down there. Both the women's and men have not lost at that ground this season. They might just ask to move there permanently. They've played that ground really well.
Yeah, I like the Waverley Blues. I think they'll be too classy.
Yeah,
I've been very impressed with it. Playing against Lilydale there for the listeners. I think Lilydale, they'll give them a bit of a shot of it for maybe a couple of quarters. They just don't seem consistent enough across
just
the
getting
whole
that four-quarter performance, isn't it? They've shown plenty of signs, and they're going to have a few more wins this season. But I think Waverley Blues too strong there. Got a lot of scoring power, and the Oracle has tipped the favourite in all 5 of those games. Oh no, he hasn't. Sorry, the Oracle has tipped East Burwood to beat Templestowe as the one upset. So I think we know who the Oracle is. That just made it quite clear who's the Oracle. So they've called themselves out on that one. Other than that, pretty standard on the tipping there for the Oracle. Jumping into Division 3, it's a very odd round where a lot of the top sides are playing the bottom sides. Again, you got some similar sort of scenarios here, or you got a couple of sides who are struggling at the moment in Sylvan and Warrandyte. That's an interesting game.
It is.
Sylvan, a couple of big outs last week, and just it's a very different side to the side that played in a final series last year. And similar with Warrandyte, they've had a lot of change over the off-season and been able to find some form, though, Ray, which has been pretty good for Paul Donahue and everyone down there.
Yeah, well, I selected Warrandyte yesterday, and I'm sticking with it. I think they can beat Sylvan.
Brett, do you? It's an interesting one.
Flip a coin. I'd probably just go for Warrandyte just.
You've got Sylvan on their home ground, and I think they'll know at least how to play that pretty well. But I still think I've got Warrandyte. They're in better form than Sylvan. Sylvan's a little all over the place. It's very difficult to see.
2 weeks ago, knocked off Upper Gully.
Yeah.
At Upper Gully.
Yeah, and now Upper Gully's in some great form, beating Oakley District.
Oakley District. Yeah. So that sort of throws it out a little bit.
It's a bit of a circular firing squad in Division 3.
It is a bit.
It's an interesting ground too, Sylvan's ground, because it's so small, isn't it? So there's a bit of a factor. But I think Warrandyte for me.
It's a great place to go down to. The fire after the game.
Super place. Yeah, it's awesome.
Certainly a good little club down there that we always love to head out there. We haven't been there too often over the years, but we'll certainly keep that in mind. Upper Ferntree Gully versus Donvale. It's an interesting one after last week's result. Brett's already shaking his head, so we know he's tipping.
Vale's comfortably.
I think so, but in just saying that, last week they were very impressive against an Oakley District side who was almost at full strength. So can they build on that, Jared? Can they take some momentum into this week against what is definitely the benchmark of Division 3? Can you make a case for them? It's very hard to, even if they score 100 points, Donvale probably scores 130.
Yeah,
and that's been the hard thing with sides coming up against them. You cannot stop that scoring power.
No, I think Upper Gully need to make it a scrap. It's at Kings Park. I think they'll be able to clog it up as well as they usually are able to. I think they need to play. I think they need to try and bring Donvale down to their level, or not down to their level. I suppose that's a little patronising, but you know what I mean in terms of trying to slow them up and disrupt their ball movement, and make sure it's a stoppage-based game.
Brett, you almost need, when you play Donvale, if they make the grand final, Donvale, you almost need a wet weather grand final day to stop them.
Yeah, exactly. And what Jared said was pretty much what I was going to say. You just need to get them in a low-scoring scrap, which is obviously, and that's probably your best chance of getting them. But I think Donvale will win today pretty comfortably.
And then
I go for Donvale.
Some of the other games before we go to a break: Knox take on Oakley District. Fair Park take on Surrey Park. I think that could be a massive blowout. They won by 150 last week against the Cats.
Yep.
Surrey Park again, I think, will be similar sort of margin.
Yep.
And then Coldstream take on Ferntree Gully. Just to go over the Oracle's picks on this division, has Coldstream to beat Ferntree Gully by 11 points there, so a close one. has Surrey Park to defeat Fairbuck by 50 points, Knox to defeat Oakley District by 19, and Warrandyte to defeat Sylvan by 45, and Donvale to defeat Upper Ferntree Gully by 22. So we'll certainly have a look at those games this afternoon to see if the Oracle's tips are correct. But we're going to go to our first ad break. In the Eastland match of the round, we're out here at Domeney Reserve for Park Orchards versus Bayswater. We'll be back in just a minute.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Domeney Reserve for the Eastland match of the round. Park Orchards taking Bayswater this afternoon at 2:20 p.m. and the call team will be on shortly. We're currently through the pre-game show at the moment. We've spoken to both senior coaches, both Paris Harvey and Mark Hardy in their interviews so far earlier on the show. You can go back and have a listen if you've missed that. At the moment in the reserves game, it is Park Orchards 7-11-53, leading Bayswater 6-6-42, so a close game there after the under-19s from Park Orchards had a big win. Gentlemen, we were discussing Division 3 and we sort of just wrapped that one up just before the break. So let's jump into Division 4 and a couple of games here. I think we're probably expecting to be somewhat one-sided. Whitehorse take on Forest Hill out at Forest Hill Reserve and Scoresby host Nuttawading. But Ray, you talked about Nuttawading yesterday on the podcast. You were impressed with what they've shown. Last week was probably their most disappointing result. The first time they've been blown out. But other than that, they've been quite competitive on the field and off the field. They've started to really get things back on track.
Yeah, look, they're a club that's on the way up. They're, without a doubt. You know, you go back 3 years, I know we're getting absolutely smashed by 140 odd points. They're very competitive in games. They're kicking quite often, you know. Pardon me, they're kicking quite often, you know, even a dozen goals for the game. So there is a lot of improvement there. And look, I give them every chance today against Scoresby, but I think Scoresby will win. But I think they're going to be competitive for most of the game, I believe.
They can certainly, Joe, certainly compete with the best it's just similar sort of thing we talk about Lilydale and other sides up the divisions. How long can they do it for? You've got to do it for 4 quarters. So if they can put in a 4-quarter performance, they can certainly run with them for a while. I think Scoresby have got a fair bit of firepower. Adam Amin's had a fantastic start to the season. He's sure to kick 5 goals or more. How do you sort of stop that? And do they have a similar play up forward themselves that can get on the scoreboard?
Yeah, there's been a couple of players who've been kicking goals for Nunawading on a fairly regular basis. Conrad Bendrops is the one that always comes to mind. And there's another player that escapes my mind who's been starting to Jordan Lemke. He's been playing pretty well recently. And on the point of being able to run out a whole game, that's something that will improve as the season goes on. I wouldn't worry too much about that. I think that once we get to later in the year, they'll be able to run out that game. Their match fitness will be much higher, and they'll perhaps be starting to cause some upsets.
Yeah, certainly right. So we'll keep an eye on that one this afternoon. Forest Hill against Whitehorse, as we said. Whitehorse are probably almost the benchmark in Division 4. Brett, with the way they've played, they've knocked off some good sides now. Scoresby, they beat comfortably. And they're just starting to build some form under Andrew Haining and showing the signs of what could be a potential grand final side.
Yeah, definitely. I think you'd have to say they're definitely going to be there on the last day of the season. Just a question of who they play. But, Forest Hill, they pinched a win a couple of weeks ago, wasn't it?
Churnside,
which was really unexpected. So maybe that's a sign of things to come for them. And they're playing at home, but I think Whitehorse will get the chocolates today.
And Ray's already penciled them in for a grand final spot, Whitehorse.
Without a doubt, I think it's up to Churnside and Kilsyth to find out who's going to play them. Andrew Haining's done a fantastic job down there. A very experienced footballer, and they're flying at the moment.
How much does that go under the radar that you've still got Andrew Haining playing on the field and playing at a Division 4 level when this is a guy who's obviously won the Chandler Medal in Premier Division?
And not only that, he's such a huge man, but he's still mobile. He still gets around, and I'd hate to be the opposition trying to outmark him as well, because he's a man mountain and a fantastic guy as well.
Fantastic work rate, certainly around the ground. So very key. And then you've got Young and Horvath who've combined for 10-plus goals in multiple weeks this season. They're a very dangerous duo there, which has certainly made a bit of a difference. And you alluded to Churnside Park and Kilsyth, Ray. They go head-to-head this afternoon at Kimberley Reserve. That's a big game too. We saw there was a 1-point game in it last time they played in round 1. Thinking similar thing again. I think this is a goal or two either way, and we won't know until that last quarter on who's actually going to get up.
Well, yesterday I picked Churnside, and the only reason I did that, take nothing away from Kilsyth, is that it's played at Kimberley Reserve, and I think that they play pretty good football out there.
I'm more bullish on Churnside personally. I think they might have a 6 or 7 goal win in them against Kilsyth here.
6 or 7, really?
Yeah, I've not been particularly impressed by Kilsyth's form over the year so far. I think they've got it in them to get back to where they were last year, but I just haven't quite seen it from them just yet.
Jared, how hard is it in Division 4 with these clubs to maintain some sort of form when you have buys every year?
I know that's
they just get on a run and then you got a buy. You play a couple of more games and it must be very disruptive.
It would be, wouldn't it? I can't imagine what it would be like to be a player who's had a particularly good game in one match, and then you've pumped yourself up, you go to training, you're feeling great about yourself, and then suddenly you've got the weekend off, and that's as you say,
point,
very disruptive.
Ray, and I think it might be. I think it's Churnside Park who had the bye in that last round of the season. So potentially you could be going from a bye. They could have the double chance. They play, win, have another week off, then play a grand final. So suddenly you're only playing 2 games in a month.
That's right.
At the time of the year, you need to be, getting some consistency.
Is that not what happened to Kilsyth last year?
I can't remember who they played in the last round. I potentially could have.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's correct or not. So Ben Warren Smith is saying yes, so that is correct. So they did have that. Maybe did that affect him in grand final? Do you reckon?
Oh, potentially. Yeah. It all comes together in sort of what your form is and what your preparation is, especially at the pointy end of the season.
It always amuses me because players now they go, we play too much, we get tired, we need a break, and then you give them a couple of weeks off, and then they're still moaning. So you can't have it. I understand both sides' argument, but you can't have it both ways. I mean, do you want a couple of weeks off, or do you want to be playing every week? So
I think it depends on the player as well. I mean, some of the older guys down in that division probably love that you get a bye every once in a while, get the refresher legs.
Exactly.
But I guess that for the majority of players, you do want to be playing that consistent footy. Let's talk about Premier Division now, the last division to talk about before the match of the round here between Park Orchards and Bayswater. Looking at some of these games, some interesting ones. I think East Ringwood Berwick at 4:45. Everyone would be tipping the Roos on that one, and then similar for Norwood versus Noble Park. I think everyone will be on the Bulls bandwagon. But Brett Beston,
the goat's back today.
The goat, Cole Martin is back this week. That's a massive inclusion for the Bulls.
He'll have 60 today.
Well. How much game time do you reckon they've got to just ease him in, play maybe a half?
He won't play a full game.
He'll still have 60 though.
Well, he probably has the potential to do that with the way he is. But we looked at that 2022 grand final. Brett, you were there, obviously calling the action, and the Bulls get up, and then it's crazy to think that you don't see him. You don't see him after that game where he had 42 touches. You don't see him for a year and a half.
It's extraordinary, isn't it? But look, Ray and I were talking coming up in the car. And we said, it'll be interesting to see what we just said, how much game time he has. And it'll take him a while just to ease. But he might take a game or two, but then he'll be back to his best. And look out.
But that's all you want. You just want him to get through a game.
Well, the main concern, that's right. He's just got to get through these first 2 games or so. And it doesn't matter whether he gets the ball or not. Just spend a bit of time out there on the field. Get back into the mix again. Look, he's going to be a great player again without it. I'm looking forward to his big games coming up. Is going to be the King's birthday. I think he's going to be primed for that game.
I think the other thing you have to bear in mind too is that just having him on the side will probably lift the guys around him because he's at that level. He's like a higher level and he's going to be able to direct the traffic and he'll get the best. So you'll probably see the team performance improve overall just because he's in the team as well.
Oh, yeah, 100% agree. And he has played his role even last year, not on the field, off the field, and sort of teaching those younger guys.
Exactly.
So he has been playing a role behind the scenes, but back on the field is where you want him to be. So that's a great look this week for Noble Park. A couple of those other games in Premier Division now. I think these other 3 are very interesting ones and should be tight contests. Balwyn versus Doncaster East. I actually think Doncaster East are a slight sniff. I think Balwyn are going to drop a game eventually. Ray, I don't think he's with me on this one. And the potential from the Lions is still there. You look at that lineup, and there's too many quality players in there for a side to be sitting. What are they now, 2 and 4 or whatever, 2 and 3, whatever it may be. So I think they can cause the upset, but you're coming against a Balwyn side who. They haven't done anything wrong so far this season. Every time they've been put to the test, they've been able to answer it. They bring back Josh Walker, Markovsky as well. They're going to be hard to beat. Can they give them a run for their money, Ray?
Look, they can give them a run for their money, but, realistically, you've got to look at what's happened so far this season. Doncaster East, they've been in some games, but they haven't been able to finish games off. Other games they've been, beaten quite easily. But, and they're coming up against the benchmark in the competition ball. They're just a professional outfit. I saw them 2 weeks ago down at Roval, and they just took Roval apart. Now, look, it's a big opportunity for Doncaster East. They've got to take a scalp somewhere. And, look, today there could be a surprise. There's always upsets in Premier Division somewhere along the line. But, personally, I can't see it. I think Balwyn.
Doncaster East's best game of the year, without a doubt, was last week, and it was still a loss against somewhat struggling Vermont side. So I just haven't seen what Doncaster East can actually bring this year. There's no proof to me in the pudding just yet that they could challenge a team like Balwyn.
Yeah, I think Balwyn are just hitting their straps, or they have been hitting their straps in the last few weeks. Just a bit too good. And I'm just agreeing with everything that Jared says. It's like he's reading my mind today.
Don't minds think alike.
I sort of think the same. I think Doncaster East maybe haven't shown quite enough. They may towards the back end of the season, but I think they'll get... it'll be Balwyn today, definitely.
We've got Ben Warren-Smith down the end of the table at the moment. He can put the headset on at the moment for the first time this afternoon.
Sitting here and booing you all.
Mate, can you make a case for the Lions?
Oh, it's going to be a tough day for them. But you know what? They'll take out a lot out of that finals win that they had last year against them as well. So... look, at some point it's going to start clicking for Doncaster East, and they know that they're down and out at the moment, and they've got a lift. And I think it's been a really big week for them on the track, and they know they come up against a premier performer in Balwyn today, and that is the benchmark at the moment. And they had a tough few weeks out on the park, but I think they're a genuine chance today. It's all about getting off to a good start as well, and if they can get that, and they can keep the confidence going, they might just cause the upset today. They've got a couple of big games coming up, obviously Roval next week as well. So they really the season's on the line.
Well,
so
they need to win one of the next two, don't they?
You're correct. They have to. Otherwise, it's going to make it very hard to make it and play finals. So expect a very big lift today from Doncaster East. I'll be keen to see those scores rolling in.
Ryan, you're in charge of this group. What are you doing? You put me here. You've got Besto building up Noble Park. You've got Ben Durner. Yesterday you had Spider building up East Burwood, mate. And here I am sitting in the middle trying not to say too much.
Well, we're going to let you have a chance because we're going to talk about Roval next.
Careful, Ray. Kate is in the van. She'll get stuck into you in a minute too.
Well, Ray, here's your chance now. We'll talk about the Roval game. Blackburn host Roval. Roval, chance they could be 3 losses in a row if they don't win today. And Blackburn have, at their best this season, have proved that they can match it with anyone in the division. And then they have, the tendency to drop off at times, and we saw that at South Croydon in patches of that game. But it's a big ask for Blackburn to knock off Roval. But for a Roval side who has come into this season coming off a flag, and it's very hard to maintain that sort of level of football. A lot of players coming in and out, a lot due to VFL listed players, but bit of pressure on them now just to be able to get back on track, get a win.
Yeah, you without a doubt. Look, at that game 2 weeks ago, Baldwin just took them completely apart. You can lose and you can lose, but you can lose and you can learn. And I believe they worked their backside off. I was surprised they didn't get up and beat South Croydon last week, but all credit goes to South Croydon because all of a sudden they're on a surge. They're playing good football as well. But today, as you say, look, no side can afford to lose 3 in a row, no matter where they are on the ladder. During the week, I know that they've been working on the deficiencies that they've had in the last 2 weeks. So let's hope that they, well, my sake anyway, let's hope that they can rectify those mistakes. Look, I think they will bounce back because I think they're a better side than what they put out there the last 2 weeks.
And they got a big in today, Ray. Tell us about it. They've got a big in today, and Curtis Flakemore. Yeah,
Curtis he's back in after he hasn't played since last year's grand final. He got through the grand final and some over-enthusiastic spectator, not me, Lee Green, it was, come and gave him a big hug on the ground afterwards and dislocated his shoulder. He had problems with it. He was ready to come back 3 weeks ago. He's been doing all the running, pre-season, everything, but they didn't bring him back. The last 2 weeks of training, they really tested his shoulder out. Pressure on it. He's passed all tests. He's going to be like Cole Martin. He's not going to set the fire on her. He's picked at centre half forward, but he is a player also that you can swing back as well as forward. So he's a big inclusion, but I'm not expecting too much for a couple of weeks from him.
No, that's right. You've got to ease yourself back into it, Jad.
Yeah, definitely. I would say for this game in particular, I've been very impressed with Blackburn. I think they're starting to get a few more focal points up forward. The
Jake Hammond back into the side this week's massive.
Definitely. I think that's something that I still trust Roval to be able to shut players like that down. I still have Roval in this game, but it is a really, really solid matchup, this one. I think we're going to learn a lot about both teams today.
Yeah, I'd tip Roval as well. I think it's at Moreton Park, so the Red Jackets will be out in force, but I think Roval will get up.
You're lucky you did, or you'd be walking home.
It's a little harsh.
Yeah, no, it's certainly
That's a long way, too, from there to Noble Park.
If I left now, I'd probably be home about all this time next week.
It's almost the longest road trip in the competition, isn't it?
You've been on that. How far?
The 41k from here, from here to Beaconfield.
41.
Wow.
And what was yesterday with
47,
Doncaster?
Doncaster to Beak is 47 kilometres.
And there's nothing bigger than that. That is the biggest.
Not in a competition, in a division, no.
All right, we'll fact check that. We'll have a look and see if there's anything bigger than that.
We'll get the ruler out on the way home.
Yeah.
1, 2.
That's right.
Is that as the crow flies? As the crow flies, or by road?
No.
Let's move on to the last game in Premier Division. Vermont take on South Croydon. A couple of weeks ago, I don't think we would have thought much about this contest, both sides struggling, but over the last 2 to 3 weeks, both clubs have been able to find some form, get some wins on the board. We saw South Croydon start that streak against Blackburn on Anzac Day, and they were really impressive. What impressed me last week is that they lost 3 very key players and were able to pull it off away from home against the reigning premiers, Jared.
Yeah, exactly. And I would say It's going to be very interesting to see how South Croydon continue with this, because I think their depth was one of the concerns that we had about them last year, and clearly it didn't necessarily trouble them last week. And I think something that I noticed from the goal scoring in that game against Roval is that it was very well spread and was quite reminiscent of Brendan Allen's Blackburn team. And so if he's bringing across that sort of, share the love mentality, I think it could bode well for a South Croydon side, even if they are starting to miss troops.
Yeah, he's brought a lot to the club so far in the opening few weeks, and we got a little bit worried coming into the year because their depth was the biggest question mark, and last year that was a problem. And they had a lot of key injuries, and Max King was one of them who missed a lot of football. And whether or not they could, because it's just inevitable that you're going to lose some players throughout the season. Every club does it. You're very, very lucky if you're able to keep your best 22 in the park for the majority of the season. So,
how good has Max King been for so long? I mean, I remember I'm going back to 2017 when they won the grand final against all odds, and Max King was ruled out on the morning of that match.
Yeah,
and we thought, oh, that's it, South
There's
Croydon
no
are
chance.
done. And they went on and won, and here he is, 8 years later. And he's still at the top of his game, still playing brilliantly.
Yeah, 100%. So, and not listed on the team sheet this week. So we're sort of looking forward to when he does come back onto the field, and it certainly makes a big difference. Brett, do you back him in? They're travelling on the road again, this time to Vermont. And Vermont, just in the last couple of weeks, they were... To be honest, when we watched them in that first quarter, that was probably as poor as we've seen them play against Roval. After that, they sort of had a bit of a wake-up call. Nielsen's come back into the side and it's made a difference. Zach Thiessen's playing some really good football. They bring back Kelkowski from suspension as well as a few others this week. So they're just starting to find some form now. If they can win this one and make it 3 in a row, you get a bit more comfortable with where they're sitting.
Yeah, I just like South Croydon. I think they're starting to find a bit of form as well. So I think, it's a tough one to call. Both sides sort of trying to work their way back into form, but I like South Croydon, and I think I'll pick them to win today.
Yeah, well, I picked South Croydon yesterday. I think this game is going to win in the aerial duels around the ground. South Croydon are a bigger, taller, stronger side in the air, and I think that's where they'll take Vermont apart, I think, kicking the ball high and long.
Yeah, and they've got Maraudder in the side, I think, this week. Jared, who's very key, and he was very impressive on Anzac Day. A few others. Daniel Cooper was obviously another big one. And then their midfield is still very strong. You've got someone like Kilpatrick, who is a big chance to win the Chandler Medal at the end of the year. We've still like what we've seen from them.
Absolutely, they've got stars on all lines, and I think that's not the criticism that we've levelled at South Croydon. Their best players are some of the best players in the league. It's all about sort of that. Brendan Allen being able to bring up that bottom six and get them to fit into a game style where they have a role and that are not necessarily relying on pure just individual talent alone and creating a systems-based way of approaching games.
And they've still got Peter Pan on the side, the guy that just never seems to age, and Dano King. I think he's going to play forever, and he's still playing well.
Yeah, well, how old is he now? He's obviously past the 300 game mark, so he's been a fantastic servant to that club and loyal. I mean, he's been a South Croydon player his entire career. So that's very rare for someone like that, so to play that many games. So congratulations to him, of course, for still being out there, really. Having a look at the Oracle's tips for Premier Division. Having a look, Balwyn to defeat Doncaster East 100-83. I think that's fair, sort of similar margin. I think we sort of think Blackburn to defeat Roval by 33 points. That would be a little bit of a surprise to win by 5 goals and would put Roval in a bit of trouble. Noble Park to defeat Nord by 25. And this one, Vermont versus South Croydon, 1 point in it, 77-76. And I could see that happening with the way the two sides have been playing at the moment. I think that will be a close one. And then East Ringwood to defeat Berwick, 77-29. So, as always, we'll have a look at the end of the days to see what the Oracles tipped right and tipped wrong. Going at 60% in Premier Division, 60% in Div 1, 73.33% in Div 2. So Maybe that's not Spider, because Eastfield haven't won too many games this year so far, so I don't think he would be on 73.
You realise we're never going to find out who the Oracle is.
No. Well, we never know. It's an unknown email address that's being sent to every week. But we're going to go to our last break here in the pre-game show. When we're back, we'll bring in the call team for all the action here between Park Orchards and Bayswater in the Eastland match of the round.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
"Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers."
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome back out here to Domeney Reserve for the Eastland Match of the Round game, and it's a big clash today. It's Park Orchards taking on Bayswater. My name is Ben Warren-Smith, and it's great to be out here in one of the best positions you can get in local football to call the football from. Perched up right on the wing here. Lee's done a great job in getting the van and everything set up for us, and we're looking forward to what should be a great game today. I remember being out here in 2018. It was the last round of the season, and these two sides met, and it was such a theatrical end to the day, wasn't it, Lee Green? Because it was a day where Park Orchards had to win, but all these other results had to go a certain way, and we were getting them in thick and fast, and I was up on the hill, and it was just amazing, wasn't it?
I cannot even remember the game. The only thing I'm going to remember is you on the hill calling out the play-by-play scores, and they were erupting. And I think we just left the camera on them at least once or twice. The game was going. Who cares about the game?
I just remember announcing at the end the Park Orchards players were coming off, and the last result had come through, and I just announced, and Park Orchards play finals, and the whole place just erupted. The players started jumping up and down. It was a great scene. So it's like it's nice to come back out here again and see these two sides at it, which we're hoping it's going to be a good game. Obviously, Park Orchards have started the season really strong. Bayswater are a strong football club, and they'll be up to the challenge today. There's no doubt about that. They've taken it up to some top sides already early in this season. The sun's out. The Dandenongs are in the background. You couldn't get more picturesque if you tried, and it's great to have Ray Baird alongside me today to call this game of footy, Raymond.
Yeah, good to be back with you, Ben. As you said, we've been out here a lot over the years. I was out here. You probably were too for the very first senior game for the club. And even at that day, we knew that this club was going to rise up to the higher divisions. No, it's great day for football. And look, the challenge is there for Bayswater. They've got nothing to lose in this game. They've got to win the game to stay in touch with the four. But it's a challenge, and Bayswater are a club that they love challenges.
Yeah, there's certainly no doubt about that, and there's always a big crowd out here at Domeney, which is great to see, and for a club that is pretty junior in the sense of how long they've been in the league, they've really come on board the EFNL in such strong numbers from the junior football club. The 19s we know have always been super strong, and they had another powerful win this morning by about 17 goals. But this football club is really up and about, and probably finds its place in the right division this year, Ray.
Yeah, you're dead right there. And look, they're very likewise to another young club in the Eastern Football League, and that's South Belgrave. And they're very similar clubs. They come from little small communities. They've got great junior sides. They want to play good football. They're both endeavouring to get to the higher divisions, and they've been a great addition, South Belgrave and Park Orchards, to the Eastern Football League.
Multitasking today is our media manager of the Eastern Football Netball League, Ryan Long. It's great to have you out here today as well, mate.
Yes, thank you, Ben. It's great to be here. The first time I've actually come down to the ground, I didn't know where it was. It's sort of hidden away from sort of the main streets out there, and I've heard a bit about it. My dad played his juniors down here before he crossed to Mitcham, and said the ground used to be terrible. It used to just be a bit of a mud patch, and they'd wear the woolen jumpers, and it'd be shocking. But looking at it right now, it's sort of a picture-perfect view for us up here on the hill. Great vantage point. They were flying as well as a club. Both their men's and women's have had strong starts to the season, and undefeated coming into this one. Great to get a chance to actually have a look at them. We didn't see them last season, of course, and for Bayswater, it's, as you said, it's the perfect opportunity just to have a crack at what is the benchmark of the division. You don't have expectations coming in that you have to win, but you've got to be able to prove that they can match it with them. Yeah, as Ray said, there's nothing sort of holding them back. It's a bit of a free hit, and it'll be interesting to see how it all plays out this afternoon. Yeah, they'll be going for 3 wins because the reserves got up by 38 points today, so well done to the Shark reserve side, development side, I should say. But as I love it on a Saturday afternoon when I'm sitting next to riding shotgun to this man, Brett Beston. It's a very good afternoon to you today, mate, and looking forward to a good game of footy.
BWS, couldn't get a better day if you tried, could you? Absolutely went out of the box today. We haven't been out here for ages, but this is superb. The ground looks in great nick, and we've got a spectacular vantage point out here today, and I think we're in for a fast, open game, obviously with the ground being in great nick, and two sides, obviously you like to move the ball, and I think we should be in for a cracking game today. But I think Park Orchards, hard to go past them with their unbeaten start, but Bayswater, you just never know.
And to tell us all about what the ground conditions are like, and if there's a breeze, but it is looking good from up here and the conditions look great, are our boundary riders this afternoon, Jared Beanland and Josh Ward. Good afternoon to you, gentlemen.
Good afternoon to you, gentlemen, as well. It's great being out here at Domeney Reserve. It's one of my favourite grounds already, and I have never been out here myself. So, pretty picturesque view that you guys have definitely got. We've got a pretty nice view up straight across, directly across to the van as the toss has just been done. Bayswater kicking to the left of your radio dial, Park Orchards to the right. The ground is in really good condition, absolutely no wind to speak of, so we should be in for a cracker. Do you want our tips?
Of course we do, mate, and you're looking great out there in amongst the kookaburras and the trees.
Just watch the snakes over behind you.
I got my eye out for them, yeah. They could come from anywhere down here. It's pretty thick.
I did jump for a second there. Park Orchards for me. I reckon they win, I'll say 4 or 5 goals. I just think they've been too good in this division, and Bayswater, they'll want to get the job done. This is a great opportunity for them, as Mark Hardy mentioned in the pre-game, to test themselves against the best, but I reckon the Sharks get the job done.
Yeah, I've got Park Orchards as well, guys. I think Bayswater will be able to limit their scoring for at least some of the game, but I think it might end up blowing out to be a 5 or 6 goal margin in the end.
Great stuff, and great spot you've got down there, boys. We'll be looking forward to crossing down to you many times throughout the afternoon. Ray, a final tip from you today?
Well, look, it seems like everyone on the media team's gone for Park Orchards, and me, I'm going to pick Bayswater.
Well, you've got a bit of a Bayswater. They play a bit of history there.
Yeah, a bit of history at Bayswater, and Mark Hardy, I saw him as a great player.
The Silver Fox.
The Silver Fox. I think you named him that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did. That's right. So I hate to think what you've named me behind my back, but anyway. No, look, I'll pick Bayswater just to be different.
Yeah, okay. And so I'm guessing by a small margin then.
I'll say 2 goals.
No worries. And Besto, you've already announced the Park Orchards will get up. What was your margin today?
What did I don't think I gave a margin, but I'm going for, I reckon, by 5 goals, to be honest.
Yeah, it seems about the right mark for me as well, Park Orchards. I'm hoping it's a close game. I hope that the teams are right in it right up until the end. It'd be good to see Bayswater get a bit of a jump here. I think that's what they need to do. I think they need to open up this first term with a couple of quick goals and just sort of have football on their terms, just catch Park Orchards a little bit off guard. But if the Sharks can get off to a flyer, there's no saying what they could do with the running out this game. But I'm going to go for the same margin. Because we need to be different, I'm going to go 28 points. Both sides are taking their position now. Of course, we heard from Josh Water, who saw the toss down there. It'll be Bayswater kicking towards the left of your radio dial, left of screen, towards the clubroom ends and the scoreboard, whilst Park Orchards will be heading out towards the Ringwood end of the ground. So all players making their way to the start, and here's Brett Beston to take us away with the first term. Enjoy the broadcast.
So Chappell against Castricum in the ruck. Big push from Chappell. He got the first hit out of the game. Ball goes to ground. It's there for Bayswater. They hurry it forward, but nicely cut off over there, and Park Orchards will be able to rebound just forward of the half-back line. Beautiful conditions out here today. And you'll be able to see if you're watching it on Facebook or YouTube. Nicely picked up there by number 38 or number 39, and Ridley gets a kick away and close to the boundary, and it is over the boundary. So we'll have a throw in.
Yeah. One crucial mistake already by Bayswater. 2 guys, Searle and Stewart, both went for the mark, and they both spoiled each other. Can't afford to do that.
So the umpire to bring the ball back into play here. So Rucks to go have it. Tap over the top that time by Woods. Couldn't quite get a little kick off the ground, and Joel Galvin came barging through. He was brought to ground. That's no easy task, and we'll have another ball up. No players to go at it again. That'll be Galvin and Woods. This time Galvin of the Bryce variety tried to tackle it out. Woods dispossessed him of the football. Little handy handball out wide. Galvin got it the handball away. I got the teams going the wrong way at the start of that, and it was all perfect until the actual direction. Park Orchards now a chance through Spiteri in the middle of the ground. Had time to compose himself. Kicks the ball inside forward 50. He was looking for Jeffs. He had 2 players to beat in that instance. Getting down, was Stipsiros. Little handball back. Park Orchards snap around the body going goalward, and it's not going to travel all the way. It's going to be marked in the last line of the fence in the waters. Little chance to reprieve here. The kick had to be good. Sertzakos couldn't quite get the mark there. It was nicely knocked over that time by Makrakanis, and over she goes for a boundary throwing. So
throwing around about the half-forward line, and Park Orchards into the ground. Just waiting for the umpire to throw it in. Be a danger of getting sunburn out here today. It's absolutely spectacular as the ball goes in, a bit inconclusive, bouncing on the ground, picked up by Cotty, but he lost control of the football. Now Park Orchards, they had it for a moment and then lost it, and now we'll have a ball up around about the half-back line. So we've had just over 2 minutes play. No score in this one yet, but you suspect it could be quite a high-scoring game with the conditions the way they are. Galvin got pushed out of the way there by Woods. Good work by him on the ground, but we won't get the ball out of there, and we'll have another stoppage. Cotty on the bottom of that. One of the key players in this Bayswater side today. Galvin takes it out of the ruck, gets a ball away, but it's all a bit inconclusive. We're going to have another stoppage, I think, because the ball is trapped on the ground. So they try and get it out, but this will be about the 3rd stoppage, and we've hardly moved, really, to be honest. Almost on the same part of the ground. Umpire to throw it up again. Up they go. Galvin might have got the tap down, knocks it down there. Another stoppage. So I wouldn't have expected such a stoppage infused game early, but it's that way at the moment as the ball is knocked out of there nicely by Woods in the ruck. Can it get out this time? Almost. Ball comes out, knocked forward there. Park Orchards, they'll go inside 50 here. They batter on under a bit of pressure, and it's going to be wrapped up on the ground there by Jeffs. No, he gets it out, did really well in the end, got it out to Hickey. Hickey floats one across the face of goal. Bouncing there is a chance for a first goal of the game, and I think it's missed. It's gone through. No, it's a goal. Not sure who that was.
I think it was Sam Heron, number
Sam
14,
Heron.
as far as I
It was
could
good
see.
work by Hickey. He got the ball back across the face of goal. Watch the replay there.
Yeah, you're right, Ray.
Yep, and it was Hickey gets the first goal of the game. So opening the scoring, Park Orchards out here at Domeney. They have the first and they lead by one straight kick to no score. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we've had 3.5.
Well deserved, Ray. They had all the territory early in that game, so it was only a matter of time with it pushing forward with the forward 50 entries.
Very interesting ball-ups around the ground. Bryce Galvin, he just stands on the ground because he's such a big body and
He's
lets the
letting-
others try and jump over him. That's right. Just bodies them out of the contest.
So Castricum will go up in the ruck this time. He got over the top there of Chappell that time, but the clearance comes to the Sharks. Inside forward 50 they go. The kick just couldn't quite hit the target. Little kick off the ground. That time by Declan Woods, and over the boundary line she goes for a boundary throwing 50 metres out from the Park Orchards goal line. Sun shining out here at Domeney Reserve. Get down here if you can. Great game of football. By throws it down. Quick kick there by Prunty. Inside forward 50. Which way's this one going to land? It might come out down to Cotty. Couldn't quite pick the football up. Prozenak was there. Little handball over the back. That was good. Back to Prunty. Gets it in towards the middle of the ground. Poe was in there. He was on hands and knees. Little link-up handball. That was good by Price Inglis. Inside forward 50 they go, the Sharks. But being in front, doing a nice job there was Benny Searle. He's had one of the most interesting haircuts going round for a number of years, but he's elected to go the smart option and shave it all off. And he switches the target there. And Sertzikos.
He was blonde a couple of weeks ago, I think.
Yeah, he loves to change it up. There's no doubt about that. As Purton drives the ball out of that defensive zone over the top there of Murray's head. He had a teammate in their support, and that was Hasbrook. Got the handball out wide. This is good play. Lewis on the right boot. A scrambly kick, though, but it's chopped off by Sam Heron, who kicked the first goal of the game.
So Sam Heron looks up to see who he can kick to. Not too much hidden forward of the ball at the moment. The umpire sees play on. But Sam just, now what have we got? It's a free kick, might be a 25, is it?
The umpire not in control, gave
it's
a
going
free
to Bayswater.
kick. Yeah,
okay.
gave a free kick down the other end of the
We're
ground.
all confused. So Murray gives it off, but the kick has been smothered. Going back to pick it up there is Cotty. Gets a handball away, puts his teammate under a bit of pressure. Now they shift it down the far side. It's Treby getting a kick forward, inside 50, but it's easily cut off by the big man, Josh Chappell. And a bit of a scungy kick, but he manages to find a teammate. They get it out nicely. Here they come, quick transfer. It's going to be a fast open game if it continues like this. Here's Park Orchards off halfback again. They kick it out towards the wing. Nice mark taken over there by Woods. Woods looks around to see who he can kick to. Taking his time. Just measures one down the line, trying to hit a target. But mark is taken. Is it? No, it's been spilled over there. Snap from Prosnick. It was the captain. And what's it gone? Just have to wait and see. Mark taken right on the goal line by Price Inglis. So it's going to be an absolute gimme, this one. I think even I could kick this one, and that's saying something. So absolute sitter for Price Inglis, and he pokes it through. So second goal of the day for Park Orchards. But put that one down to Michael Prosnak, and Park Orchards out to 2 straight. It's a no score. We've had 6 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Under a lot of pressure, that Bayswater back defence 6 there at the moment, but I think that might be a sign of the afternoon.
Well, they're just having trouble clearing it out of that back half. They don't look confident moving the ball forward, so we'll certainly see how that plays out.
Cross down boundary side to Jared Beanland.
Very quickly, we've just got a jumper change. Angus Howie for Bayswater. He was going to be coming in wearing the number 16. Instead, he's wearing the number 43.
Love your work, Jared, as the umpire throws the ball back up in the middle. It was a fresh air shot by both players. Going after it again, and they're getting the clearance again. So they're doing this well early in the first term, Park Orchards, but Bayswater across the half back line have the numbers. Here's Sertzikos. He's had a bit of the football early, but the ball's been down. They got it away to Searle. He was crunched in a tackle by Makrakanis, and the umpire's going to pay a push in the back for that. So just a little bit crude, a little bit hard. And so Searle will go backwards, so they'll try and start a switch here, and he's done well because he's spotted up Lewis, who'll go into the middle. Mark's been taken there by Hasbrook. On the right boot now, switches it out wide, right towards our boundary riders, over the top of that time of Kruger. He had to beat one player, but he couldn't do that as they link up in handball, the Sharks, and go up towards the half-forward line. Scrambly kick, though, straight down the throat of Damien Murray. And he'll take his time here. Struggled to have eyes forward a bit here, Bayswater, so they're constantly looking for the switch, and this time he's kicked it straight into the man on the mark, so he's put himself under a lot of pressure. Handball backwards to Searle. So once again, they create that little switch, and they're going to get out of danger here as the kick goes out. And it was a free kick downfield, but Stewart took the mark anyway. Squeezed a kick straight down the throat, though. Prozenak's throw, who wastes no time. Back inside forward 50. He was looking for Price Inglis that time. In fact, it was Livingston who was there. He did really well. Livingston got the handball away. Handball over the top. They've done well in numbers here. Getting around nicely. Here's Prunty on the left. And Prunty, can he squeeze it home? No, he can't. He pushes it to the left-hand side, and another minor score goes on the board. They've had all the scoring here early in this first term, the Park Orchard side, and the 8.5-minute mark on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. They are 2-1-13. Bayswater yet to score.
A real bad turnover there by Stewart of Bayswater that gave the Park Orchards the opportunity to score.
So he should have kicked a goal there, really. Park Orchards up. Be disappointed as the mark is taken in the middle of the ground, and they'll have a chance to come back. Put forward on the boot by Allen, and he finds him. This is all just a bit easy going inside 50 for Park Orchards. And they're going to get another opportunity here. That was just too easy. So Bayswater need to try and get themselves into this game because they're under a bit of pressure at the moment. This is Ridley. He's going to go back and take it. Just sorting himself out with his socks and his laces, and he'll be getting the hair gel out in a minute.
Cool first name. Tig.
So it's Ridley. He's going to have a crack. Chance for the third goal of the afternoon, kicking from just on the arc. Strikes it pretty well, left footer, and he's off target though.
Boundary.
In fact, he's missed everything.
You failed on that one, Besto. It was the worst kick ever.
I was trying to will it through as we go down to the boundary. Here's Jared Bean.
Something that we're noticing quite clearly at ground level is that Park Orchards definitely have the taller players. They're really dominating the air at the moment. They just seem to be of bigger stature than Bayswater.
Thanks very much, Jared. They just can't get it past that half-back line at the moment.
Partly due to the pressure of Park Orchards, the way they've set up.
Oh, without a doubt, as they're going to go forward once again. You would think the Sharks, little handball over the top, looking for Jeffs. Series of handballs, trying to find Prozenak, who couldn't quite trap it. A squaring up kick, goes out, and the high flyer that time there was Poe. Got a timely handle on it. The kick goes out wide, though. Sertzikos takes the mark across the defensive arc, and the handball goes. They're just putting each other under a lot of pressure here. Scott couldn't quite get the handball, but copped one high. And take that one every day of the week. It was there. It was softish, but it was there. Don't go backwards. Eyes forward. You've got to go forward. As the kick goes out wide, it was just the required distance, and he's found Treby. So Treby now trying to square up a kick in the middle of the ground. It might be Lux of Fortune as a little handball. Liz is going to go find the teammate there in white. Backwards to go forwards again. They're just trying to find their targets. Gets scooting around there was Treby. Kick it straight into the man on the mark. The pressure by the Sharks is fantastic at the moment. Woods almost threw it away, but the umpire said it was okay. Here's Prunty. He's had a bit of it early in the quarter. Kicks it in towards the forward line. Having two players to beat. There was Leeson. Getting back at timely. There was Stewart. Fell over at the crucial stage, but picked himself up. Little handball over the top. It comes out towards white. They're under a lot of pressure here. They're still going backwards on the right foot. Dean, he's got to hit a target with this one, Dean, and he does that. Bryce Galvin comes out and takes the mark. They're still in the defensive arc, Besto.
And so Bayswater get it out for now, but you wonder for how long. In the hands of Poe, goes across the ground, finds a teammate safely on the far side. You can see the spectators shielding the eyes over there as the sun comes out. Good mark. It's back to Poe again. So Poe hesitates. Just need to put it forward. They're just a little bit hesitant coming out of defence at the moment. So Poe now he puts it onto the boot and kicks to about half forward. Is someone going to get a mark in there? Oh, it's almost grabbed, but it's been gone. It's gone to ground. Backed up over there by Cridlin as we go down to the boundary.
I don't know if you guys saw it before, but Ben Searle has come hobbling off the ground, so we'll keep a close eye on that one.
Oh, that's a big loss if he's out of the game, but it's just a corky, so we won't write him off just yet. Umpire to throw it in. Gets it nice and high. Chappell works his way to the front spot, but it was nicely won there by Castricum. But not clear, and the umpire says we'll have another ball up. So just on the edge of the 50-metre line. First time Bayswater have been down here. They need to get something for their efforts. So as the ball is bouncing around all over the place, slapped forward by Haythorn. On the ground, Chappell's in there as well. Laced the tackle. I wouldn't want to be on the bottom of a Josh Chappell tackle. He's a big man. And we'll have another ball up. So umpire just play. What's everyone's obsession with socks tonight? So up it goes again. Galvin gets the tap that time. Bayswater in possession of the football, but they can't get it out. And
What's the obsession with socks today?
Oh, everybody seems to be pulling their socks up today. It's like when you're at school and the teacher says, pull your socks up.
So we're across the half-forward line, which we haven't really been too much, as Bayswater looked for a chance to go forward. In the front spot there was Chappell, but well done by Galvin. Dumps it on his boot, goes right to the top of the goal screen. It's half the strength. It has the length. It has everything. 6 points on the board. Bayswater, that's an early contender for the Tobin brothers' goal of the day. Big Bryce Galvin, one of the favourite sons down at Bayswater, thumps one home from just outside 50, and a timely one at that. One straight 6 they are, Bayswater, trailing by 7 points to Park Orchards 2-1-13 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Yeah, just a little bit of reward for Bayswater. They finally got it up there into their 4-50, but prior to that, they just started to control the football a little bit more, and they started hitting their targets, which they weren't doing in the first 10 minutes of the game.
Boundary.
So let's head down to the boundary with Jared.
Yeah, Ben Searle, who came hobbling off, looked like a right ankle injury. My guess is that he just rolled it because he's come right back onto the ground, he's run it out, and he's out there now.
Oh, he's a tough man. One out of the middle there by Castricum, ball on the ground, and the umpire says eventually I think we're going to have a secondary ball up. So Bayswater really needed that goal. Yeah. But one of the few insertions inside 50, and they got the goal, so they'll be delighted because it's been all really Park Orchards at the other end as they win the ball out of the clearance and they hurry it forward to about the half-forward line. Ball bouncing around. Still, there's the man that we were just talking about. So trying to sock it off the ground there was Vapons.
Great tackle.
Terrific tackle over there. And that was... not sure who that was, but anyway, tackle was made over there.
Livingston.
Livingston it was too, so we'll have another ball up far side. So back down the Park Orchards end where we've spent most of the game. Umpire to throw it up. Chappell goes up against with Galvin in the ruck that time. Ball comes down, nicely worked out there by Rumble. And the umpire says play on. Back into the contest again, Park Orchards. Can they clear it out of here? No at the moment. And there's that man Rumble again.
It's the fourth time their kick's been smothered by a Park Orchards player. They've done it quite a few times. It's just that ball use at the moment that...
It has been, so up it goes. Chappell throws his man out of the way, gets the hit out, but it's been cleared, almost cleared by Galvin out of there. Just can't get it clear from these stoppages. It's we're going to get another stoppage. In fact, free kick this time.
Non-officiating umpire paying that one.
He fell into it.
Umpire's found something, so it's a free kick and Bayswater to bring it out of defence.
So here's Joel Galvin. Talk about favourite sons. On the right boot, kicks it up to the wing position. Wasn't one of his best. Getting in the right spot there was Matty Hayhorn. They'll link up now. Spiteri on the right boot, up towards the middle of the ground. The mark has been done well. They're good at moving the ball really fast here, aren't they, Park Orchards? As Keppel went after it again. Strong tackle over the top by Dean. Umpire's going to come in and bounce this one. Just inside the centre square here out at Domeney Reserve. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. 98.1 Radio Eastern is streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. Going up earlier that time was Woods. Little knock backwards, but that's okay as it comes out towards Spiteri. Squeezed up a kick. Mark's been taken by Sam Heron, who kicked the first goal this afternoon. On the right boot, straight up towards the middle of the ground. It was up towards centre half forward. Couldn't quite take the mark that time. There was Schmidt.
Boundary.
And we'll have a ball up as we go boundary side.
Wind's starting to slightly pick up going towards the left of the radio dial to the scoreboard end for Bayswater.
Bayswater with the early wind advantage here. It's not helping them so far as Park Orchards look to go forward in towards the pocket. Livingston out in front. And he comes out and takes a strong mark at difficult angle. In fact, it was Kane Keppel, another big man down there. And we'll be right behind him for this kick. So he's going to have a ping. It's a difficult shot here at Park Orchards to have because the ball traditionally goes right to left. So we'll see how this one he'll work this one, whether he goes the banana or starts. It's getting a few bit of advice from the boys over the fence there. Sure he's taking it all on board as well as he comes in now. Kane Keppel on the right boot does just that, floats across the face of goal, still in the danger zone. It's sat up, little fist away there at that time by Searle. Comes out, handball. They've still got the numbers. They just move it so quickly by hand. It's quite freaky to watch as Scott got dispossessed of the football. Charging in there was Livingston, brought to ground. He was going nowhere. Quickly wrapped up by John Stewart. Will have a ball up, left forward pocket.
That was some good play there by that defence of Bayswater. There was 2 or 3 players that got the ball and looked like they were going to break clear, but then they were tackled.
So Bayswater hanging on here as they try and get this ball out of the defensive area. That missed by Kane Keppel. He'll be disappointed, actually. Kicked 19 so far this season, so he's normally a good kick, but just couldn't quite get the accuracy on that occasion as we have another ball up.
10 of those goals coming in that round 1 contest against Mooroolbark too.
So the knockout there by Castricum as it's hurried forward to about the middle of the ground. reaching over the top there. Park Orchards have got it again. Another inside 50. I'd love to see that stat early on. Ball goes through the hands there of Stewart. He tried to get the mark and he's tackled on the ground. And the umpire says we'll have, you guessed it, another ball up.
It's just putting so much pressure on this back six at the moment. It's constant at forward 50 entries, and they just haven't had a chance to have a breather at the moment.
And so up it goes. It's one out of the ruck and a little snap for goal, but it's not going to get the job done because it's going to probably go out. Still chasing, but happy to see it out. And we'll have a throw it in the left forward pocket in the Park Orchards forward 50.
Shout out to Ben Searle's dad, Darren, who used to be a member of the EFL media team back in the day. I'm sure he's watching this afternoon. Good afternoon to you, Darren. As the umpire throws the ball back in, Castricum got the knockdown. Galvin was in there, brought to ground. You were going to say, Ray?
No, it's all right. I don't know.
Okay.
you interrupted me.
That was like me last week.
I'll try not to do it again, old mate.
That's
As the umpire throws it up, you can steal it straight out of the ruck, and going to do much when you're quickly gang tackled by Dean and co. We'll have another ball up 20 metres out from the Park Orchards goal line, leading this game by 7 points. It feels like they probably should have a little bit more of a lead.
Yeah.
They have dominated the play early in this game. It's almost in time on too in this first term as Galvin of the Joel variety. A little scrambly kick out. It's not going to go too far. Prunty was there. He went back, squaring up. A kick goes in towards the middle of the ground. They could raffle at Woods or Livingston. That time neither of them took a mark. Livingston got a little throwaway. The umpire said it was okay. It came out. Magnano got the right kick up towards the half-forward line. They really like to move the ball on quickly, don't they? Hickey slams it on his left boot and around the corner he goes, and to no avail. Back and taking a good mark. Just in the nick of time, and he's almost run down Lewis. Jeez, it was risky, wasn't it? And he just didn't get the purchase on it because it's now being chopped off in the middle of the ground. Left boot now by Allen. Slams it inside forward 50. Searle comes out, had eyes only for the football and takes a strong mark. Another chance to relieve for the Waters.
So they need to be accurate here, bringing the ball out of defence. They have turned it over, and I've just spoken too soon because they've kicked it out. Galvin trying to get in there and rescue the situation. They really have looked shaky coming out of defence, and in the end, Rumble is happy to see it out. They're making it hard for themselves, Bayswater, with these disposals coming out of defence. As the umpire to throw it in far side, around about the half-forward line in Park Orchards territory where it's been for most of the game. Knocked down there by Woods, and we'll have a ball up as Prosnak makes the tackle.
Some scores around the grounds. Norwood 4-2-26, Bulls 1-1-7.
Early days. So Marto hasn't got into the game yet. We've just gone into time on, 13-6, and hopefully the game opens up a wee bit because it's been very stoppage-based so far, despite the nice conditions out here. And the umpire to throw it up again. Coming from a long way back was Woods. Got high, got the tap down, and Galvin takes it on the ground of the Joel variety, and we'll have another ball up.
The worry is, Besto, I think when it opens up, it could be Park Orchards putting on a fair bit of that scoreboard.
Could be
Bayswater
right.
just haven't had any options.
Up it goes again. It was knocked down there by Castricum, and I'm getting a bit sick of these stoppages. In fact, it's a free kick this time, and it's going the way of Joel Galvin, so a chance for Bayswater to get something going.
So Galvin, little poke, which is okay. Finds Cotty on the right boot. Inside forward 50, he goes. About 25 metres out. Bouncing football out towards the Poe direction, but it's scooted on a little too quickly. Leonard was there, and over she goes right underneath the Bendigo Bank scoreboard out here, which shows a 7-point lead to the home side. 2-1-13 to 1 straight 6. And the Dominarians on the hill out there. They're enjoying the sunshine and a few cans, there's no doubt, as Poe takes it from the stoppage on the right boot, and they're going to bring this one back. It's going to be a free kick from the stoppage here, and it'll go the way of Bryce Galvin by the looks of things. And he might be having a shot from about 35 metres out, Ray.
Yeah, and they're called dominoes, Ben, up on the hill. Not the Marias, whatever you called it.
I have no idea
The
what you
sign,
guys
the sign says Dominarians.
Yeah,
right?
I call them dominoes.
Yeah, right. I'm like, can I not read? But
I think he's just hungry for pizza
Wait,
for some reason.
Well, you give me a position in a caravan, I can't even see the scoreboard.
Oh, excuses. There's no excuses for Bryce Galvin to put this one through.
Yeah.
That's 2 goals for him, and all of a sudden, Bayswater are back within a point.
Interesting, Ray. They've had probably 2 inside 50s, and they've been able to kick 2 goals, where Park Orchards have had north of 10 and only had 2 goals themselves.
Yeah, their efficiency once they get it in there, but they've got to get it in there, that's right. Look, all in all, I think Bayswater at this stage would be quite happy with the quarter. They've held Park Orchards to only a couple of goals, and let's face it, 80% of the ball's been in the forward 50 for Park Orchards.
Well, once they get Ben White and a few others in the midfield to really get going, get some clearances forward, suddenly, it opens up.
Well, I think quite happy is an understatement. I'd be absolutely delirious if I was Mark Hardy. They've spent most of the time on defence, and yet we come towards the end of this quarter and they're only a point down. Good point, though, because White had 42 disposals last week and we haven't seen much of him. But he'll work his way into the game, I'm sure, as the umpire throws it up. Up they fly. One there by Castro, come out of the ruck. Now the ball is going to go forward. More nicely stuffed off there by Hasbrook. Hasbrook gets the kick out wide, trying to find a target. There's not too much to kick to out there. Mostly Park Orchards players, and it goes out of bounds. In fact, just near the Park Orchards dugout as well.
In the pre-game, Mark Hardy's told us to keep an eye out for Paul Hasbrook, and he's had a lot of the football so far. He's played a good quarter.
So, umpire to throw it in over there. Imagine if Bayswater can pinch a late one here and get themselves in front. Castricum got the head out. Picked up there by Price Inglis, one of the experienced men on this Park Orchard side. Haven't seen a lot of him so far in the match, but I'm sure he'll work his way into it as well. Umpire to throw it up again. Up it goes. It's one out of the middle there. Bit of an little draw in the ruck, and we're going to have another stoppage. So... too much happening.
Just some scores around the grounds. Knox lead Oakley District 5-1-31 to 4-2-26.
Pye throws it up and comes out now. They've got the numbers. The Sharks has slammed the kick in towards the middle of the ground, but taking a nice mark that time there was White. Got it to Searle, switched it across. Here's Sertzakos on the right boot now. He got bumped as he kicked it, but he had some time. But the timely bounce for Treby wasn't there, but he picked himself up and laid a good tackle. But Park Orchard still do have the numbers. Linking up in handball, Livingston had to turn into a tackle. Searle's letting him go nowhere. And over the boundary line she goes. Shout out to Ray Bahaja, who came in and took our burger order during this first quarter. Yes. Love getting looked after here out at Domeney Reserve. Yep. Been around the club a long time, Ray.
Yeah, just a few fumbles there by Bayswater at certain stages that cost them then.
Came down Poe, going nowhere. Keppel right on his hammer. Restart.
Around the ground, Sylvan lead Warrandyte 3-1-19 to Warrandyte 2-3-15.
Rucks go at it. Chappell over the back. There's a lot of players around this footy, so it's going to be tough to get it out. Price Inglis came barging through. He's kicked a goal in this opening term, and we will have another ball out. 65 metres out from the Sharks goal line. 24, make that 25 gone now in the first term. So there won't be too long left. Little handball by Jeffs over the top. It was chopped off. Nicely done there by Poe, who's been lively in this first term. Up towards the half-forward line, but to no avail. Sam Allen was there to chop that off. Got a short option there in Spiteri. That's ignored. Instead, he's going to wind up on that big left foot, and he thumps the ball inside 50. A big fly over the back. Couldn't pull the mark down there in Ridley as the siren sounds to announce quarter time out here. It was low scoring by both sides. Park Orchard seemed to dominate with a lot of time spent in their forward 50, but they're going with the most slenderest of leads here at the first change. 2-1-13 on the Bendigo Bank score, but they lead by 1 point. Bayswater 2 straight 12. Bayswater have a multiple goal kicker. That is Bryce Galvin, who kicked an absolute pearler to start off their run, and a one very late, while singles to Sam Heron and Jacob Price Inglis. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast on 98.1 Radio Eastern, and of course streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. 1 quarter down, 3 to go. Keep us up to date with all those scores as we bring you those important ones as you go local for your football right after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. feel good about who you bank with, try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Well, the Eastland match of the round's out at Domeney Reserve today. A big clash between Park Orchards and Bayswater. It's a close one so far. We like these ones. 2-1-13, the Sharks to 2 straight 12 Bayswater. And around the grounds, we've got some scores, Ryan Long.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just eating my burger that Park Orchards have delivered at quarter time. A great service down here, but some scores around the grounds. Baldwin lead Doncaster East 3-4-22 to 1 behind. Norwood at quarter time lead Noble Park 4-3-27 to 2-2-14. Vermont leads South Croydon 3-2-20 to 2 straight 12. Jumping into Division 1 now, some of the results at the moment. It's Beaconsfield 4-1-25 leading the Sharks 1-4-10. Mitcham lead North Ringwood by 4 points, 2-5-17 to 2-1-13. Mooroolbark and Montrose all tied at 2-3-15 apiece. Jumping into Division 2 now, some results out here. Croydon lead 4-5-29 to the Lions 1-3-9. The Basin at quarter time lead 3-1-19 to 2-1-13 Ringwood. Waverley Blues, the hot start 4-2-26 to Liddell 1 behind. Division 3, as we said just before, Knox lead Oakley District by 5 points, and that game actually is tied up now at 5-2 apiece. Sylvan lead Warrandyte 3-2-20 to 2-4-16. Coldstream 2-2-14 to Furniture Gully 1-2-8, and that is all we've got at the moment. So if you're around the grounds, make sure to keep us updated on what's happening this round. Another big round here for Love the Game.
Great stuff there, Ryan Long. Ray Baird, the Bayswater half backline and full backline working overtime there, but they were efficient when as he just walked out of the caravan. He just literally walked out of the caravan.
He heard your question too, and he didn't want a bar of it.
Yeah, so I'll just answer my own one. Look, it just seems like they are working overtime, the back line of Bayswater at the moment, and hats off to the forward line pressure and the midfield pressure from Park Orchards, just keeping the ball in there. But well done to Bayswater. They're making the most of their opportunities when they go forward, Ryan.
Yeah, 100%. They've just been locked in that back half the whole time. So the ball use out has not been great at times, but that is due to the pressure of Park Orchards, and they've really set up well behind the ball, so they're making it quite difficult for Bayswater. But once they get their opportunities, they've made the most of them. So if they can start winning a few more clearances and getting the ball inside 50 a little bit more, suddenly they'll look much more confident going forward in this game. As
Boundary.
We go boundary with Jared Beanland, who has one of the coaches with him.
I've got Mark Hardy, coach of Bayswater. Mark, what was the message to the boys at quarter time?
I think we were just very fumbly early, a lot of turnovers early. Took us a little while to get into it. I think after the first 15 minutes, started evening itself out. It wasn't a bad quarter.
You spent a bit of time with the midfielders during that quarter time. What was the message specifically to them?
I think we have to be a bit more man on and not allow those guys to run through the stoppages. They're way too good for that, so hopefully they can tighten up.
Awesome. Good luck for the rest of the game.
Thank you very much to Jared Beelan with the Silver Fox. Mark Hardy. Let's go down to Josh Ward, who was boundary side with Paris Harvey and the Sharks.
Yeah, and they were pretty happy with that first quarter, but they just want to move the ball quicker in transition and look to go deep to their tall targets, and for their small forwards to be at the feet of those tall targets during this second quarter. He wasn't too impressed with their shallow entries that last quarter.
Thank you very much to Josh. Here's Brett Beston, who's just destroyed a burger with no tomato.
So the ball went out of the middle. Prosnick was there, but it went past him. Don't like tomato. As the ball goes out, beautifully picked up over there by Cotty, gets a handball back inside to a teammate. They've turned it over though, and this is dangerous. They'll come forward, Park Orchards, but now they've turned it over. It was number 6 in Murray. Ball goes back there. They've managed to survive here. That's a good kick. And they'll switch it across the half-back line out wide and finding a target in number Sertzakos. So Sertzakos looks around for someone to kick to. Decides to go short. It's not a very good kick, excuse me. It's Bagano who's picked it up. And they look all at sea here. Park Orchards are under, Bayswater under a lot of pressure as they go up the line, and that's going to be out on the full.
Boundary.
And we'll have a free kick as we go down to the boundary.
That passage of play specifically would have killed Mark Hardy right there. That's exactly what he was talking about. That transition out of their back line has been really, really poor, and that epitomised that.
So Price Inglis gets it forward now. It'd be a good time to go to Ben Warren Smith with a mouthwater hamburger as the ball goes. And it's gone through. What's that one? That's just behind.
Yep.
So 1 point, and the score will increase by 1. So still pretty tight out here.
Boundary.
2-2-14 to 2-12 as we go back down to the boundary.
And that's something that Paris Harvey would be happy with. They didn't. They went deep, and obviously they didn't get the goal, but it still resulted in the score.
So free kick on the far side for Poe. He was good on that first quarter, had quite a bit of the footy. Looks up, tries to find a teammate, goes short, cut off nicely there by Cotty. He was also pretty good on that first term. Now Cotty goes inside 50. Can he find a target? It's batted away there, but it still could be full for them. In the ground they're trying to pick it up was Treby. Now the ball comes out and they've got it back, Bayswater, so they'll go inside 50 again. So good start for them to this term. If they could pinch an early one here, be massive for them. It's White with the ball. Of course, all those disposals last week. He's been a bit quiet so far, but I'm sure he'll get into the game. And it's a free kick going the way of Bayswater, and it's going to be Doffy. Or I think it's how you say his name.
Or Duffy.
Duffy. I was going to say, is he French or is he...
We'll go with Duffy.
Yeah, we'll go with Duffy. All right, so he's going to go around the body here, around the corner-style kick, which is pretty much in vogue these days. This will be a good one, though, if he gets it. It'd be an early contender for the Tobin brothers goal of the day, and he just misses. So through for a minor score. It was a big ask, to be honest. And Bayswater get their first score of the second term, and they trail by a point. 2-2-14 to 2-1-13. Bendigo back scoreboard, 2 gone.
A big improvement already in this quarter by Bayswater. They've had a lot of the football.
Spiteri with the kick in, straight over the top. Searle will be the player for Bayswater at the back. A quick little handball over the top. Ball does stay alive, but it's going nowhere. Brought to ground quickly. Sertzakos, and we'll have a ball up. About 70 metres out from the Bayswater goal lines. Trailing by that same point that they were at quarter time. Both teams hitting the scoreboard just with the minor early in this second term. 3 minutes gone. Just slowing down a little bit. So underneath the sunshine, the umpire throws it up. Going up Chapel, basically unattended that time, and knocked it straight over the boundary line and out of bounds. So it'll be a free kick the way of Bayswater. There was a bit of shepherding given in the ruck contest, so Bryce Galvin, the big man, beautiful kick of the football, Bryce, as always, in towards the hot spot. Getting down there was Hasbrook, couldn't quite get the ball, he overran at that time, sorry, it was Treby, and a free kick has been paid holding the football, and it'll be Bayswater to have a shot on goal about 40 metres out. Well done there that time by Josh Treby.
Yep. Very impressive Bayswater so far in this short second quarter that we've already had. They look a lot more confident when they got the football than what they did in the first quarter.
Yeah, making some smarter choices by foot.
Yep.
So Treby, played a number of years now. Thrown his mouth guard on the ground. Some players like it in the sock. Some people like to chew it. Some people like to throw it away. So here's Treby for the first opportunity for Bayswater to get in front today. Comes in now, he'll kick from 40. Kicks it long, kicks it straight over the goal umpire's head. That's a beautiful kick, and they draw first blood in this second term, and they hit the lead. Ray Baird on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, a 5-point lead now to Bayswater, 3-1-19. Park Orchards 2-2-14.
Yeah, as I just said, so far this quarter, they're really up and about Bayswater.
Boundary.
And look, apart from that first quarter, the first half of that first quarter, they were all at sea. But even towards the end of that first quarter, they looked a little bit better, and they stopped that flow that Park Orchards had in the early part of the game, and now they've hit the lead, and let's see if they can go on with it.
Let's pop down to the boundary.
And it's some of those key players such as Ben White, Ben Searle and Joel and Bryce Galvin, they're getting early touches as well, getting them back into the contest.
And so just for interest's sake, Treby's goal is his 10th of the season, so he's had plenty of it so far this year, and he gets the first one of his, or first one for him today as the ball goes over the top. Park Orchard's in a bit of under a bit of pressure. They get it out of their defensive 50. Castricum goes high, but he can't take the mark. Ball bouncing around over there. Take it on the ground there was Ridley. Ball spills out, and Bayswater going to come forward again, but it's cut off nicely over there by Prunty. And here come Park Orchards. It's been Bayswater pretty much have had the better of the start of this term. Punch forward to about the centre of the ground. Little handball out there. Now they sweep it down the far side. Battered forward over there. I just lost control of it at the crucial stage. That looked promising for Bayswater, but they just couldn't keep control. And the ball's gone out on the far side of the ground for a throw-in. But right about the half-forward line, so they're in good position.
And pressure's been much better too. They forced Park Orchards into a 2-on-3
Up it
in
goes.
favour of Bayswater.
Yep. Sorry, Ryan. Chappell gets the hit out. It's on the ground there, but the tackle comes in nicely. Good one from Bayswater, and they'll force a stoppage inside 50 again. Higgins the tackler on that occasion. Umpire to throw it up.
6 minutes gone here in the second term as we're once again in that Bayswater forward zone, seems to be where the ball's hanging around this afternoon early in this game. As a quick kick out by Heron. Tried to spot up his teammate there in Macrocanis, who got the handball out wide looking for Jeffs. He was bustled out of it and over the boundary line. It goes right near the Bayswater dugout.
Around the grounds, Bronya lead Heathmont at quarter time, 6-1-37 to 3 behinds.
That's a big start there by the Hawks as the umpire throws it in. Chappell worked his way to the front, got it 2 hands on it. Little knock over the top there by Prunty. It's going to trickle towards the boundary line. Well done by Ben White for Bayswater. Kept it alive. Chopped off by Prozanak, who spun her in a pirouette and got a kick away, but it straight down the throat of John Stewart, who got back and took the mark with the sun in his eyes. So he'll load up now and kick it back towards that half-forward line. Oh, and a big fly and a strong mark has been taken out there by Park Orchards. Couldn't quite see who it was. Apologies for that one as a kick goes across to Batiri. Bryce Inglis takes it in the middle, and now they're off to the races on the right boot. The kick goes up towards the half-forward line. Couldn't quite hit the target in Macrocanis, who hit the deck. Had an opponent dive on the top of him. He was going absolutely nowhere. Gets a little hand up from his opponent too, which is always nice to see. A little bit of camaraderie against the opposition sides as Galvin used his body nicely in the ruck contest. Got the quick kick away, but it was an average one because Heron was there to chop it off. Not too sure if that went the required distance. Not even sure if it was paid the mark in the end, but he kicked it out wide. Macrocanis takes it across the half-forward line. They're 2 kicks from home, you would think, Park Orchards, unless he goes back and gives this one a fair old roost, which is exactly what he's going to do now. He's going to kick it right to the hot spot over the back there. It hits a few players' hands, maybe kept alive there by Jeffs. Did he keep it alive? He did keep it alive. No, snapped by Smead through for one behind it was because it did hit the line. And Bendigo Bank scoreboard shows a 4-point lead to Bayswater as we cross the 8-minute mark of this second term. 2-3-15, the home side Park Orchards, 3-1-19 Baysy.
So Bayswater to bring the footy back in. Little short kick from Lewis out towards his teammate, finds him in the back pocket. So they'll work it out of defence. It's been a terrific start to this quarter by Bayswater. Having said that, they've turned it over. The Moz strikes again. Little switch across. I do that all the time. Bouncing around over there. Park Orchards looking to come back inside 50. Hickey bats it into his own advantage. Now he gets a funny little kick into the pocket. Mark not taken. And they'll be happy to see it over the line from number 18 and Stewart. And we'll have a throw in the left forward pocket.
Right near the dominoes.
The dominoes.
Oh dear. So I'm going to throw it in. It's been a good battle on the ruck today. Chappell against the big man in Castricum. Here it is bouncing around over there. Park Orchards trying to get hands on it, but Bayswater for the moment take possession. The crowd screaming for something, but it's gone out of bounds. And the umpire says, well, there's a bit of how's your father going on here, a bit of pushing and shoving. But it's all handbags at 10 paces because nothing going on. And the umpire says we'll have a throw in.
Around the grounds, Mitcham 5-5-35, North Ringwood 3-2-20.
So in it goes. Good long throw that time right to the back. Trying to win it on the ground there was Keppel. And the ball comes out, and here's Bayswater to come off half-back. Scungy will kick up the line. It's been marked, and they'll go inside 50 off the boot of Leonard. Can they get a mark inside? There's plenty of Bayswater defenders back there. Bounce. One of the Park Orchards players got pulled out of the way. Umpire said play on, though, as the ball is there. And Bayswater again hurried out of defence. Almost panic stations, but it's going to come straight back, you would think. Park Orchards have it on the boot, going back inside 50, but plenty of Bayswater defenders there. It's all a bit scrappy at the moment. Now they'll get it out, Bayswater, and they should be able to find a target this time, and they've overcooked it. but they'll have possession, and in fact that'll be a stoppage, I'd say, around about the half-back line, but Bayswater under tons of pressure.
First update from Moreton Park, 2-4-16 Blackburn to 5-1-31 Rowville.
Pye throws it up, fresh air shot from both players. Chappell tried to get a little boot on it. Galvin fell over, he fell over. They all came tumbling down as the umpire throws the ball up now, about 70 metres out from goal. Park Orchards, they're trying to get something to work here, but they're going to have to do it again because White's little kick in the middle, it was a scrambly one. It really had no advantage to it. Charging through, though, was Magnano. He was the player that took that ripper mark earlier as he kicks it right to the top of the goal square. The foot race is on. Scott wants to see it go through for a minor score. Scott will see that go through for a minor score. And that'll be their fifth, I believe. No, their fourth. 2-4-16 to 3-1-19. 3-point margin.
I don't think Paris Harvey would be very happy this quarter with the way the ball is being entered into their forward 50. They're just bombing it in there and hoping.
Kick came out. Treby couldn't take the mark, but he did really well on the second effort to win possession. Got the kick across, looking for Kruger, who got pushed over the line. And is it an out of bounds or is it a free kick going the way of Kruger?
Throw-in, I think.
Boundary throw-in, so right underneath the canteen and barbecue area. Don't worry, Boundary boys, we've looked after you. You've got a burger coming your way at half-time. As the umpire to bring the ball back in. Galvin in the front spot, did well, paddled it to himself, had no one in the front though there to help him, so he had to go after it again, the big man. Caused the stoppage. Chappell was in there as well. The big man getting down and dirty a little bit today, which is good to see.
Boundary.
Let's cross down to Josh Ward.
Well, I've already had one of those burgers actually, so...
That's right, we'll have it then.
That's the last time I do that, I can tell you. As a kick goes out. A little handball that time. Nicely done there by Allen. Got the handball away. The kick goes in towards the danger zone. Big fly over the back. But falling at the ball there nicely. There was Lewis. Got the handball away. Stewart was there. Had support. Running was Murray. Had to paddle it to his advantage. Did really well though. There was Woods. For Park Orchards. Kept the ball alive. Handball over the top. Looking for his teammate there in Price. Inglis was there who's screaming for a free kick. Macricanis was in there as well, who might actually win this ball. Macricanis. And he will just do that. So the work there of Bryce Inglis screaming for the free kick has caught the umpire's ear, and Macricanis will have a ping from about 48 metres. Tough shot, though. Once again, this ball will drift from right to left.
Yeah, very tough angle.
But he's going to back himself in here.
He's got a bit of Will Minson about him. Do you guys
got
remember Will Minson?
Got a good mop of hair on him. Jealous has. So Alexander Macricanis comes in now. He looks confident, so that's a good sign. They trail by 3 points, Park Orchards. We hit the 13-minute mark of this second term. Comes in now. He got pretty close to the man on the mark, almost as if he poked at that one. Is it going to have the legs? It was right there, but I think just getting that close to the mark has just cost him that 5 metres and threw for another behind. So it's 7 scoring shots to 4, but the side with the 4 scoring shots lead by 2 points. Besto 19-17. It's
a strange old game footy as Bayswater bring it out, but it's going to come straight back. That wasn't a great kick, and it's Hickey. Hickey goes inside 50 to the hot spot. Ball bouncing around over there. Can someone get on the end of it? Prosnak's here. He's always good for a goal. Price Inglis. Snap on the right boot, and he's kicked it. So Price Inglis, bit of an opportunist goal. It's his second of the day. And he pokes it through, so Park Orchards get a good response and a much-needed response as well. And they're back in front of the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 3-5-23.
Boundary.
Plays 3-1-19 as we go down to the boundary.
And that's probably the first time the Park Orchards have gone deep inside 50, and one of their crummers has snapped for goal and snapped truly. So it'll be interesting to see if they can keep that up for the rest of this quarter.
There's nothing pretty about that, getting that goal, but I was critical of the way they were bombing the ball in. But if you stop there and have a look at it, that is because none of their forwards are moving and giving them an option, and there's too many crowded inside that forward 50 as far as Park Orchards are concerned.
Ball back in the middle here. Shout out to Wayne Brasher, who's watching the broadcast this afternoon. He's tipping Park Orchards by 48.
Don't tell him we got a hamburger, Ruby, here straight away.
He's doing really well, Brash. He's looking great as the umpire throws it up. Now as Castricum went into the ruck contest, but Park Orchards once again win from the stoppage. Kick up towards the half-forward line. Price Inglis on the right boot. Kicks the ball inside forward 50. It's a bouncing one. Which way's it going to go? Hickey was in there. He had a teammate there in Livingston who picked the ball up. The umpire's blown the whistle. A free kick's going the way of Bayswater, though, for a little push, and I think it was on Jake Lewis. Who's going to receive it? No, in fact, it's Rumble. One of the best surnames you'll get in the league. Rumble, little handball off that time. put Searle under a bit of pressure, who had to kick it on the left, and it was touched off the boot, so it goes down the wing. Umpire said play on. Bayswater trying to break free and win possession here. Nicely scooted around there by Kruger. On the right boot, kicked it up towards the half-forward line. Ball went over the top of all players, so there to mop up was Heron. On the right boot, switched it out wide. Now the Sharks look to have the numbers on the outer side, but they're going to go back through the corridor. It was probably the better option as Vipond takes the mark now. He kicks the ball inside forward 50 right towards the top of the square. Searle went flying. Searle got pushed. Searle wins the free. He's been fantastic so far in this game. Benny Searle, no, in fact, it went to a teammate there. I see that one. I could have sworn it was Searle that got pushed. But nonetheless, Lachlan Kruger, who's certainly stood up as well for Bayswater early in this game, gets the mark and kicks it down the wing. So the big pack will fly. Ball hits the ground. Numbers go towards Park Orchards. Vipond got the handball out wide. Now they're about 2 kicks from goal. Leonard on the right boot. Kicks it up towards the top of the goal square. Through for a behind. They're wasting opportunities, Park Orchards, in this second term. They've certainly had a lot of it. 16 minutes tick over on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 3-6-24 to 3-1-19.
So I don't think Paris Harvey will be very pleased with that kick. It was a bit of a nothing kick in the end. So brought back in, but it's going to probably be back in the hands of Park Orchards, far side of the ground. Ridley, they go back inside 50 again. Can they get a mark? There's plenty of... in fact, that was Ridley there, so that wasn't quite marked, and the ball's on the ground. And the umpire said we'll have a ball up. But back inside attacking 50 again.
Yeah, you're right about that last shot. Had Leeson by himself. There's a shorter option, but blazed away.
So umpire to throw it up. Rucks go at it again. It's a bit inconclusive, but Bayswater have got it almost out of there. Ball is hacked forward. And big tackle over there, Price Inglis. And he took out Kruger, who's not... Hasbrook, sorry. He's not terribly well. But he's got the free kick, just holding his face there.
He got a finger in the eye almost.
I think he's going to be okay, though. So Hasbrook puts it onto the boot. Might have to get a bit of treatment after he's done that as he goes down the line. Mark almost taken there, but put to the grounds. And the umpire will... No, he's going to let play go on. Ball comes out. Park Orchard scramble it forward to about the half-forward line. Ball goes inside 50, but terrific mark there. And it's going to be rebounded off half-back by Bayswater.
Kick goes in towards the middle. 2-on-2 situation. Barging through. Here's Benny Searle on the right boot. Thumps the ball every bit of 60 metres. Inside forward 50 it goes. Bouncing up. Trying to trap it there was Treby. Little kick off the ground. Straight into the arms of Kruger, who just squared one off. He got tackled at the crucial stage. So the kick ended up being a grubber. And Park Orchards will have the numbers to get themselves out of that danger zone. Little poke over the top. That was okay. Here's going to be a kick up towards the wing position. Livingston might be on the end of a Smead handball. Instead, Smead decided to go towards the half-forward line. Inside 50 it goes now. Strong tackle over the top. Dean was going to pick it up. And a free kick has been paid for holding the ball, which might have been a little bit stiff on Jake Lewis. But the Dominarians, they love that one. And it'll be a shot on goal for the Sharks.
Yeah, I thought it was a bit of a high tackle, but he did duck his head having a look at that on the replay screen. So fair enough, he didn't dispose of it. So big opportunity here. They've got to probably start putting a few of these through because they've had all the play in this game so far.
We saw Makrakanis have a shot from probably the exact opposite position on the other side of the arc only a few minutes ago, and we know that he just sent that one a little bit short. So if he looks to be giving himself a little bit more distance away from the man on the mark this time as the kick goes goalward, and it's coming back, but it just didn't come back enough. And through for another behind for Park Orchards. Bendigo Bank scoreboard 18 and a half minutes gone, 25-19. So one straight kick separates both sides as Benny Searle brings the ball back in.
So Searle it is, wasting some opportunities, Park Orchard, so they need to sort that out as the ball goes out to the edge of the 50, claiming a mark over there but not paid. As the ball is still, in fact, they'll get it out Bayswater, so here they come. They might get a bit of run going here. Nice work. Handball over the top here by White. Good work from him, and they go inside 50. How's the kick? It goes right over the back. This is going to be dangerous. Park Orchard's all they get back just in the nick of time, and it was Leonard who did really well to get back there and just see it through for a minor score. That could have been potentially dangerous.
That's great play by Bayswater going coast to coast.
Yep,
then.
very quick.
So Park Orchards to bring it out towards the far side of the ground. Nice mark taken there by Price Inglis on the far side of the grounds. Gets a little short kick down. In fact, there's a fairly long kick in the end, all the way down to about the half-forward line. Mark, far side of the grounds. So this is the one they need. It's going to be Livingston who pokes it inside 50. Up they fly, Searle, but it went straight over the top of his head. And it's gone out of bounds in the right forward pocket. So we've had just coming up almost in time on. This quarter's gone so quick. And it's Park Orchards by 5, 3-7-25 to 3-2-20 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So what can happen from this stoppage? In the front spot there was Keppel. Ball went over all players' heads as barging his way through was Vapondo, just didn't dispose of it correctly, so it'll be a chance for White just to run away with it here, but they've coughed it up, but it might stay alive here for Hasbrook. Got the handball away to White, over the top. They've linked up okay here, in through the middle of the ground and hitting the deck pretty hard there was Poe, but the umpire said okay. Look at the run by White, half back to half forward. They've got the ball still alive, and the spearing pass was perfect.
Great
inside
fight.
forward 50, and Treby takes it, and he'll have a ping from about 40 metres out.
Ben White was absolutely amazing, and from the half-back line, he took 2 handball receives, he passed it off. It was great play by Bayswater.
The speed from some of those young guys. White, Poe as well, had plenty of impact in that contest.
So Treby, he's on the right side to kick this one. Boundary riders are right behind him here. So a chance to put the Waters back in front here. We're into time on in this second term. Comes in now. Right foot kick. It's a good kick, but it's started left and it stayed that way, unfortunately, and through for a minor score. 4 points to margin out here, 21-25. So the ball has to come back as the flags had not been waved just yet as we cross down boundary side.
I was about to say that passage of play and the last passage of play from defence to attack, that's what Bayswater should be doing more, just quickly moving it when you've got the likes of Poe, Kruger and White in that midfield.
So Spiteri gives it back to
Take 3.
Magna. This is the third attempt. Let's hope we can get it out this time. So there's the kick. This time I think we're going to let the play go. Good mark taken over there on the far side of the ground by Ridley. Now they'll kick into the middle of the ground. Good safe kick, finds Prunty, should I say. So Prunty looks up trying to find someone to kick to. Not too many options on at the moment, so he decides to go short and finds a teammate over on the far side of the ground. Might be Keppel over there, I think. So just really slow, slow methodical build-up for Park Orchards. They don't have a lot of options to get the ball forward. Bayswater doing a really good job. That's a dangerous kick. It's gone wide over the top. And all sorts of problems as Haythorne. He's got it on the ground. It comes out. But Bayswater have turned it over. Huge collision. And in fact, it was a high tackle. And it's going to go the way of Bayswater. So that was a comedy of errors. So Higgins it is. It gives it off to Cotty, I think that was, who gets the shot. And he's missed it, so another opportunity goes begging. But Bayswater, I tell you what, they're putting on the pressure, and they're trailing by 3 points on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Couple of minutes into time on, 25 plays 22 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So the kick will go grandstand side this time for the Sharks, and it goes all the way to the wing position. Makrakanis was in there. He couldn't quite get the handball out. It comes out now wide to Spiros. Got it away to Cotty. He's had a bit of it early in this term as he kicks it towards Treby. That was a magnificent kick. He spotted up the lead, and Treby just read the ball perfectly through the air and took it on the chest.
At the moment, they are all over Park Orchards at the moment. They look really confident, Bayswater. They're moving the ball quickly. They're backing each other up. There's 2 or 3 going for the contest. It's certainly changed since the first quarter.
That's an incredible kick.
It was perfect, and just watching Treby just watch it, no panic, just eased into it and took it on the chest, and he'll come in from 30 out. He's right in front and he's coughed it up. You wouldn't believe it. That's a big miss. He shouldn't have done that. That's a shocker. We'll put that down for another minor score. 2 points to margin, 25-23. Josh Ward, boundary side.
I'm getting flashbacks from Harry Mackay last night.
Wasn't a good night for the Blue Baggers, that's for sure. As it comes out, Keppel dropped what he should have taken, and then he's going to get pinged for holding the ball, is he?
Whistle had already gone, I think.
No, we're balling it up. I think it's, let's throw this one up for confusion factor. The umpire is about to restart.
So who knows what's going on as the ball goes up. In the end, it's Chappell who gets the head out for Park Orchards. But we're going to have a secondary ball up. So it's been a terrific quarter from Bayswater. They really have come back into this game and had way the better of this quarter. Chappell takes it out of the ruck that time in 2 hands. You used to be able to do that many years ago, but you can now. Now they give it off quickly. Here's a chance now for Park Orchards. Shonky handball though, and Bayswater have turned it over again. It's been the story of this quarter. Now it's in the hands either of Kruger, who goes down the line. Mark taken. They absolutely look all over them at the moment. Bayswater. Higgins puts it onto the left boot. Here's the kick inside 50. Can they get a mark? Well, they can't, and it's easily cut off there by that man Haythorne. Vastly experienced player, and he switches at a bit of a dangerous kick, though, and it's picked up nicely over there by Haysbrook. He's had plenty of it in this quarter. Goes inside 50, but to nobody in particular, and the ball's still in. And the bell thought it was going to go out. Now, there's a dangerous ball there and all sorts of trouble here, Park Orchards, but they managed to get the handball off. It was Allen who kept a cool head, and they get it outside 50, but they've turned it over. And now it's in the hands of Castricum. Is he too far out to score? He is. White, he's had a bit of it too, but he's kicked it away. It's a comedy of errors as Jeffs, he had it for a while, but he gives it over the top. Now they're out here with Ridley. Quick hands off. And tackle made in the middle of the ground, and just in the nick of time as Jared Price-Inglis takes possession of the football. Jacob Price-Inglis even. The siren is gone, so all sorts of problems for Park Orchards in that quarter. They still lead on the scoreboard, but you feel Bayswater well and truly in this game. 3-7-25 to 3-5-23. Bryce Galvin's got a couple for Bayswater, a single to Treby. Price-Inglis with a couple for Park Orchards and a single to Heron, and it is half-time. 3-7-25 plays 3-5-23. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we'll come back and break it all down with the half-time show next.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Domeney Reserve. This is the Eastland match of the round, and we've got the halftime show for you. It's a Division 1 clash between Park Orchards and Bayswater. Currently, Park Orchards are up 3-7-25 to Bayswater 3-5-23, and it's been a fascinating game. Both teams showing what they can do on a good day, but also not taking their opportunities. Right now, we've got Josh and Ryan with me. Guys, how have we seen the game so far? It's been really interesting, Josh, at ground level to see how the different strategies have been playing out.
It certainly has. I think both sides have had their moments of dominance, particularly in the second quarter. It was pretty much all Bayswater. They were just able to lock it in there, attacking up and move it a lot better compared to Park Orchards, who pretty much did the same thing. But it's just both defenses haven't made life easy. They've made tough shots. There's obviously been some easy ones, like Josh Treby's last shot just before where it could have, where it was a very hard shot to miss. But
it was a little bit further out than Mackay's shot last night. So
well,
having a look at that replay that you showed me just before.
Oh, it's still. It still is it's still a gettable shot, but it's still a little bit further than Harry Mackay's. But no, both teams have shown a lot of dominance. For Park Orchards, the way they moved the ball in that first quarter was impressive. With Bayswater, I just think they need to keep going quick, as I mentioned, with the likes of Lachlan Kruger, Christian Poe, Ben White through that midfield, and Timothy Cashcombe as well. They probably want to just run and dash and not take it too slow.
I think you're right, Josh, and they've just got to keep taking the game on. They can't go into their shells now and get on the back foot, because that's when Park Orchards will get them. And you looked at that first 10 minutes of that game, maybe 15, Park Orchards probably could have been 5 goals up, and they left some goals on the table. They had Bayswater's back six under a lot of pressure. To their defence, they stood up quite well. Took quite a few intercept marks. Ben Searle's been one down back that has been just so important to that lineup. Their ball use was a little bit iffy at times. They were fumbly. But once they started to get things going a bit more smoothly, they created some opportunities for themselves. They potentially missed some opportunities there in that second quarter, as Josh alluded to. But they're taking the game on. It's exactly what Mark Hardy would have wanted from a young side. White's been impressive. Hasbrook's had plenty of the football too. Higgins got into that game just in that second quarter as well. So some of these younger guys, again, their hands on the footy a bit more and using their run, and that's where potentially they might be able to get them and pull off the upset. You never know. I think the question for me is who's going to be most likely when it gets down into Bayswater's forward 50. The obvious answer is Bryce Galvin, but we can't be relying on him all day to be kicking the goals. Josh Treby's got one as well. Ryan, who do you think has been looking good in the forward line for Bayswater, presenting well, or has there just not been that option there for them, and that's perhaps why they've missed a few opportunities? Well, I think they can get some goals out of their midfielders too, and potentially I even looked at White just before. It was probably, I don't know, maybe he was just on his limit from about 45 out. Probably could have maybe had a shot instead of trying to pass it off and do the unselfish thing. I guess you look at Josh Treby as someone who probably needs to kick 2 or 3 goals in the second half. You have to get up. And for Park Orchards, I mean, someone like Kane Keppel just hasn't had many opportunities, and a few others who usually hit the scoreboard. I still think there's going to be a stage in this third quarter where Park Orchards will take the most of it and start converting those inside 50s into goals. Josh said their ball use inside 50 in that second quarter weren't hitting targets. They were just going almost blazing away at times, which probably hurt them.
Yeah, and that's sorry to cut you off, Ryan. That was one thing that Paris Harvey mentioned at his quarter time address, just to go long, look for those tall targets. Maybe they need to adjust that a little bit, and instead of going shallow for like 45 or 40 metres out in front of goal, just go that short, go a couple of kicks towards the 50-metre arc, and maybe just look for those options that are presenting themselves around 20-25 metres out, instead of just bombing it and having to rely on those tools and then the crummers on the ground to get the job done.
Both teams seem to have quite a bit of potential when it comes to their slingshot play. There were a couple of occasions in that quarter where you saw both midfields mass up and rush forwards through a chain of hands. It's obviously like the most attractive couple of passages of play that we've seen this game. Coming into this game, I would have thought Park Orchards would be the more likely to do that, but I've been very impressed with Bayswater's midfield. They're very fleet of foot, and they can use the ball really well, gents.
Well, they can, and we saw that in the second quarter, because they just probably didn't have the opportunity in the first term, and they were getting killed in the clearances, and obviously the territory was just owned by Park Orchard. So once they got things on their terms, there's a lot of quality players for Bayswater that certainly stood up in that second term. So we'll see how that plays out, Jared. But again, I think it's whoever does make the most of their opportunities. So
Definitely.
You look at this first 10 minutes, Josh, of this third quarter, the game could be won or lost for either side.
And that's something Park Orchards can definitely do. They've proven that throughout the season, got a really good spread of goal kickers in most of their contests. So it'll be interesting to see who does get that dominance early on, because you could argue as well the I think we'll call it the knees right end, or the end to the right of your screen. It's probably the scoring end so far.
Yeah, indeed. And I would say coming into this game as well, Park Orchards, they're the best pressure team in the division. And so for Bayswater, it's not just about taking their opportunities, it's taking their opportunities under duress. And that's the thing that Park Orchards can really inflict upon them throughout the rest of their game if they continue to have the run in their legs.
100%. And they also put some pressure on Park Orchards too, because they made quite a few errors by foot in that second term as well, not hitting targets, some questionable kicks coming out of the back half, and that was what Bayswater were under in that first term. So I've been impressed. I didn't expect Bayswater to be in the contest the way they probably have been at half-time here coming into the game.
We've got a good game on our hands here at Domeney Reserve, don't we? But lots of other games going on around the grounds as well, Ryan, and it sounds like you've got some scores there.
Yeah, we've been lucky with most clubs putting their scores in so far.
Good on 'em.
Half-time, Hallwyn lead, Doncaster East 6-6-42 to 2-4-16, so a commanding lead there. We did get an update out of Blackburn not long ago. It was a lead to Roval at quarter time, so we'll wait for a half-time score. Norwood 7-4-46 lead, Noble Park 3-4-22 at half-time there. So a 4-goal lead for Norwood, potentially their first win of the season. Vermont 5-6-36 lead South Croydon 5-3-33 at half-time. I think we sort of expected a close game there. East Ringwood and Berwick will be the twilight game at 4:45. Let's have a look at Division 1 now. I think we've got Davis Harrigan, who's out at Walker Park. The latest update we've had from him, Mitcham 5-6-36, North Ringwood 5-4-34. So a little comeback there from North Ringwood in the second term.
That's not
Beaconsfield lead Doncaster 6-40 to 2-4-16. Moving down the line, Murbach lead Montrose 4-4-28 to 2-4-16. I don't know if that's an updated one, unless Montrose just haven't kicked a goal in that.
Do we ask Blake
quarter.
or not bother?
No, that's well. I think it's accurate because we haven't heard from Blake. So
exactly.
That probably makes sense. South Belgrave lead Wanturna South 5-6-36 to Wanturna South 2-1-13. Moving into Division 2, it was a very big margin at quarter time, and at half time we have Baronia leading 8-4-52 to 4 behind Heathmont.
Oh, scoreless for goalless for a half.
Goalless first half. Not really a surprise with the way things are going for both sides. Croydon lead Mulgrave at halftime 6-7-43 to 2-6-18 the Lions. Ringwood 5-3-33 lead the Basin, or 6-4-40 now lead the Basin 3-2-20, so a 20-point lead there at halftime for Ringwood. Templestowe versus East Burwood. East Burwood 6-3-39 lead Templestowe 2-8-20, so very inaccurate in front of goal there. The Dockers in the first half. Lilydale have come from behind. No, they just updated on me again. They were quite a fair way behind. They were 6 goals down, but it is now 8-4-52 to 6-3-39, still in favour of the Waverley Blues there.
Showing some tenacity there, Lilydale.
Absolutely. And we'll go to a break on Jared, because we'll get to those last divisions after the break.
Indeed. Join us after this break for the second half from Domeney Reserve. It's Park Orchards versus Bayswater. Park Orchards up 25-23 in Division 1 action.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year, to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome back out here to Domeney Reserve today. It's a big clash between Park Orchards and Bayswater. Low-scoring affair, Ray Baird. It's only 2 points the margin, but only 3 goals kicked by each side going into half-time.
Yeah, some of you guys here on the radio thought that might be a bit of a blowout as far as goals go, but no, very low-scoring affair. And look, Bayswater, they're doing really well against the top undefeated side, Park Orchards, and anybody's game with only 2 points of difference at half-time.
Great half-time show by Josh Ward and Jared Beanland, and who are down boundary side this afternoon. And it's the conditions are perfect for good football out here. I'm surprised that it's actually such a low-scoring affair, but both sides are back on the park. We're not too far away from a restart here in this third term. And
a couple more burgers too.
Yeah, still a huge crowd here too, BWS at Park Orchards.
Yeah, it always is. As the siren sounds, and here's Brett Beston to kickstart the third term.
So we thought it might be an open, high-scoring game. Not the case so far, but plenty of time to go as the ball is won out of the middle by Castricum for Bayswater. Now it's in the hands there of Leeson, who gets it forward out towards the far side. Trying to grab it over there was Keppel. Haven't seen a lot of him today with his 19 goals so far this season, but he hasn't really got too much of the footy, particularly in the attacking 50. As the umpires get set to throw it in far side of the ground. Sun's still streaming down here at Domeney Reserve. Superb day. And it's Park Orchards by a couple of points. Plenty of time to go, though, for this one, as I say, to open up. So umpire to throw it in. And it goes. One out of the ruck there by a bit of a little draw really on the ruck there. Handball down the line, and it's gone out of bounds. And we'll have another throw in. So it'll be interesting to hear what the messages were from the respective coaches at half-time, just to see what how they're going to play out the rest of this game. Umpire to throw it in again. Yeah. Up it goes. And Chappell, in fact, it was that time it was Castricum who got the head out. Chasing through there and picking it up nicely was Higgins. Good work by him. But then he went out without it. Ball on the ground, and we'll have another stoppage. So thanks for joining us wherever you might be on Facebook and YouTube, watching the stream, and of course listening live on 98.1 Radio Eastern. Ball up again it goes, and it's going forward this time. So here's an opportunity for Bayswater. Under a bit of pressure over there. They get it out nicely. Good work, and it's Allen who takes it off half-back for Park Orchards. And they're going to come back as the ball is kicked down the line, but the whistle's gone. So our boundary riders enjoying the sun. You can see them on the stream over there on the far side, giving us a wave as well. As the ball goes back on the umpire's head, we're going to throw it in. So
probably leading that.
That's right. Well, in that second quarter, you know, there was White, there was Rumble, and Cody. All the small guys come into the game and running the ball through the midfield, and that's where they got on top in that second quarter.
They just look like they're playing with a bit more confidence as well once they move the footy.
Definite contender for the Tobin brothers goal of the day too. I reckon they might be the clubhouse leader. As the umpire throws it up, Chappell jump. It didn't really get much of a palm to it. It's there for Bayswater. They shift it to Castricam, who gets it off to Cotty. They get it forward to about half forward. But good mark taken over there. Good work by Leonard. He's been all right today, Leonard. Played pretty solidly for Park Orchards. He goes out towards the broadcast side. Is they going to stay on over there? And it's still in and close to the boundary line, and eventually it's over. And we'll have a throw in just in front of us here in the broadcast caravan out here at a sun-drenched Domeney Reserve.
Notice how all the lines are black out this ground as well.
Yeah. Interesting.
Thought I'd throw that in.
No, it's a fair point as Park Orchards bring it off half-back, kicking forward to half-back, and that's going to be a free kick or a mark, take your pick. And the hands there.
Oh, that's a 25-metre penalty.
And 25-metre penalty, so a bit of indiscipline there. And Scott says, thank you very much, I'll take the extra distance. And he'll bring it forward to somewhere between the half-back line and the middle of the ground. So Seal goes for a bit of a run. Thought he was going to get a cheapie there, but he didn't. Now it's Galvin. Galvin goes inboard. Nice mark taken there. This is good. Purton goes back.
Been quiet.
He has been quiet. Probably the first time we've called his name today as he stabs it forward inside 50. Ball gets over the back, but it's still a chance as the ball bouncing around over there, Park Orchards. They'll be happy with the stoppage here, and they get one. And we'll have the ball up inside 50, attacking end of the ground for Bayswater.
Quick score around the ground, 9-3 Roval, Blackburn 4-7.
A little big smile on Ray Baird's face. The umpire throws it up, hits the deck, and let's do it again. Hasbrook going nowhere. In fact, it was Aaron Cotty. By restarts now. Chappell. A few times today that the Rucks have had fresh areas as Ben White on the opposite boot this time went completely sideways and out of bounds on the full. 29 plays 25. Bayswater have the lead. Brash is 48 points. Isn't looking too crash hot at this stage. Bryce Inglis, who's kicked 2 goals today for the Sharks, is deep in defence, just waiting for the ball to be thrown back to him. He'll restart this for the Sharks, looking for his options upfield. Elects to go down the black line as he drives it up towards the wing position. Chappell was over the back. Nicely done at ground level there by Keppel. Got the handball away. Player ran over the football. Keppel went in again over the top of Scott. Brought him to ground. Keppel again. Third effort. Great play there by Keppel. Did everything he could. He just got boot to ball. Scrambly kick though, and it's going nowhere. And a strong tackle by Makrakanis. Sees the ball thrown up.
Scores around the grounds. Donvale 7-6-48, Upper Ferntree Gully 3-3-21. Sylvan 7-5-47 lead Warrandyte 4-7-31.
Great stuff, Ryan Long around the grounds today. Chappell over the back, little fist on that one. Get the sense of another stoppage. Besto's had his bite of his sausage roll, so it's time to take back over.
So umpire to throw it up again. Bryce Galvin getting to Joel, the 2 Galvin boys. Of course, Joel and Bryce. They've been at this club, it seems like, for about 50 years. As it's there for Bayswater as they shift it across the half-back line, taken there by Maxwell. Under a bit of pressure, they're going backwards here, under real pressure, in fact. Now it's Hasbrook who gets the kick forward. Finally, they get something going forward. Mark not quite taken, but well done over there. That was Makrakanis. They get it out wide, but it's been turned over. Kruger on the far side. He'll bring it forward. Little kick inside 50. Mark taken. Now the kick's been smothered. How many times has that happened today?
Yeah,
that was Cotty again.
Cotty, yeah.
So and they had the loose player in the goal square too. Yeah. That's why I was trying to move the ball on really quickly there. And the smother came in. A very, very timely one as well. So Rucks to go out at Castricum. Tries to work his way to the front. Little flick out the right-hand side by Chappell as the ball goes out towards that boundary line. Park Orchards dugout. Paris Harvey going, yeah, what's going on here? Throwing the arms out. The umpire said, you're getting nothing, Paris. We're going to ball this one up. So Rucks go at it. Galvin took it out from the stoppage. Little kick. That was okay. This is going to work out all right for them here as the kick goes inside forward 50 by Dean. Up towards the top of the goal square. Who's going to find it at the fall of the ball? Cotty got the handball away. Trevy's at the back if he wants it. He had support there. Purton who slams it on his boot. But missed it for a behind. Bendigo Bank scoreboard 4-6-30, a 5-point lead to Bayswater as we cross down boundary side to Jared Beanland.
Yeah, you get the feeling that Bayswater, they really want to create a lot of stoppages around the grounds because they've got the ascendancy with the clearances. It's shades of Croydon last week against Boronia, just getting the game on their terms by clogging it up and then taking it out of the stoppages.
So Spiteri to bring the ball back in. Needs to find a target. It's kicked out. He kicked to about a 2-on-1 there, but they bat it forward, Park Orchards. But now it's in the hands of one of the Bayswater players in Sertzakos. And the umpire just having a look, and eventually it comes in and says we'll have the ball up. Almost on the middle of the grounds. So 5-point lead for Bayswater. Up it goes. One there by Il Galvin. I think that looked like it hit him on the head. Might have been a Falcon as the ball goes to the ground. Chappell takes the man to ground, and it's a free kick. So Bayswater again will come forward through White. He's got into the game after a quiet one, but he's turned it over. Now Park Orchard's off half-back. They go forward over the head there of Ridley, and it's nicely worked there by Searle. Searle goes inboard, trying to find a teammate. Just came up a little bit short, but they've still got it. Streaming forward is Kruger. Kruger goes inside 50. Can he hit a target? Not at the moment, but the bounce is awkward, and they're under real pressure here as Allen gets a knockdown, and they'll get it out for the moment. Good mark. That was well played, and Prosnak it is, who's safe and sound back at the half-back line and coming forward now for Park Orchard.
Really classy play by Bagnano on that, right on that behind line as the kick goes out towards the wing position. Keppel was in the front spot under a lot of pressure, and the ball goes over the boundary line for a boundary throw-in.
As Jared alluded to before, Bayswater's got this game on their terms now. I don't think we've hardly had an inside 50 this quarter for Park Orchards.
So Galvin versus Chappell comes out to White on the left boot. Very lively in this third term. Benny White kicked a ripping goal as well. Up towards centre half forward. Cridlin was there. Tried to trap the football in. Came Treby from the side. Over the top there, Leonard. He's going nowhere. Nicely wrapped up in a tackle by Rumble. And we'll have a ball up. Just forward of centre for Bayswater. Comes down now. Now a chance for the Sharks. They're going to link up out wide. Just struggling to find the targets at the moment, the Sharks, as Hickey picked the ball up, going nowhere. Good tackle there by Lockie Kruger. We'll have another ball up, but they've gained a valuable 20 or so metres, so it's in their forward part of the ground at the moment as Prosenak just bursts through. This would be something to watch, wouldn't it? Slams it on the boot, Prosenak! Now that is the Tobin Brothers goal today. You can already write that one down. Sensational play there by Michael Prosenak. They regain the lead, the Sharks.
Yeah, absolutely magnificent by Prosenak there. He just burst through. He wanted the ball and just beautifully put it on his foot. Goal of the day by a mile.
Yeah, 100%. They needed it too.
That's almost worthy of getting back on the highlights reel, Ryan Long.
I think so.
11 minutes gone now. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast today. It's a close game, 31-30, and we're really enjoying this. Hope you are, wherever you're watching or listening to. 98.1 Radio Eastern or streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. Here's Besto.
So a terrific goal by Prosenak, something of a veteran these days, although he's not as old as you'd think, but he's been around this club for a long time. Twisting and turning as Higgins under a bit of pressure, gets a kick into the middle of the ground. Ball goes over the top, nicely worked there by Amir. Amir gets it out wide, and they get the safe kick away out of defence to about the middle of the ground. Ball goes over the top. Leeson was there, and I think he's won a free kick.
Yeah. Took him out of the contest.
In fact, it's a free kick to Bayswater, going the other way. So Bayswater to go forward again. Who's going to win this one? It's anyone's guess. Park Orchard's by a point, but it really is a seesaw struggle. The kick into the grounds, middle of the grounds, not a particularly good one, and it's there. Quick little handball out from Scott. Bayswater, they bring it out towards this broadcast side of the grounds. Bit of space over here, picked up nicely by Kruger. Kruger goes into the middle of the ground, a pressure ball, but they did well there. Searle taking him the tackle as he got the ball by Smead. Ball bouncing around, in fact it's on the ground. The umpire into the back, so free kick going the way of Bayswater. And you just feel they've just got this game on their terms at the moment. So Murray gets the feet and will take the free kick.
Well, that's why that Prosenak goal hurt so much. They had all the play.
So the kick inside to the edge of the 50-metre mark. It's been not taken in the mark there. Bayswater have got possession on the ground. There is, I think that's Amir on the bottom. No, in fact, not Amir. It's Doffy on the ground. And the umpire says we'll have a ball up.
So can Bayswater get the response here? Comes down, little handball by Price Inglis out wide, driving along the wing position. 2-on-2 situation and a big fly and a great grab taken that time by Kane Keppel. on the second bite. Now just takes his time, kicks the ball inside forward 50. 3 players to raffle it there for Bayswater, and a strong mark taken there by Jakey Lewis. Sporting the man bun on the right boot, kicks it straight down the guts. It went over the intended target there, so there was Chappell to mop it up, got the quick handball away. Magnano released the football just in the nick of time, scooped upon by Poe though for the Waters. He goes out wide, dropped what he should have taken there was Maxwell, but swung around on the left boot anyway, kicked it in towards the Hasbrook direction. He's looking for the receive handball now. Hasbrook has it, he's 45 out from goal. He kicks it to the top of the goal square. It just went too wide for Treby, and over she goes for a boundary throw-in. Bit of a wasted opportunity there. Let's go down boundary side to Josh.
Well, they have had most of the territory, Bayswater. It's just that delivery, that final ball inside 50 from them that needs a little improvement.
Umpire to throw this one in. Can Bayswater manufacture something from this stoppage? Castricum got the palm down. In there was Spiteri. Got a little handle on it. Hickey was in there too. Copped one on the noggin. And he'll receive the free kick. Chance for get out of that danger zone for the Sharks, Besto.
So in the hands, of Hickey. And Hickey will put it onto the left foot and come out to the far side of the ground. Almost took the runner, almost took the mark there. Ball on the ground, no mark taken over there. Close to the boundary, and eventually it's out.
Yeah, paid it deliberate.
I was about to say, that's deliberate.
Yeah, paid it deliberate.
That's the first deliberate out of bounds that's been paid in about the last 10 years in the FNL, I think.
It is still a rule in the
it is
football.
True, but
we had this discussion last year, didn't
we?
They usually play it with 2 minutes to go in a game.
Yeah. It's about as rare as...
He's talking about the game that cost Roval last year against
Bullrun. He's still going. So in the meantime, as we watch, Park Orchards have taken it across for a minor score, so behind. So tight game this one, 31 plays 30. We've had coming up to 15 minutes in this term.
Magnano takes off and gets every bit of 60 metres on the kick. It was an absolute ripper. Right out towards the wing position, right in front of the Sharks dugout, who are now screaming for their own deliberate. Not going to come that time, no chance. No sorry, Bob, as the umpire bring the ball back in. So 1 point in the margin. It's been close all day.
Yep.
We thought early in the first 5 minutes or so this game could blow out, but ever since then, it's been neck and neck. Hickey was just run down magnificently.
Well done by Matthew Higgins.
Higgins did fantastic there for the Waters, wasting no time as well. Gets it up towards Purton on the right boot. Inside forward 50. He goes to right towards the hotspot. Who's going to beat the fall of ball? Duffy was there. The boundary line, the black paint beats all players. And we'll have a boundary throwing right forward pocket.
And in this quarter, that Park Orchard's back six, they're the ones that's been under all the pressure, whereas in the first half it was Bayswater.
So, I don't know, Ray, you'd probably be the best one to answer this, but when was the last time, if ever, have we done a draw in a broadcast game? I know we're going early, but it's that sort of game. I know I've never been involved in a draw, but...
I actually called it before the game. I'll just reiterate.
You did indeed, Lee. Yes, I was just kidding. Oh, that's a high tackle for sure. Yeah, free kick to Bayswater. So... It's getting a bit testy in there at the moment. It's a bit of pushing and shoving as we get into the pointy end of the game, and it's going to be Treby. He's going to go back, and you expect it. Well, I'm not going to say anything.
He's missed a few in a row, and he needs to kick this.
He does. He's kicked one goal today, but he has missed some others.
He'll snap it. He'll run around and snap it.
This will make it a 7-point lead.
He'll do
pretty crucial.
Rally.
So once again, just making sure those socks are in the right place, because that makes all the difference to how you kick the ball. So here he is, Treby. In your own time, son. We haven't got all day. He hasn't struck out particularly well.
Yes.
He has kicked it. I thought he'd made a bit of a... Looked like it was heading right, but he's curled it back nicely. Yeah. And Treby gets his second of the day, and the margin out to... I thought it was 7 points. I'm looking at the wrong side. 5-point lead to Bayswater. And it's
well deserved, Ray.
Although Treby's missed a couple of goals, he's had a very good day as well. He's had a lot of the football and given him an option down forward.
He's smart. He's a smart footballer. He follows the ball really well.
Yeah. So 36-31. Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 17 gone.
Now Park Orchards, they're finding themselves slowly creeping into unfamiliar territory here. And they're under a lot of pressure.
Well, they've played the top three sides in the 3 weeks prior,
and
they've won it comfortably. So it's probably a bit of a surprise for them.
Yeah,
great challenge. Let's see what they've got to come.
Just taking a little while for someone to retrieve the footy out the back. It's gone right into the bush. We're back in the middle now to start it, and what can they do as Prozenak came barging his way through, and he couldn't quite win the football right on his hammer. And a strong tackle That time was by Hasbrook, and the umpire will restart this one. So Castricum goes up. Woods, who was a smaller player in there, went really early. Handball out by Bryce Galvin. Found his teammate out there in Tsakos, and the umpire thought there might have been a free kick paid. No, he's just going to restart this one. So we'll do just that. Castricum with the height advantage, got it down. Here's Galvin of the Joel variety, just barged his way through, got the handball away. Hasbrook on the right boot, thumps the ball inside forward 50. It now becomes a foot race. Here's Treby, just got out muscled at the crucial stage by Leonard, and the bounce of the football. He was going at a frantic pace, and over the boundary line she goes.
Still a good result for Bayswater.
I would just wonder how many minutes the ball has been played in this little quarter here where the ball's gone out of bounds in this quarter. It's been there a heck of a lot of the quarter.
How many times can you say quarter?
4, mate.
I count it. Yeah.
4.
Touche. Good on you, Ray. As it comes in now. And the umpire's not going to pay anything out of this one. We'll have another stoppage. Yeah. Tell you what, if they can get another one here, Basie.
Yep.
Be a few worried signs up in the dominoes. It comes out. I'm not going to let that one go, Ray.
You're going to fall down.
Bryce Galvin hands it back to the umpire. We're 30 metres out. He likes to take it out of the ruck contest, does Bryce, as he did it again just now. Ooh. Somehow got boot to ball. It comes out over the top. Oh, that's fantastic play. Lukey Scott gets the goal, and Bayswater got the one that we were talking about, and all of a sudden it's a 2-goal lead to Bayswater.
Again, Ray, it's the stoppage work that's been much better. Galvin has been so strong, just the body work there to be able to get rid of that, and gave his teammate there an opportunity.
Yeah. Was it Doffey, was it? Yep. 42, yep.
Sorry, I thought it was Luke Scott, but you're right, it was Josh Doffey.
42 in the replay, mate. Thanks for Leroy for the replay.
Pleasure, Ray.
You know, he could always just point to a number instead of just calling it out how wrong it was. You know?
It's all right.
So back in the middle, and we have a little jump out now for Bayswater. I almost see a game-high lead for them, 12 points. And you just feel that if they get the next one, they might be hard to stop, even this far out as the ball goes up. Won by Bayswater out of the middle. Park Orchards really need to get the next goal. They go inside 50. Ball is there, but it's not marked. Funny little handball up, but here's an opportunity. The kick from Smead. And the mark is taken. Great play by Smead, and it's Vapond who's taken the mark. And just as we said, they need the next one. They're going to have an opportunity. So the experienced Evan Smead did well there, and he got the ball inside to Vapond. He's going to go back, and not an easy kick.
Really hard kick. This is a left foot snap only option.
Quite an angle. What's he lining up to do? Let's have a look. Umpire just making sure that he comes over the mark.
Yeah, that's what he's going for.
So he's going to go the left foot snap. Must kick, absolutely, for Vapond. He strikes it, and he's made a complete mess of it.
He meant to do it.
Luck's a fortune.
Belly of the ball, and it's gone right across the other side, and the mark's been taken by Price Inglis.
A beautiful set play there, boys.
And if you wanted it in someone's hands now as well, this is the man you want it in. He's kicked 2 goals already this afternoon, and he's looking very serious. He knows how important this kick is for your side.
So Jacob Price Inglis, I don't think he could believe his luck as the ball came across and dropped into his hands, but he's going to get a chance to bring his side back within a kick. Here he comes. Deliberate approach. Strikes it okay.
Bang.
He's got it. Goal umpire never moved. And Jacob Price Inglis gets his third of the day, and a much-needed goal for Park Orchards. And they're back within a kick. It's 6-7-43, playing 5-7-37, and we're almost 22 minutes gone, third term.
That's the answer to Park Orchard. They had to answer one of the goals very quickly, and they've done that.
He's been the one consistency for Park Orchards across the afternoon. Kicked a goal in each quarter. So, as BWS said, it's the person you want taking the set shots at the moment.
Yep.
Let's go boundary side, Jared Beanland.
Park Orchard still don't really have the game on their terms, but good sides find goals in those situations, and it's individual brilliance or it's pressure, one way or the other. They're still able to hang in with them.
Well, each quarter so far has only gone 25 minutes, so don't expect this one to go too much longer either as we cross the 22.5-minute mark of this third term. The premiership quarter, as they say, White took it from the stoppage, brought to ground. Umpire will come and restart this. The planes fly over above as the umpire throws up Castricum. Got a little knockdown, but it was in favour of Park Orchards, who get the quick kick inside forward 50. Big fly that time by Keppel at the fall of the ball. Smateri get the handball away out wide. The kick was he should have been paid holding the ball. Coming in, Ridley almost copped one high. The umpire might have just let that one go, as the other one should have been paid. And we'll have a ball up 20 metres out from the Sharks' goals. Quick restart, wasting no time. Keppel, big left-hand palm, little fresh air shot. Still only about 15 metres out for a goal. Can they get the kick off the ground for a goal? I think they can, Park Orchards. Goal on the board, and all of a sudden the scores are level out here. And a fantastic goal has been kicked out there by, I think Sam Allen might have kicked that goal.
I'm not sure.
That's all right, Ray. Some special comments to go with that goal.
Well,
Nice.
I'm just trying to pick it up, mate.
Cross down boundary sign to Josh.
Oh, I think from our point of view, it looked like Alex Makrakanis might have kicked that goal.
There we go. Thank you very much. So Makrakanis kicks the goal.
I knew he did. I just couldn't pronounce it, Peter.
I saw 1-8, so it was I took Alan as the go-to, but should have gone for the two fat ladies.
He couldn't pronounce 88 is what he was.
So suddenly Park Orchards back on level terms, how the game can change. 43 apiece. There's the umpire's secondary ball up in the middle of the ground, taken by Chappell, who just threw his man out of the way. Ball on the ground, and is it going to come out of there? Park Orchards have taken possession, but the umpire says ball up as Chappell has it again.
Very important they don't go on their shells here, because they've played such a very strong game so far, Bayswater, but keep it on their terms.
So Castricum got the head out that time, and is it going to come out of there? It's on the ground. It'll be wrapped up again, and we'll have another ball up. This is reminiscent of the first term when we had a lot of ball ups, a lot of stoppages. So 25 minutes gone. There can't be too long left in this third quarter, and we're still locked up. We're none the wiser who's going to win this one. Now Park Orchards will go inside 50. Can they make it three in a row? Up they fly. Mark not taken, but they could do with a goal. Cotty, I think that is, who's taken in the tackle. And the umpire says we'll ball it up. So, in fact, it wasn't Cotty. It was Searle. They all look the same. There's about 3 chrome domes in the Bayswater side, and they all look the same as the snap at goal here. This might be a goal.
Oh, Keppel.
It is. Keppel just out of nothing, really, as the ball came out, and he just a bit of a banana kick. And suddenly that is 3 in a row for Park Orchards, and they've got themselves in front and a real contender for the Tobin brothers goal of the day as well. And Park Orchards have taken the lead, 49-43. 25 minutes played in this third term.
Probably had to just get some way involved in the game. Kane Keppel has had a pretty quiet afternoon, so once he gets going, a few others start to get their hands on the footy, they look a lot more dangerous.
Right.
Three goals in 4.
Just changed.
3 goals in 4 minutes.
Yeah, that hurts, Bayswater.
Certainly does, as we're very close to three-quarter time out here. Can Bayswater manufacture a challenge back? Kruger tried to barge his way through. Prozenak had him going nowhere. Kicked a super goal, Prozenak, early in this term. By to restart it here. 26 minutes gone. Ben White's strong tackle there that time on Prunty. We'll do it all again. Keep your scores coming through this afternoon. We'll let everybody know how your teams are faring at three-quarter time as the kick by Hasbrook goes inside forward 50. Might have been a little bit of holding that time. Umpire said it was okay and fair.
Boundary.
Time Howie, who's been very quiet, hasn't been on the ground that long. Let's cross down to Josh.
Jared here, actually, BWS. Bayswater just being able to be accountable at those stoppages. They're really trying to play man-on-man at those 2 clearances, and then the third one they were able to actually get the clearance themselves.
Handball by Galvin. Got it across Leeson, was dispossessed. Just going to try and keep this one in and not try and give anything away. And professionally done in the end as Maxwell hands the ball back to the umpire.
Around the grounds, Vermont 8-9-57, South Croydon 5-4-34.
Well, Brash will be pretty happy about that, hearing that score as a kick was half smothered, but goes into the middle anyway. Well done by Keppel. That was just pure strength in the end. Little scrambly kick goes out wide, but they've got the numbers. Nicely handballed over the top, and the quick kick inside forward 50 or thereabouts by Jeffs, who's been relatively quiet, but they've still got the numbers. They're just working it forward. Handball over the top. Searle was there to trap it off. He's been super all day, but the handball went nowhere as the kick goes goalward, and it bounces and it scrapes in for one behind, but what they call a valuable point as it hits 7 now. 27.5 minute gone, and it's every point counts in a close contest. 50 plays 43. Park Orchards have the lead, Besto.
So it can't be long to go in this term. 27 minutes played. Park Orchards by 7 as they go out towards the wing. Beautiful mark taken there by Cotty. He's played well, Aaron Cotty. So looking into the sun as he looks to get the ball long. Down the line, goes right over the back there. Chasing through after it is Treby. Treby, he did really well, and he got the ball back to him. If he kicks this, it'll be a miracle goal. Just decides to stab it.
That is really good.
That's a mark,
really
surely
good.
that's a mark.
That is.
I tell you what, it's Sertzikos, and I think he might have been... he might be out.
Getting carded here.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
getting carded.
Yellow.
So let's just have a look and see. It was brilliant play by Treby in the first instance. And who was the player that came in and laid the
Amir.
43.
Amir in
yellow card.
Henry Amir. And he's
going
going
to be 25 too, it'd have to be.
Yeah,
so
25, certain goal here.
Yeah. Certain goal. Amir's going to be spending some time off the ground.
But how good was that by Treby? He could have gone for the glory, and but he just weighed up his options and took the smart one, and it's going to pay off here. Great play.
Brilliant play. So this is going to bring it back within a point, and it's an easy kick, and it's through. Super goal. So Sertzikos gets it, and the margin is back to a point. Right at the stroke of half time, well, so 3/4 time, should I say. It is 50-49 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Nearly 29 played.
And Ray, they had the numbers there, Park Orchards, and Treby just read the ball well. He saw it out the back and made the most of it.
Yeah, as I said, he's been a very valuable player. He's used the ball well when he's got it.
Smart footy IQ, I think. Josh?
So...
Just around the grounds, Mitcham 10-10-70 lead North Ringwood 5-8-38. Beaconsfield 9-6-60 to Doncaster 3-4-22. Marulbark have an 18-point lead over Montrose. And Mitcham just kicked another goal on that game as well, so they extend that lead by 37 points.
Well, Blakey Tennant won't be too happy with that.
We haven't heard from him. No messages.
Very, very quiet, old Whispers. There's a chance now for Park Orchard to do something late here. The kick goes inside forward 50.
Good mark.
But a strong mark taken deep in defence by Luke Scott. Take off now, drive it out towards that half back line. Kick goes out wide, big fly over the top by Spiteri. You could hear the slap of the football as she goes over the boundary line and out of bounds. 30 minutes tick over, and of course, at the moment I said it, the shorter might be caught. It goes for an extra 5 or 6 minutes. The umpire stands on the black paint. I'm fascinated by this black paint out here. Maybe they ran out of white, Besto, as it comes down, waiting for the special to come back on Dulax as Bryce Galvin got the little handball out wide. Lewis goes backwards to White. They're going to keep going backwards here, sort of what they did in the first term. Scrambling kick, trapped off by Prosenac, though, for Park Orchards, who kicks it deep. Searle got there at the crucial stage, had support there in Dean, who got the handball back. This is Scott on the right boot, kicked over the top, and Searle's just going to slow this right down, waste as much time off the clock as he could, but he saw a teammate out wide, and it was worthy to go there. Who just the old rumble and tumble over the boundary line, disguised magnificently, and then we'll have a boundary throw-in. 31 gone.
And Searle's doing what he always does, has done for years. He's playing superbly there on the half-back line.
He's just so consistent as well as the siren sounds to announce 3/4 timeout here, and what a game Ryan Long has picked for us to come out to on the Eastland match of the round today. It's a 1-point margin, 7-8-50. The Park Orchard Sharks lead Bayswater 7-7-49. The major goal kickers on the ground. Bryce Inglis has one in each quarter, so he has 3 singles to Prosenac, Heron and Keppel and Macroconis, whilst for Bayswater, 2 goals to Treby, 2 goals to Bryce Galvin, and singles to Sertzikos and Ben White. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. 98.1 Radio Eastern is streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. 3 down, 1 to go, and of course all those important scores as you go local for your football right after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastland Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
"Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers."
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yeah, welcome back to the Eastland match of the round out here at Domeney Reserve, and what a cracking game it is as well. The home side lead by 1 point. It was a 2-goal margin to Bayswater deep into time on, but Bayswater Park Orchards went bang, bang, bang. But let's hear some more scores around the grounds. Here's Ryan Long.
Yes, Baldwin lead Doncaster East 8-8-56 to 2-4-16. The last check we had from Moreton Park, Roval were winning comfortably, so we'll wait for an official score on that one, but they're winning that game. Norwood lead Noble Park 7-5-47 to 4-5-29. Mitcham now 49 points up over North Ringwood as well out at Walker Park, so that game's all over. Vermont, not defeated, but they're in front 8-9-57 to South Croydon 5-4-34. That game out at East Ringwood Reserve is a 4:45 game between East Ringwood and Berwick, so keep an eye on that tonight. Beaconsfield 60, Doncaster 22. Mooroolbark a 19-point lead over Montrose at the moment. Interesting result, that one. Haven't had an update for a while from Wanturna South, but South Belgrave in control of that game. We'll jump into Division 2. Croydon lead by 12 points against Mulgrave, so the Lions came back in that third quarter, making it interesting there. Ringwood extended their lead over the Basin 8-14-62 to 4-3-27. Waverley Blues a 13-point lead over Lilydale by 13 points there. Still waiting on the East Burwood score, but we're going to go boundary because Josh Ward's down there.
I've got Paris Harvey alongside me. You must be pretty happy with the effort the boys have put in, particularly coming back into that contest.
Yeah, mate, it's a great game, actually, isn't it, really, between the two teams. It's a hard-fought battle, which is, the score is pretty low, isn't it? Like 7 goals each, so it's not much in it. So,
what do you reckon will be key to winning this contest in this final quarter?
Well, obviously who can get on top in the middle of the ground, but also who can transition the ball with speed. So,
any magnet changes heading into this last quarter?
Not many, no.
Thank you, Paris. Good luck for the rest of the game.
Giving as much away as always is Paris Harvey. It's great to be out here and watching Paris do what he does best, and had a big involvement with this football club, with his boys playing at Park Orchards in the juniors and now coaching the seniors. And let's see what they can do on the park as we cross down to Jared Beanland, who was over with the Silver Fox and his crew at the three-quarter time.
I was indeed, and the Foxy very much was focusing on the contest-by-contest play. He didn't want his players to be over-exuberant and go have two players go for the tackle at the same time. He wanted enough spread for them to be able to move the ball. He's very happy when the ball hits the ground because they've played the hard ball very well today.
Here's Besto.
So last quarter underway, and what a game we've turned into. This has turned into out here as it's one out of the middle by Park Orchards, and in fact by Bayswater, sorry. But the umpire says we'll have a ball up because we can't get it clear, and it's that man Cotty who's been very good today for Bayswater. Up it goes. Nicely won by Castricum. Can they get it clear? It's Buds going in and go forward inside, almost inside 50. Ball. Oh, great mark taken over there by number 12 and Lewis. So Lewis, short kick. It's a dangerous kick, and it's been cut off by Macrocanis. He's been pretty good today, but he slipped just at the crucial moment. He's looking to get a quick kick away, and now I think he's going to go. Surely he's not going to have a crack from there. He's a long way out. He's going to have a go. This is pretty ambitious, but we'll see what he's got.
Well, he didn't make it from 45.
No, he's a long way out, but he's backing himself in, and this will be some goal if he can kick this. Macrocanis, he's slow and methodical approach. He's going to be kicking from well outside the arc. There's the kick on its way. I doubt that it's got the distance nowhere near. Falls there for Jacob Price-Inglis. He's taken in the tackle. And the umpire says we'll have a ball up. So good position for Park Orchards if they can win the stoppage. See if they've got their crummers in position. Up they go. One out of the middle. Snap the goal. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. It was Prosnak. Just as I said, if they got their crummers in position, that's about the best front and centre you'll ever see. And Michael Prosnak's put it through, and for me, that's just about the goal of the day.
Well, he already had the other one.
Thanks to Tobin Brothers. That was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, no, I go for his other one down this end was a better goal than that one.
Well, he's certainly got the award, and they might throw in a free service when his time's up as well for that one.
You love to see that, though. It's just that's something that's probably born in the on the training track, but just outstanding. And Park Orchards lead by 7.
That's the class he brings to this side. So what can Bayswater do now? Sort of the question. If they've been brave for 3 quarters, but what have they got left in them? They're going to start winning that footy back
they
out
don't
in the
have to
middle
change.
again.
They don't have to change anything. They just got to get back to just winning those clearances. If they can win the clearance, they can get a goal, and that's all they have to do. So important, these centre clearances.
Yeah, the margin hasn't gone past the 13 points for the whole day, so it's been quite a tight tussle, really entertaining game. Here's Ben White, who went after it, brought to ground by Tyler Prunty. We'll have another ball up. The shade covering 3/4 of the park out here now. A little bit colder. Ray's closed the door. He's got his Scotty Spencer on, and the Coddy hits the deck, and we're going to have a ball up.
It's thermals.
So restart here. Tussle in the middle. Castricum was behind Chappell that time. In there was Coddy, going nowhere. Quickly wrapped up, and let's do it all again.
Chances, some scores around the ground. 1 point in it at Knox. 10-8-68 to 10-9-69. Oakley leading. Coldstream lead Ferntree Gully by 17 points.
Thanks very much, Ryan, as that man of the moment. Here's Michael Prosnak. Drives the ball inside forward 50 again at the 4. Macroconis was there. Got the little handball away. Backwards to go forwards. Here's Price-Inglis, who's kicked a goal each quarter. Can he make it another one? He can't. He pushed it to the right-hand side and through for 1 behind. 3.5 gone here in the final term. It's 56 to 49. 7 points is the margin. 8-8, 56, 7-7, 49. 2 of Rex Hunt's most famous calling numbers in his time. The ball's brought back in, and Bayswater a chance to reload, Bester.
So Bayswater to bring it out off half-back again. Kick to probably about 4 or 5 players around the footy, but it falls to Park Orchards, and they're going to go inside 50 again. This is a really important ball. Well done.
Great spoil.
Great spoil just to get the ball out of bounds. Is that Coddy again, I think?
I think it was Macroconis that came over the top for the spoil on the Bayswater defender in Searle.
So it was Searle, actually.
Yep.
So Searle it was. So umpire to throw it in. So the margin is 8 points. If Park Orchards just get the next one, you think they might be hard to stop, but we have said that before. So let's just wait and see what happens. Umpire to throw it in. Let's go back to the boundary with Jared.
Yeah, it's just a blood rule right here. Bayswater player with the long sleeves coming off. Can't see his number, so don't exactly know who he is.
So just a little hold up in the game, which the players will be probably quite useful for.
Yeah, I think it's Damien Murray.
Murray, yeah. Murray, the player coming off. So beautiful day out here at Park Orchards. As BWS said, the shade has come across, but it's still superb conditions out here. Getting a little chilly nonetheless as the umpire throws it in finally. Let's see who gets the head out on this occasion. But it's Galvin who takes it out of the ruck. Now the ball goes out wide, and Bayswater will bring it out of defence. They go down the line. It's going to be an important mark to take. Not taken there by Allen. The ball goes to ground, and they'll dive on it and be happy with another stoppage right about the half-back line. So last man to get up there is Prunty. It's been reasonably good today. Up it goes again. Chappell, does he get the head out? Might have done that time, but it's taken by Bayswater, and is it one of the Galvins? I think it is. Number 27 is Joel, and the umpire says another stoppage will ensue it. Up it goes. Chappell Almost took it out of the ruck that time. He sockers it forward to the edge of the 50-metre line. Not quite taken, though. A big tackle coming in there. Throwing to ground is Hasbrook. And we'll have another stoppage.
Let's see if we can get the ball out and alive. No, we cannot. Over she goes for a boundary throw-in. Any small scores coming around the grounds?
Yes, we have Sylvan leading 10 points over Warrandyte, so that game's come back to a short margin. Donvale leading Upper Ferntree Gully 89-27, so they look like they've blown that game out.
Ball comes in. Galvin took out his opponent there in Keppel, and the umpire said play on as Magnano, who uses the football well, drives it in at the fall. The ball was Smead. Can he get boot to ball, Smead? He can get boot to ball, and that might just be enough for Park Orchards. Brilliant goal there by Smead, front and centre. Read it well and slammed it through, exactly what you needed to do. Bendigo Bank scoreboard 6.5 minutes into this final term, and it's a very handy lead now. 9-9-63, 14 points. The biggest margin of the game, 7-7-49 Bayswater.
Yeah, in this last quarter, Park Orchard have been able to turn it around and snare a couple of goals, and it's really put the Bayswater on the back pedal at the moment.
Yeah, just caught out their back line a couple times in this last quarter. Some scores around the ground. Scoresby 78 to Nuttawading 12. Whitehorse 72 to Forest Hill 44, and a 10-point lead to Churnside over Kilsyth.
So back in the middle, let's see what Bayswater have got. They need to respond, and they need to do it quickly. The Park Orchards have, it's almost like they just put the foot down now as we get the ball forward.
Free kick.
In fact, a free kick's going to go the way of Bayswater here. So Higgins it is. He's going to be taking it. The sun shining in his eyes as he kicks it forward, but there's no one back there in terms of Bayswater players, and easily marked by Park Orchards. They'll chip it out to the back line. You can see the sun becoming a real problem down there.
I love it. The Bayswater fans behind the goals near the cricket nets, they're moving with the sun into like the last little pocket of sun back there.
So Haythorn it is, should I say. Gets it out wide. Mark not taken, but it might be out of bounds over there on the far side, and the umpire will throw it in. So 63-49, biggest lead of the day. It really has been a seesaw struggle, this one. Umpire to throw it in again. Up they go. Chappell trying to work his way to the front spot. Ball bouncing around over there. Bayswater have got it, so here's an opportunity now to go inside 50. There's a shot from outside 50.
Nice!
There's a goal. It is a fantastic goal. We just have to wait and see who kicked it. I just lost sight of the player, but it was
boundary.
Let's go to the boundary with Jared.
Oh, I don't have his first name, but it was number 47, Maxwell.
Yeah, Maxwell, fantastic goal.
Yeah.
He got it just on the edge of the 50, and he said, leave it to me, boys, and he just unloaded, and that was a terrific goal. So that's the one Bayswater needed. That's the one we were talking about, and it brings them back into the game. It is 63-55, 8-point lead for Park Orchards. 8 gone last term.
Ray, and you saw the reaction from the Bayswater players there. They got around him. They fired them up a little bit. They looked a little slow in the start of the fourth quarter, so as you said, if they can get back on top in the midfield, suddenly it's game on again.
Yep.
Well, that lifted the spirit, certainly, didn't it? As it comes out now, the Pond took a bounce, took a second one, probably didn't need to, put himself under a bit of pressure, got a knock afterwards, so it'll be downfield to Heron. Got to be downfield, doesn't it? Would have thought so, but no. The umpire said bring it back. It only went another 5 metres or so he can poke it back to the exact player that should have probably got it in Sam Heron. So he's weighing up his options. Just squared things up a bit, kicked it right into the hot spot. Charging out there was Livingston. Little handball by Cotty. Found White, who did really well. Trapped it, then got the boot to the ball and kicked it out to space as well. Bouncing football. First player to meet it out there will be Spiteri for the Sharks. Just weighed a kick nicely. He was looking for Keppel. Just couldn't pull it down. And over she goes for a boundary throwing right near Paris Harvey and the Park Orchards dugout.
So umpire to throw it in far side. Margin is 8 points. If Bayswater get the next one, boy, we're in for some finish. Up it goes. Nice high throw. One there nicely by Galvin. It was on the ruck that time. Bouncing around over there. Can someone get hands on it? Picked up over there by Smead, who just puts it onto the boot and slams it forward. Mark taken too. It's good. In fact, no, the whistle's gone out in the full.
Tried to disguise that.
I was going to say, I thought he was trying it on there because it did look like it was out, and the umpire didn't fall for that one. So Bayswater will be able to get the footy back. Send it down the line again. Up they fly. Mark not taken as it's into the contest again, and the umpire says we'll ball it up. So we've had
just an update at Walker Park, Brett. Mitcham kicked 10 goals to 0 in the third quarter over North Ringwood. That game all over.
Someone picked North Ringwood in the pre-game show, I think.
I haven't got the goal kickers yet, unfortunately, right?
I would say so.
He's probably got onto the end of a few of those.
You'd think so, wouldn't you, as the umpire gets set to throw it in again, or ball it up, should I say. Galvin takes it out of the ruck himself, and it's going to go straight back out. So a little bit of a stalemate just in this period of the ground. Over there on the far side, the margin 8 points in favour of Park Orchards, and we've had 10 gone in this last term.
So it'll be Galvin, pardon me, going up against Chappell, who had the front spot that time. Copping one high for his troubles. A free kick going the way of Bayswater. No one stands a man on the mark, which is a bit confusing as the ball goes inside forward 50 now. They've got the numbers. Castricum was underneath it. Trapping it was Lennon. Turned around, little pirouette, got boot to ball. Magnano will be the first player out there for Park Orchards. If it sits up for him, it does now. He's usually a beautiful use of the football. Handball over the top. It was as good as a kick as they link up. What a smother in the handball there by John Stewart. Now a chance for Bayswater ducking into the tackle. Sertzakost, you're going to get pinged here, Sertzakost. You can't do that, and that was well done. Cool head there by McLaren Spiteri, who takes off to the races, thumps the ball inside forward 50. It's got to be Lux of Fortune if it can fall over the back. It almost did. And eventually Luke Scott gets a chance to make up for dropping the mark as he gets it over to White, who's been sensational today for Bayswater. Hasbrook takes the mark to step up in this last term as well. Kicks need to be good. They need to hit the targets. 11.5 gone in this final term. The margin is 8 points. So Bayswater, a chance to go forward now. The kick goes inside forward 50. It's over the top there, that time of Howie's head. He goes after it again, hitting the deck there, Cridland. And the umpire will ball this one out, 25 out from the Bayswater goal line.
Update out at Moreton Park, Blackburn 57, Roval 75. Margin coming to a little bit closer at three-quarter time there.
So the Hawks getting the job done. Think it might be enough. You never say never. Seen Blackburn on Anzac Day come charging home.
Yes.
Ben, you mentioned those spectators who were moving with the sun up there. Well, I reckon our boundary riders and them are going to clash about that light pole over the forward pocket there.
Yeah, you're not wrong there, Ray, as it comes out. Nicely picked up as it came out. Kruger spun on a throop, got it away to Maxwell. Can he do the impossible? He can do the impossible. That sensational play just when we thought the Tobin brothers goal of the day was done and dusted. Maxwell of the Thomas variety comes out and kicks his second perler of this final term, and it's back to game on. It's a 2-point margin. Park Orchards 9-9-63, Bayswater 9-7-61.
Well, I think he's pinched the $50 voucher from Max
Thomas Maxwell. He has stood up in the last couple of minutes. Two tremendous goals to lift Bayswater.
So there's been a few contenders for the Tobin brothers goal of the day, and every time we reckon we've nailed it. I was pretty hot on the Prosnak goal, but I think that one might have trumped it.
Well, it's gone from White to Prosnak to now, I think, Maxwell. So, but
Keppel was in there as well.
Yeah, there's a few contenders. So back in the middle, and this game just lives up to all expectations. Every time you think it's over, one of the sides will come back, and the margin is 2 points. So Bayswater, they just won't lie down. But Park Orchards, in the meantime, though, will come inside 50 with Hickey. Got a handball back. Handball goes astray. It wasn't a particularly good one, but they get it off quickly. Now it's in the hands of Ridley.
Well done.
Ridley finds a target. It's good play.
They just looked like they had that many more numbers than Bayswater on that stage.
Yeah. So they've just gone...
It wasn't as clean as what they wanted either, but they did have those extra numbers just to be able to have that time in the end, and it was a neat pass.
So Leeson it is, who's taken the mark, and this will stretch it back out to that 2-goal margin again. Another important kick. And the shade out here at Domeney. There's the kicker. Looks pretty good.
Beautiful.
Straight over the goal. Umpire said he did not move. And that's a great kick by Leeson, and that gets it back out to that 2-goal margin. Margin 69-61.
8 points best day.
Well, it's effectively a 2-goal margin.
Sorry, mate.
That's what I meant. Just give me a moment. So they'll need 2 goals, Bayswater. That's what I was trying to say.
Real.
Still plenty of time, though. Still plenty of time.
There is plenty of time.
Yeah.
There is plenty of time. 14 gone, and we'll take it back to the middle and get the game restarted.
That will frustrate Mark Hardy, how easily they got that out of the midfield. And as Ben said, they were able to miss the handball and still have time to be able to recover from it. So got to do a little bit better than that.
So ball back in the middle. And Bayswater get the answer. Who can get the clearance? That's all important at this stage. Strong tackle by Kruger. It was an absolute ripper.
Yeah.
We'll have the ball up. It's pretty tense as the crowd's relatively quiet out here at the moment as it comes out. Kruger on the right boot, kicks it to the top of the square. How's this one going to fall? Howie was in there. He's been pretty quiet, Howie, today. And we'll have a boundary throw in. So left forward pocket. Bayswater's end, 8 points is the margin. Hope you're enjoying today's broadcast. It's been a ripping game. There's no doubt about that. Best calling spot in the league, you'd almost say, is Galvin. Brings it to ground. And we will have a ball up. Chappell and Galvin go at it. Nicely done there by Chappell, but it's stolen by Galvin, who just got it ripped away from him. Strong tackle there by Poe, who was pretty creative early. Sort of dropped out of this game a little bit.
I reckon we're going for a record number of ball-ups in this game too. There's been a lot of them.
Pye throws it up, Chappell knocked it out. Going nowhere though, and handed over to Beste to get this play alive.
So umpire to throw it up. And Chappell wrestling his way to the front spot. Got the head out for Park Orchards, but I can't do any better because it's just going to be wrapped up again and we're going to have another ball up.
You had one job, Besto.
I'll try better next time, I promise. Up it goes. So the margin is 8 points. Bayswater, again, we're in that situation where they really need the next goal. It's Maxwell trying to work his way out of the phone box. Kicking, so this might go through. Oh, it's on the line. It's a goal. No, touched. It was touched.
He should have kicked it off the ground. Yeah. Why did he pick it up?
Yeah, I have no idea. So opportunity goes begging, but nonetheless, it's brought it back to 7 points.
Kick it off the ground.
Yeah, massive opportunity there. So it's in the hands of Spiteri, who'll kick it in. This is an important one. Until a beautiful mark taken over there. Terrific work by Livingston. So Livingston tells his players to go forward and then slams it onto the boot. And coming across nicely, number 22 is Scott, and he just belts it out of play over there on the far side. And we'll have a throw in. So 7 point lead. We've had 17 minutes of this last term, so plenty of time to go as the umpire sends it in. Ball hits the ground, so in front of the two ruckmen, neither one really got there. Ball comes out. No, it doesn't come out. It's wrapped up again. And I think we are definitely heading for a record number of balls.
Stoppages, yeah.
It's been ridiculous today. So another one in such good conditions as well. It's more of a wet weather game with so many stoppages. Ball on the grounds. Bayswater have got it out. Now can they get it inside 50? They get it forward. Not going to be inside 50 yet, but the mark is taken over there by number 38. And then, in fact, it's Macrocanis. I think he's got the possession over there, and Park Orchards will bring it forward.
So a little handball there by Allen, or he feigned it, and then went on the left boot up towards the half-forward line. As it comes inside forward 50 now, bouncing football. Goes out towards the direction of Stewart, who tried to paddle it. Prozenak, little handball, went backwards. They've still got the numbers across the arc here, Park Orchards. Weighing up the options, little chip into the hot spot, and well done. Well positioned there that time, Tig Ridley, and he takes the mark 25 metres out directly in front.
Yeah, Park Orchard just had options there. They could just handball the ball around until someone got clear, and off they go.
A smart kick too. Could have blazed away, but...
Collingwood have beaten Adelaide by 4 points today.
Got it, boy.
Happy smiles in the box as Tig Ridley comes in. Beautiful kick of the football normally. Goal umpire does not move. Gun barrel straight, that one. And an important one too, because it just gives the Sharks, the home side, the breathing space they are after as they go into time on here. 19 gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 11-9, 75 to 9-8, 62.
Yeah, that's probably the goal that's breaking Bayswater's spirit, I think. You know, that one's enough to win the game, I would think. You just look at the body language of the Bayswater guys. Look, they've given everything they can today, and they just look a little bit spent at the moment.
Yeah, what more can they give? Looking at the scores around the grounds, Mooroolbark lead Montrose still by 3 goals there. Noble Park have hit the lead for the first time this afternoon. 10-12-72 to Norwood, 10-8-68. Vermont 10-10-70 lead South Croydon 8-6-54, and Baldwin comfortable over Doncaster East 13-11 to 4-11.
So back in the middle, and as Ray said, that might just about be the straw that broke the camel's back. 13-point margin. There's not a lot of time to get. Well, there won't probably another 6 or 7 minutes maybe, but it's going to be a big ask to get 3 goals in that short time. And here's another opportunity for Park Orchards, and Smead has taken a mark just right on the edge of the 50 metres. So if he puts this one through, this is definitely it. He'll take all the time in the world too, Evan Smead. He's just about gone back to the car park. He's got a massive run up here. He's gone all the way back to the centre circle, so let's see how he goes. On his way, so 13-point margin at the moment. This will put it out beyond reach well and truly if he can slot this one through. This really is a massive run up. Here he comes, finally makes contact with the football. He strikes it nicely, and he's got it. What a beautiful kick from Evan Smead. We were giving him a hard time about the run up, but that is a beauty, and that's his second of the day, and that really is the icing on the cake now as it takes the margin out to a very handy advantage of 81-62, so 19 points on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we've just ticked into time on at the end of the game.
Razors, good sides do. They respond when they're being challenged, and they've been challenged quite a lot this afternoon, even this last quarter, and they've been able to answer it, and that's probably it, isn't it? That's probably the sealer. Just a score around the ground. Bronya 13-6, 84 to Heathmont, 6 behinds.
Roval lead by 28 points at three-quarter time. Spider Lee keeping us up to date with that one. Thanks, Spider, as White takes it from the stoppage, going nowhere. 21 gone here. 19 is the margin.
A big result here out at Mulgrave Reserve. Mulgrave 10-13, 73. Croydon 9-10, 64.
Ooh, woolly dooly. Prozenak, little handball over the top. This is good. It was Smead got the handball away to inside forward 50, and the mark has been taken out there, I think, and has Liam Jeffs, who'd be loving to get more amongst this game. He's been relatively quiet today for the Sharks, but we'll go back and have a ping from about 40 metres.
Around the grounds, Oakland lead Knox by 10 points. We'll keep following that one, and this looks like a final result. Warrandyte to come from behind over Sylvan, 11-12, 78 to 10-8, 68.
Yeah.
Liam Jeffs comes in now, kicks from 45, kicks it across the face of goal. It's gone right across, and might have been a free kick for a push in the back here, or it's gone out of bounds on the full. Either way, it's going to be a kick to Bayswater to bring the ball back in from the deep in the back pocket, Besto.
So 22 minutes played last term, a margin 19 points, so you'd think Park Orchards have done enough. Bayswater, they've got to take the game on, which they do. Dangerous kick out wide, but it finds a target. Here they come forward again. If they can get the next one quickly, they probably need two pretty quickly, truth be told, as White puts it onto the boot, goes down the line, finds a target. Got to go quickly, can't muck around. Too much indecision. Here's the short kick, and here's the mark taken as well, but they're running out of time. Now they go inside 50. Can someone get on the end of this? Not at the moment. Trying to get a hands on it there was Lachlan Kruger. He's gone on again to
kept
try
it in.
Great second effort to do well there. But Park Orchards will be happy just to wrap it up. And we'll have a stoppage as the clock ticks past 23 minutes in this last term. Division 1 footy from out here at Park Orchards, Domeney Reserve. Great day it's been to as the umpire throws it up. Up they go. One by Park Orchards out of the ruck. In the hands there of Protney, who gets it out.
That's deliberate. Every day of the week.
We did have a deliberate played earlier today, which was very unusual. There's the kick inside 50. Can someone get on the end of it? It's gone a free kick here. Which way is this going to go?
Pushing the back, and there was two of them there. It didn't need to happen.
Crazy stuff as they bring it out off half back.
Kick goes out towards the boundary line. It might be kept alive here. It was. Nicely done there by Murray. He goes for the 1-2. He's under a lot of pressure. Look away handball was superb, though. Purton on the right boot, squeezed up a kick. Here's their chance. There's still time out here. So it'll be a shot on goal from Josh Doffey. They're right behind him. So it's certainly a gettable kick. So Doffey from about 50 metres. He'll kick right on the paint. Comes in now. It's a beautiful kick off the boot. That might squeeze home. That's fantastic. Bayswater are not done yet. 24 gone now on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. The margin is back to 13 points. No, I don't know if there's enough time. Another quick goal. That's all about this centre clearance, Ray Baird.
Yeah, it is. It certainly is, mate. And look, I thought they were spent, but Bayswater, they're not giving up. They never give up.
No, it's been a
But what a great game we've seen this afternoon. An absolutely amazing game of football.
So back in the middle, the margin is 13. You might feel like it might be a bridge too far, but stranger things have happened as the umpire gets set to throw up. They need to get one pretty much straight out of the centre bounce. Up they go. One by Park Orchards. They take it out of the middle too, and they'll go inside 50, but no mark taken. Tap forward by Bayswater. And it's taken there by Park Orchards players. Taken to the ground. Yeah. Just too much indecision. Ridley, I think it was, who was tackled to the ground. So free kick to Bayswater. They'll need to go quickly. They chip it across the half-back line. Need to go forward, boys. In the hands of Murray. Goes back, finds a target in Lewis.
Well done.
Lewis goes right across the far side of the ground. Good kick. Finds Sill back into the middle of the ground, back into the corridor, but he's turned it over, and Prosnick will just chip it forward. In fact, he'll do more than that. He'll kick the goal. I thought he was just going to chip it forward, but he said there's nobody at home and I'm going to put it through myself. Magnificent goal. It's his third of the day by my reckoning. A couple of absolute crackers too for Michael Prosnack, and that really has wrapped it up now. 25 minutes gone last term. It is 13-9-87 to 10-8-68 in favour of Park Orchards out here at Domeney Reserve.
If he doesn't get the Tobin Brothers goal of the day, he's got to be a contender for the Sports Go Eastland best on ground.
Three contenders, Prosnack, and Prosnack.
Let's go boundary side.
Yeah, you can't really blame Benny Searle for that one. They opened the ground up there with that switch, tried to get through Park Orchard's defence. He tried to go up the corridor. There wasn't much time for them to kick it along the boundary line, so it was the only way to go.
It was a risk, and it didn't pay off, but they've got another chance here. Joel Galvin got it from Searle. He's such a sensational player for a long time. He's Joel Galvin, and here's Bryce, who's not shy of having a ping from outside 50. He loves a big one, Bryce, and he kicks a sensational goal. Another contender for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day. Bryce Galvin has his third, and the margin back to 13.
Yep.
Well, it's another contender, I guess. Again, it's
some great goals
maybe
today.
A little too late, but fantastic finish.
One thing that Bryce has always been able to do is kick the ball. I can remember when he started in his early days, he was full back at Bayswater, and he was kicking out from behind and hitting the centre square.
Yep.
Yeah, he's an enormous kick.
So they won't lie down, Bayswater, every time you think they're done.
Yeah.
I think that's what will really impress Mark today.
Yeah, certainly plenty of positives, even if they don't go on to win this game. It's been a gutsy performance as Park Orchards win it through Chappell out of the ruck. Ball falls into the hands of Heron. Heron puts it on the boot and goes inside 50. Up they fly. Ball gets right over the back, and this should be a sitter. And it is. Put through there by Livingston. So there's another one for Park Orchards. That's his first of the day. And that really is the seal, although we have said that before.
Say that every 2 minutes at the moment.
So 14-9-93 to 11-8-74. And we've had 27 minutes as we get towards the twilight or the end of this game out here at Domeney Reserve.
A couple of results we're following closely. This one almost over here, Moorabach, 57 to Montrose 38, so that's a big upset.
Game over.
Out at Heights Reserve. Blackburn versus Roval, it's a 5-goal lead there for the Hawks, and we'll keep following those results.
Galvin got it away, looking for Cotty. He got quickly wrapped up in a tackle and brought to ground, and we'll have a ball up. Any more scores, Ryan?
This is a big one. This is the final score. Norwood defeated Noble Park by 2 points.
Well,
11-8-74 to 10-12-72. Norwood's first win of the season.
It was like watching a balloon go down next to Beston.
That is disgraceful.
Umpire throws it up. Galvin tries to do something. A little kick off the ground that time. It'll be the Sharks, though. Trapped nicely there by Prunty. Kicks it out wide, looking for Macrocanis, who tried to use the body. He was beaten by Tommy Dean that time. And over the boundary line it goes for a boundary throw in.
Guys, it's been a great last quarter, but you realise there's been 11 goals kicked in this quarter?
11
goals kicked in this quarter.
Feels like a lot, but you wouldn't have thought there was that many, but boy, oh boy.
Maybe a few minutes to go still, then you might say, Ray, as umpire's going to come in and pay a free kick going the way of Basie by the looks of it.
Vermont leads South Croydon by 15 points, so that one's almost over there.
Well, Murray's coughed it up here, and he got it back to Searle, who got knocked out of it. Over she goes, Bryce Inglis doing the job there. Any more?
Beaconsfield 85, Doncaster 32. So another win to the Eagles. Mitcham, very handy lead over North Ringwood, 115 to 44. One Turner South, still no update.
So back in it goes. Knocked down there by Bayswater. Taking possession of the ball over there is Murray. Now the ball comes out. They'll need to get it forward pretty quickly. Bayswater, funny old kick into the middle of the grounds under a fair bit of pressure. And I was going to say, have they turned it over, but not quite. And it's going to come back inside 50. So it's all over the place at the moment. Bayswater switching it out to this broadcast side of the grounds.
Good
dangerous
mark.
kick, but they've
Good
got to
mark.
take it on. Good work there taken by Scott.
He's got no one to kick it to.
He's got
down
nobody
the ground,
to kick it to. He does have a man out here.
Oh, that's a
put it
shocker.
out. He might have kicked this out on the full almost. Well, he has, I think. The mark is taken, but it was out on the full, so it'll be a free kick to...
Around the grounds at Knox Gardens, Oakley District lead by two points, 28 minutes gone.
Oh, okay.
Goodness me. So it's in the hands of Hickey. Hickey goes into the pocket. Great
good
mark. Great gutsy stuff by Lewis, running back with a flight. He did
Done
really
that a few
well.
times today.
Switches it across the far side of the ground. Mark taken over there by Murray, sporting the headband. Oh, that's a dangerous kick, but he finds a target. So jinking his way out of danger there was Searle. Searle finds a target, but they're at the wrong end of the ground. Galvin gives it back to Searle. Searle goes out wide. Now, that's the way he's telling his
Player
teammates
down
to go
Park
forward.
Orchards there. Macrocanus, I think he's winded.
So he'll be all right as the kick goes down the line.
She'll be right.
It's over the back it goes.
Not winded like golf.
So tackle taken over there. Good strong tackle by Allen. And we'll have a ball up on the far side of the grounds, just outside 50.
Final result out at Fair Park Reserve. Surrey Park win by 26 points, 11-18-84 to 8-10-58 the Lions.
Probably closer to what we thought.
Much
that
closer.
Result. Yeah.
Stolen by Keppel out of the ruck contest. An up and under kick goes out towards the Prunty direction. Oh, they're going to run away with this as the siren sounds. And a great win, a great game out here today in Park Orchards, who have taken all before them so far in season 2024, continue their run, and they finished the game victors by 19 points, 14 goals, 9, 93 to Bayswater, 11-8-74. The major goal kickers on the ground, 3 each to Price Inglis and Michael Prosenak, 2 goals to Evan Smead. There were some couple of rippers there. Sam Heron, Livingston, Ridley, Leeson and Macroconus had singles, whilst for Bayswater there was 3 goals to Bryce Galvin, who had a great game, 2 goals to Tommy Maxwell, who kicked 2 absolute pearlers in that final term, 2 to Josh Treby, singles to Ben White, Sertzakos and Josh Doffey.
What a great last quarter of football. As I just said, 11 goals, but it's not only that, 11 goals, 2 for the quarter. So accurate kicking by both sides in that last quarter.
Yeah, certainly.
And look, all credit goes to Bayswater today. They were gallant. They were playing the top side, undefeated, who are the benchmark of this competition, and they took it right up to them. And with a little bit of luck going in their way, they could have won this game.
Oh, they've got to be very happy with that sort of performance, Ben. I think we came in expecting that Park Orchards might get a hold of them early, and that would be it. And we worried 5 minutes into that game where they had all the territory, they were doing all the attacking, and we thought, oh, geez, it could be a bit of a one-sided afternoon. So they were very brave, but you've just got to give credit to a side that is now 7-0, and they just continue to answer all the questions, and they've been able to bank up a nice little gap between them and the rest of the division, especially if Montrose lose as well.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
Extends their lead on
But it's the mark of a good side, though, when you get challenged to be able to, to get out on the close ones. And as you said, Ryan,
Boundary.
Let's go down to the boundary.
I've got Park Orchards captain Michael Prosenak alongside me. Michael must be pretty happy with the resilience of the group to hold off Bayswater.
Yeah, very much so. I think it was an awesome game all day long. They probably stuck with us right up until the end of it, and probably a couple of weeks in a row now we've been able to run over a side in the fourth quarter, which is really pleasing from a fitness and a game plan perspective.
We got Josh Chappell here as well, and they really took it up to you. How much of the game do you feel like you had on your terms, if any of it? I feel like they did really well.
Yeah, we knew they were going to bring a pretty tough brand of footy. They've done that week in, week out. Really good contested team, really good in the clearances. So, Mike and myself and other middies.
Walk with them, boys.
We had our work cut out for us. So, but it was a really good outing. They're a great side. I think they're a better side than what their numbers say on the ladder and things like that. I wouldn't be surprised they make a bit of a push late in the season. So, great outing. But, yeah, we knew they were going to bring it all day.
And Michael, your own performance as well, alongside Josh in the midfield. Must be pretty happy with how the midfield and how the side is going in general, 7-0 to start the season.
Very much so. I mean, my life's pretty easy when you've got the big fella putting it down your throat all day. But, no, we've just bought into a new system, and I think everyone's just playing their role. And you look at the numbers every week, and it's not any standout. You look at our goal kickers, our defenders have been amazing, and we're just putting it all together, and piece by piece. We haven't even played everyone yet, so it's really exciting, but we've got a long way to go.
And a new coach coming in as well, Paris Ivy. You guys seem to have gelled with his game plan pretty well. Do you see it that well?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Paris has done a really good job to identify our strengths and just to tap into those in our game plan. Wants us to play really quick, really fast, and I think that suits us, suits our young group. Pros and I are one of the oldest, and we're not that old yet. But yeah, I think the game plan really suits us, and Paris watched it a bit from afar. Last year we played against him when he was at Ballin, so I think he knew what we could do, and that we probably weren't tapping into that enough last year. And yeah, in the game style, I think it's really working, and results are showing, which is great.
Thanks, gents. Great chat. Great win. Go in and enjoy.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Sensational stuff there by, pardon me, the boys on the boundary, Josh Ward and Jared Beanland, chatting with the skipper, Michael Prosenak, and, of course, the big man, Josh Chappell. What a great duo they are, Ray Baird, running through the middle of the Park Orchards engine room.
Yeah, they did a great job. Look, the whole Park Orchard side, look, they were challenged, and you've got to give them credit, because as I said before, top sides, they find a way to win, and they found a way to win. They'll go back and they'll look at this game now, because I thought, and I stand to be corrected, I think that if they've got one facet of their game where they've got to improve, I just think they need to really... Their ruck work at the stoppages, particularly at the centre bounces, I just think they need to get a little bit more. From what I saw today, maybe other weeks they've been fine. Maybe it's just the Bayswater rucks got on top there, but they would have got beaten in the stoppages today over the whole game.
Watching the Bayswater side go off, like they'll be certainly disappointed, but they can hold their heads high. Yeah. It was a good game. Like the first half, it was sort of played in a little bit of two halves. It was a real arm wrestle in the first half. It was 3 goals apiece only at half time. Let's not forget that. Whereas in the second half, the game's really opened up and the skills have really come through. And what's some sensational goals in attack on the football today as well, and some ripping marks. It was a really entertaining game.
It certainly was. And you talk about the goals. I mean, there was, I think 8 or 9 times someone said Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender because there certainly were quite a few, and it was just an interesting game. I think we've got a final score here. I know Ray's pointing to something else at the moment, but really impressed from both sides. Both will be able to take out a fair bit from that, and Michael Prosnak, who the boys interviewed just before, was fantastic to get him on board and have a chat with him, because I thought he was probably in the end maybe the difference between the two sides when the game was on the line, especially in that last quarter as well. The second half, he stood up and he finished with goals where it's just probably that little bit of a difference between there and the Bayswater side.
Yeah, showed his experience, didn't he, when the game was really on the line. He's been with that side a long time. He was part of that famous 2017 premiership team and the captain now, and he really did lead from the front at the end.
It was a 19-point margin out here today. Besto, you picked 5 goals, I picked 28. So in the price of right rules, I win and go through to the showcase, mate. We're going to have a break here, and there's plenty of time left, so there'll be an opportunity for our boundary riders to get some more guests for us. I'm sure there'll be a few happy boys in the rooms after they sing the song, which unfortunately we can't get today. It's a little bit out of our range, but there's plenty of great games as you go local for your football today. Ryan Long will bring us back with those scores all around the grounds. We hope your team won today, and we'll be back just in a moment. Well, maybe Lee might be back in a moment, and we might
still be on air. Just
that's right. I couldn't have followed it more. No, sorry, I'm 20 seconds too early for his. No, I was 30 seconds right. He doesn't put a foot wrong ever, Lee. But anyway, let's take 2. We won't be far away. We'll be back to talk more right after this.
Hang on. Which ad are we going to? Oh, that one. Okay.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Last time back out here at Domeney Reserve today, we're wrapping things up out here with a big clash, and it was a great win by 19 points to the home side. Park Orchard's final score, 14 goals, 93 to Bayswater, 11-8-74. A very entertaining game, but there's plenty of great things happening around the east as you go local for your football this afternoon. And Ryan Long soon will come back to us with some more of those final scores as they reel on through, Ryan.
All right, we'll start going them through. Blackburn versus Roval. That game's still going, because that started later, but Roval got a 5-goal lead there, so they probably should hold on. Doncaster East, Baldwin defeated Doncaster East by 36 points. As we mentioned just before the ad break, Norwood defeated Noble Park by 2 points, 11-8-74 to 10-12-72 for their first win of the season. And the Bulls, that's, I think, 3 losses in a row, besto. Vermont defeated South Croydon by 15 points, 11-11-77 to 9-8-62. That scores final. East Ringwood play Berwick at 4:45 p.m, so that would be underway now. So if you're in the area and you want to watch some more local football, head down to East Ringwood Reserve. Beaconsfield defeated Doncaster by 10 goals, 14-8-92 to 4-8-32. This game's still going, but the Tigers, well and truly home, 20 goals, 16, 136 to North Ringwood, 7-9-51. And even last year when they obviously won the flag, they weren't pumping side, so that's a very big result out there. Mooroolbark have defeated Montrose, 8-10-58 to 5-8-38, Ray. That's a very impressive win for the Mustangs. They've been quite solid over the last couple of weeks. Wanturna South Belgrave is the only game in Division 1 that we're still waiting on at the moment. In Division 2, Baronia defeated Heathmont quite comfortably. Heathmont hadn't kicked a goal up till three-quarter time, so I'm just waiting on a final score there. But Hawks Sands, you can go home happy. They've defeated Heathmont very comfortably. Mulgrave versus Croydon, and it is full-time, 10-13-73. Mulgrave defeated Croydon 10-10-70. Ray said they'd give him a run for their money, and he was right, and they've defeated them, so that's quite a surprise. Ringwood versus the Basin. Ringwood won by 57 points, 13-18, 96 to 6-3-39. The Basin, as the boys are about to grab an interview down at ground level. East Burwood defeated Templestowe. Oh no, we'll be in trouble Friday, Ray. East Burwood 8 points, 9-7 to 7-11. Templestowe, so that's a little bit of an upset there. Waverley Blues defeated Lilydale. If that's a final score, still going 13-8 to 10-10. But we'll go down the ground level because we've got an interview out there with Josh Ward.
I've got McLaren Spiteri alongside me. You must be pretty happy to get the job done against Bayswater, who showed a bit of fight.
Yeah, geez, it was tough. I think, for 3 quarters they really tested us. I think we came in, we knew they were going to be a pretty contested side, and I suppose it took us a while to really get our game going, get to the outside, and I think a lot of that first 3 quarters probably just kicking it long to their dropping that back. They were dropping a wing back, and it took us a while to really use and hit up the ground, and then we actually got it in, and we finally ran over the top, which was pretty pleasing.
But you must be, you're 7-9 now. You must be pretty happy with the way you've started the season, coming back down from Premier Division to Division 1.
Oh yeah, it's been unreal. But to be fair, the teams they're pretty tough. It's every week's really, really tough. I don't think even that Mooroolbark game in round 1, I don't think the score really reflected how we played. I think it was like 90 points, but they were on us the whole game. It's been really, really, tough. I think every game, but 7-0. It's a great place to be at the moment, and the culture's really, really good, and hopefully we can keep it going when all these blokes leave for Europe.
Well, we'll throw it up to the boys in the van. Any questions for McLaren, fellas?
McLaren, it's BWS here, mate. Congratulations on the win, and it's always great to come down to Domeney. A great place to call for us, but every time we come down, we seem to see like a Park Orchards onslaught with, the 19s win, the development side win, you boys get up. Like the place is really up and about at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. I think, we're very lucky that our 19s program's been pretty good for, a long time now. So I think, but like I just said, hopefully we can just maintain it when all these blokes go away, and hopefully we can stay consistent. I think
who's going away? What are these guys doing? What's happening?
There's a few going away. Another person keeps going every week. So we've got a few people coming back. I don't know if you know Mason Blakey. He's going to come back. He just came back from Canada. So, it's going to be tough when we hit the middle of the year. But, look, I've got trust and faith in our 19s program, and our 2s are battling every week. So, looking forward to the challenge.
What are I want to ask this question. What sort of tunes do the boys listen to in the rooms before you guys run out onto the park? And who gets to choose that as well?
That's actually me.
Oh, there we go.
I'm on tunes every week, so I've got that pressure.
What do we belt out?
A bit of hard house.
Okay.
If you know what that is. A bit
of
tech.
Of course.
Yeah. We're not really into that rap type stuff, so it's more that hard house and a bit quick. And I think Paris doesn't like it, to be honest, but the boys love it. So
I can't see that being Paris's choice of music. But
not at all.
You just talked about some of the guys going away and who have been away. How important now is that to have 7 wins banked up? You've got a couple lead gap on the rest of the side, so just to be able to continue winning and to be able to bank up those points early when you do lose a few players.
It's definitely huge. I think, a few of the games I think we won pretty ugly, to be honest. So I think to bank that 7-0 is really good. But look, I would be lying if we probably came in today probably a bit complacent in the end. So I think banking them's pretty important. But it's important that we continue on playing the way that we want to play. I don't think we're actually playing our game. I think that was a clear process from Paris when he came in. He said, look, it's going to take up to round 10, round 12 until we actually play that game. And it's really exciting because he comes in every week and we're, developing a new stage of our game plan, which is really, really promising. So, look, I don't think we're actually playing our best footy yet, which is really, really promising. It's exciting moving forward to see if we can actually, really get to our best because, today definitely wasn't our best, and I think it was pretty grim viewing, to be honest. So,
McLaren, congratulations on the win today. All I can say is the rest of the competition must be shaking in their boots if that wasn't your best. But you were put under to the test a bit today. You weren't at your best, and you've had some pretty easy, comfortable wins up until now. So probably good to have one where you were given a bit of a test and a bit of a fright, so to speak, and you had to sort of draw a bit deep.
I'll probably say that we've been tested probably every week. I'd actually say I think last week Beaconsfield were up at 3/4 time. I think Montrose was pretty close. South Valley was pretty close. I think if you actually look at it, I think our last quarters, I think it's a testament to how fit we are because our last quarters have been really, really good. We've been able to overrun teams, and I think it's a lot to do with the fact that I think we're fit and it's real promising. But like I said, I don't think we're playing our best, which is exciting, but hopefully we can get there soon.
Nice work. And just a question, the black lines everywhere. There's no white lines out on the ground. What's behind that?
Well, that's probably the state of how green the ground is. It's disgusting to look at. So
that's really been worrying you all day, BWS.
So is the park, what's it like to play out there? Because the conditions look pretty good from up here. Is it really dry underfoot? Like, what's the go?
Yeah, no, it holds up really well. Apart from the big mountain, I don't know if you can see the absolute mountain in the middle. That's probably the only thing that's a bit frustrating. But no, I love playing here. I think it's got a lot of potential for. The crowd didn't really come out today, but I think it's really good viewing for the crowd to stand up and watch the game. But it's really, really good under deck. It holds up really, really well, actually. So
It's my turn, BWS. It's Ray here, mate. Look, I'm quite confident in saying that I thought Bayswater beat you for 3.5 quarters at the stoppages, particularly the centre stoppages. But credit to your centre line players because in the last half of that last quarter when it really counted, your guys did step up at those stoppages.
Yeah, that was the case of feeling them out, I think, at the start. I think when we were coming in, Galvin's obviously a big boy and White's very good on the outside and I think, that's their plan, I think, Galvin to White, and I think we just didn't get on top of it for 3 quarters, and then that last quarter I think it was important that we got out of the outer bubble to that outer circle, because obviously if we just left it in the inner circle, we don't really have the biggest mids, never have here really for a long time, so I think that's our key, our game plan, speed on the ball and get it to the outside, and I think we were able to do that in the last quarter. look, I think we peppered them pretty early and then just couldn't convert, and then they just started overrunning us, and it was good that in the last quarter we could get over the top.
Next week you go up against Doncaster, who both of you were relegated from Premier Division, so that's a big challenge because they're in exactly the same position, being relegated like you were.
Yeah, they're in good form too. I think you boys had them pretty low, so I think they've come out and played some pretty good footy. So it'll be interesting to see. I think we play them here actually, so I think that means on the flip in the next half of the season we've got 4 away games in 5 games, which is pretty annoying. But yeah, so we got them here, and that'll be a test. I think they're playing really good footy. I don't know how they went today, but I think we know them pretty well. But they've recruited well, but they've recruited players from Bowen, so Paris should know them pretty well when going in. So yeah.
McLaren, we appreciate you chatting to us, mate. Go in and get warm and get around the boys, have a beverage and enjoy your night, because it's only 6 days away until you're back doing it all again, and we love coming down here to watch the Sharks football, and all the best for the rest of the year, mate.
Thanks, boys. Appreciate it. Hope to see you again soon.
Thanks very much to McLaren Spiteri, who played a great game as well down there today. And great job by our boundary riders this afternoon, as we've got some more final scores coming through.
Yes, I do. I'm just on the wrong page at the moment. We've gone through most of the top 3 divisions. Back into Division 3, we talked about Surrey Park defeating Fairbuck by 26 points. The Oakley District Knox game that went down to the wire, that game is final. Oakley won by 2 points, 12-14 to 12 goals 12. So a big win there for Oakley District. Warrandyte defeated Silverton by 10 points, 11-12, 78 to 10-8, 68. Donval 73-point winners over Upper Ferntree Gully, 17-12, 114 to 6-5, 41. So a big win there. As despite I just get a bit of a mention there from the coming past. Coldstream defeated Ferntree Gully by 42 points, 12-8, 80 to 5-8, 38 over Ferntree Gully in that one. Moving into Division 4. All 3 results pretty one-sided in the end. Whitehorse defeated Forest Hill by 22 points, 13-8, 86 to 9, 10, 64. Scoresby, 99-point winners, 121 to 22 over Nuttawading. And Churnside Park, big last quarter, got themselves over the line against Kilsyth, 95 to 65.
I told you it would be around that mark.
You did, I guess.
Churnside. Loath though you are to admit it, apparently.
What were the feelings like in the rooms, boys? You got to go in there and have a look, and how was it? And what did Paris have to say?
It was actually Josh Chappell who was speaking when we got in there, and he was just beating up a couple of the boys, especially the back 6 during their second half. He made mention of them and Smede's last quarter as well. Very optimistic, very hyped. You wouldn't have thought it had been such a grinding affair from the mood in the rooms. I think they welcomed the challenge, they welcomed the harder hits, and they came off in good spirits.
Awesome stuff. It's time for our Sportsco Eastland Best on Ground Player of the Day. 3, 2 and 1 votes. We're going to start with our boundary riders today, so throw them under a bus as they starting off with you, Jared Beanland.
Thank you very much. Look, I've got Michael Prosnak at, I reckon I'll give him 2, and I'll give Price Inglis 1. And the one that I've been thinking all day, Ben Searle, 3. Despite being on the losing side, he was enormous.
I'll go one vote to Ben White. I was impressed with his game in midfield. 2 votes I'll give to Price Inglis as well. Again, pretty crucial up forward for them, consistent in those first 3 quarters. And got to go past Michael Prosnak for the 3 votes.
Very good. Ray Baird, how did you see it today?
Exactly the same as Josh. 1 to White, 2 to Price English, and 3 to Prosnak.
I'm similar. I've got 1 to Searle, though, 2 to White and 3 to Prosnak. I thought Prosnak was the difference.
Mr. Beston?
3 to Prosnak, 2 to Price Inglis, and I gave a vote to Aaron Cotty. I thought he was very good today as well.
Very good. This is a tough one. I think it's already done and dusted. Michael Prosnak is 1. I gave 1 vote today to... I'm going to start. I'm going to do what Jared did. I gave 2 votes to White, so I'm going to start in the middle. Just
to confuse
I thought
everyone.
1 vote. I thought Alex Magnano down back for Park Orchards was sensational today. I'm going to give him 1 vote, and 3 votes I'm going to give to Ben Searle from the Bayswater Football Club. So I haven't given 1 to Prosnak, who's going to take out our best today, but I thought he was really consistent and a very and a super player and kicked some absolute cracking goals. But he is our winner of the Sportsco Eastland Best On Ground Player of the Day, and he wins today.
The Sportsco Eastland Best On Ground voucher, so a $50 voucher for Michael there. So congratulations to him, and as well as the MEGT Rookie of the Day, which some of the, and I probably have missed a couple. I've been going through Play HQ to find out their birth dates, but some of the options here: Vapond, Spiteri, Amir, Macrocarnis, Hasbrook, Poe, Higgins, Sertikos, and Duffy. But all players, it has to be a 21 or younger to be eligible for this award. For me, I thought Macrocarnis was quite impressive across the afternoon for Park Orchards. Probably maybe the most consistent
Very
of those
good player.
players.
All those that say aye.
Yeah,
aye.
Well,
Special
congratulations.
mention to Paul Hasbrook, though. I think he was excellent today, too.
Yeah, you're spot on there. Absolutely.
So a $50 voucher to Bunnings for Alexander. So he can have that one. Hopefully he likes to get on the tools and a few things down there at Bunnings, but thanks to MEGT Australia for supplying that one.
Tobin Brothers goal of the day. Now, the contenders today, there's plenty of them. Prosenac, Keppel, White, Galvin, and Maxwell.
And Prosenac.
And Prosenac as well. Sorry.
I'll go with Maxwell. That second goal in the final quarter was pretty impressive on the run.
Yeah, and that was just after he kicked one from centre half forward too.
Yeah.
I thought Maxwell myself.
I agree.
Maxwell it is, Besto.
Yeah, I thought Maxwell. I did like Prosnak's that front and centre that he got. I thought that was a cracking goal, but Maxwell, you couldn't go past that.
How about you, Jared?
Yeah, I've got Maxwell for this one as well. That nearly got Bayswater up and about to finish off the game, but didn't quite, but still good.
Nice
good goal.
one. So it's a pineapple's worth of Coles Meyer voucher going the way of him for a Tobin Brothers goal of the day. Congratulations to Tommy Maxwell. And that's all our award and dusted as we start to wrap up the program. Did you want to go through some final scores again, Ryan, for us one more time?
Yes, we'll go through those ones. Roeville did defeat Blackburn, I believe, hearing from Ray. I haven't got the final official score, but they have won that one. Baldwin defeated Doncaster East by 36. Norwood defeated Noble by 2 points. Roeville defeated Blackburn 95-72, so the Hawks back on track. Vermont defeated South Croydon by 15 points. East Ringwood Berwick, as we said, still happening at the moment. Division 1. Some of those results we talked about. Beaconsfield by 60 points. Mitcham 136-51. North Ringwood. Mooroolbark by 20 points. Haven't heard from Blaketon all afternoon. That would be why. Division 2, jumping into those results, Mulgrave was the big upset, winning by 3 points. Ringwood defeated the Basin by 57. East Burwood defeated Templestowe by 8. Oh, am I getting told to wrap it up on this one? No. Wrong signals from Lee. Waverley Blues defeated Littledale by 16 points. Division 3, we went through some of those results. Coldstream winners over Ferntree Gully. Fair Park went down to Surrey Park by 26 points. Oakley District, the 2-point win over Knox in a thriller there. Warrandyte 10 points over Sylvan, so they're back off the bottom of the ladder. Donvale 73-point winners over Upper Ferntree Gully. And back into Division 4 before we close out. And I've gone into the wrong one at the moment. Sorry for that. Division 4, our winners. Churnside Park over Kilsyth by 30 points. Whitehorse by 22 points over Forest Hill, and Scoresby 99-point winners over Nuttawading.
Great job by you around the grounds, and special comments today, Ryan Long. It's been great to come out here to Domeney Reserve. First time out here for yourself.
First time I've ever been here. Lock it in for another trip down here. I've enjoyed it. Burgers, I've still got more. I've actually had too much that I'm not hungry anymore. So I'm meant to be going out for dinner tonight too. So fantastic to have them down here, and a fantastic game in the end.
Yeah, big shout out to Park Orchards and Ray Bahaja for looking after us in the media team. It's always muchly appreciated. Our boundary riders have gone AWOL. Have they still got their equipment? Or have they dropped and rolled? No, they've dumped it, I think, have they? Jared Beelan, sure. Josh Ward, are you out there?
I think that they've gone into pass out the award.
Oh, they've gone in to do the award. So we thank them for their services today. They've both been sensational. Of course, Josh was working this morning on the women's football as he did a great job, as did Katie Green, who makes sure everything runs smoothly out there. Ray Baird, great to have you on board as always.
Yeah, great, mate. And you and I, we knew what these young fellas here on the media team were getting into coming out here to Domeley, didn't we?
That's fantastic. It. Good old Domeley Reserve. Brett Beston, always great to call with you, my friend.
You too, mate. And had a great day. Really
fantastic stuff. And thanks for listening this afternoon. Thanks to Lee Green from LKLM Media, the best in the business, making sure everything runs smoothly. And, of course, Megan Green, the best camera woman in the country, without a doubt. That's another weekend gone. We'll see you next week. Have a great evening.